Change the oil in this thing. Get up on the lift. What do you think about?
About time.
What about that? So we didn't even get the AC refrigerant.
No, didn't need
So-
it. There's too much pressure.
Yeah, we didn't recharge the AC. We had to drain some of the pressure out to get it working again. It was overpressured and the compressor would cut off. Now we're gonna change the oil. All good. About to get under here. Look at that wastegate.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Right there.
There's the oil filter. Easy peasy.
That's hard to get to. Otherwise.
What is it we wanted to look at last time? I forgot. Oh, the rear end's one thing I wanted. Y38, yep. So that's the Subaru rear end right there. Oh, this axle's leaking.
Yeah, right at the.
Yep. Just that side though.
Yeah, it's throwing quite a bit of grease.
Yeah,
Right there.
look at that.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Yep.
Layer.
Yeah.
It's leaking.
Axle's leaking right there. Yeah.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Hot oil coming your way. And who knows how much spurt power it has? Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at
Perfection.
that.
Dark. Oops, I put my phone in it. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to look at was the coilovers. Take a look at the yellow speed racing coilovers. Look at the coilover. Oh, sick. I can actually see the premium performance. Yeah, that's the ones that we thought. Yellow speed racing premium performance. And man, they got 3 inches of. Got the new oil filter in there. Right there. Oil still draining out. World's smallest drain plug. That's the tiniest hole I ever saw.
That's what that girl said.
I know.
Went over and tried.
But no
Are you more
spring.
interested in having a big gaping hole?
Oh, what?
Are you more interested in having a big gaping hole down there?
No, it's a good size, I guess. I guess that'll work.
Right?
Cleaning up all the oil from the oil filter. Still dripping. Some oil right there too. It's a tad bit. Right here?
Yeah.
Wonder what's going on there.
It's sort of here too, so it's going for the fuel.
Oh yeah, it might have just been from the engine. Yeah, yeah. Transmission's like brand new. It is brand new. I took coil packs out now. I'm probably running to go get some spark plugs. Tracy's getting the car up on the dyno. Because we're not sensing boost on this. We don't have the thing hooked up. You can see it from here. Here we go, dyno pull 2.
It spiked to 14, but it dropped to about 12.
15.
Yeah, it spiked to about 14 and then it came down.
We could put the manual on there and run it up to 30 and see if we can blow it up.
I don't think he wants your car to be in here another month.
Well, Lexus. Did it?
I think he had one.
Yeah, he did. $428 at 14 pounds, 15.
That's like pretty much exactly what I made for my first round.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's his first dyno pull.
It's like right on.
That's with no tweaking. He hasn't even touched it yet.
Right. Just running on the spring.
Bathroom, and when you're in the house, the order did on my channel about a year and a half ago. Now, so this is going to support the mirror mount in 2 different places. First. right, I've got the GoPro plugged into a rechargeable battery pack. I've not tried that before. I'm gonna see if this is going to keep it charged longer because the batteries last like 15 minutes. But I think I have a new plan that makes more sense. I think towel rack here makes sense. And then the Echo right here. But is there any studs? No. Don't think there is. I think the only stud's right there, which is awesome. I mean, I'll have to, unless I can cut around this, I'll have to fill this. We're back in the bathroom here, and I kind of need to clean up some of this mess before I start the next part of this project, which is going to be cutting the hole for the Echo Show 5, which we're going to put right there. And we're going to keep it up top here to keep it a little bit higher and also reuse these holes. So mounting this is super easy. I've done it many times. The trick is getting it level. So this is the kit. And pretty cool little kit. All you have to do is cut the hole, and there's some little clips that hold it into the drywall. They also give you an extension for your plug if you have to run power somewhere, but we are going to be putting a power adapter inside the wall, so we don't need this guy, so I have a bunch of extra ones of these. So this is our rather easy solution for power. Now technically, You are not supposed to do this, so don't tell anyone. What we're gonna do is grab power off of this receptacle here and put power to this Show 5 device. So I've got some electrical cable here. It is not Romex, and again, you're not supposed to be doing this. But at this point, I'm not worried about it. It's accessible. The Echo Show pops out in 2 seconds. So it is what it is. It's happening. We have our drill bits here, our paddle bits, and it's as simple as grabbing one. And I'm going to put a nice size hole in the side of this guy. And when you're doing it, do not hit wires. Do not touch the side of the plug. It is on and active. This is very not recommended. So we're just going to go right through the side. Just like that. That's all we had to do. That easy little plug hole. And now here is our electrical. We are right in access point here. So we're just going to come right through the side of that hole with our electrical. Now, since this is not technically closed up and it has access, this really wouldn't be out of code, I don't think. You can't close in a plug like this inside the wall, but we are not closing it in. It literally pops right out. So now we are going to go ahead and connect this side. All right, our power is done for our Show 5. And now all we have to do is get our power brick here. See, we have our female power here. And all we have to do is plug this guy in like this. Just like that. And it just simply falls right back into the wall. And it can't go far because it feels like it's resting on something. But I am worried about losing this in the wall, but I have to take this plate out to paint. But if we see right here and right now, we should have power. Let's see. Why don't we have power? There it is. So we have power, and then this simply clips right into the wall, like so. And that is how you officially mount the Echo device. And it is booting up right now. Let's turn the lights off. All right, the device is powering on right now. Let's go ahead and let it do its thing. We do need to change the wallpaper on that. We'll figure that out later. All right, guys, so we have run to the hardware store, actually in the Tesla, which is a miracle because I never drive it, and gotten some spackle stuff, and it actually is the stuff that turns white when it's dry. So let's go ahead and get this all patched up. These are the old mirror holes with the dumb mirror that has the outside. So I just recorded this whole cool thing about this new paint system. These new paint cans are awesome. They have like a key to open the top, and then the thing becomes a funnel, which is pretty cool. It's a new thing I've never seen before, but we're headed back to electrical. Okay, so they were up here on the very top, and I had to go all the way down here and get the box down to get one of the old work boxes out. These are the ones that have the flip tabs, so you just put a hole in the wall and you flip them up, and that's what we need.
All right, is that gator still out there? John, where are you going, buddy?
Get some more shrimp, man.
It's hot!
Got his ass!
What does it make at the wheels? 600. this dude took off when he went around that corner. In whatever the hell this is, 911? 911 turbo? Yup. I'm trying to see if he wants to play. Got smoked. Thing's fast. Dude, that thing is super fast. Two in a row lost. Well, you gotta figure that's probably 150 more horsepower at least, maybe more than that. But yeah, good run. Oh, bummer. We got cars in front of us. Modified? I was gonna say, that's what does it make at the wheels? $600 is what I was thinking. This one does about 450. Yeah, it's not fast enough. Dude, that thing's sick. Sick. It sounds good, man. All right, we're out here with the chef. It's Joe, Dukes of Duval. He's making chicken. He's making cube sticks. And what is the secret to this amazing recipe?
Time.
Oh, time with an H.
Time.
You need time.
Just need time.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is day 40 of the keto diet, and yesterday we weighed in at 150. I was good yesterday also. I stuck to the diet plan. For lunch I had one piece of keto Arnold bread with grilled chicken, a couple of pieces of bacon and cheese on top. For dinner we had hamburger patties and Caesar salad. So let's step on it. 150 yesterday. 151, so we fluctuated a little bit on weight. That is normal. I have not been able to get under 150 yet. I think that will take a few more days. But yeah, we went from 150 to 151, so just a slight fluctuation in my weight from yesterday to today. Bon voyage. Oh my God, she's insane.
Wow!
You're crazy.
Girl!
I told you.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we're going to talk about life without a car. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm so glad you could join us today for a little video about my life without an automobile. I know it's hard to believe, but yes, I do not own a car, and we're going to go over some of the reasons why I don't own a car, what my plans are for the future, what I'm doing right now to get by, and what this saves me in money from not owning a vehicle. So let's get right into it. So let's first talk about what happened to my old vehicle. So I had a 2011 BMW 335i convertible. It was black with like the tan kind of light brown leather, which I absolutely loved. Now, I bought this car back about 4 years ago down in South Florida. I did overpay for the car. I paid $18,000 for the car. However, it was in immaculate condition and it had an aftermarket warranty, which was unheard of. It's really hard to find these cars with aftermarket warranties, but I did find one with an aftermarket warranty, and it had pretty low miles on it. I think I bought it with around 32,000 miles on it, which is very low, even at that time, for a 2011 car. And so, yeah, it was black, it had aftermarket wheels, and it was in amazing condition. It had one little problem, and it never was fixed, and I always got the same answer from BMW, and that is just how it is, and that is the AC system was not great. And the last time I actually took the car in to be serviced, they told me that they compared it to another 335i from 2011, and that's just the way it was. The car was black, it was a convertible, they don't have great insulation in the ceiling, so I lived with the mediocre air conditioning through the whole life of that vehicle, and it was in the shop about 5 different times for that. The condenser was replaced twice because I guess they were clueless about what was going on. So yeah, that's really the biggest problem I had with the car. But in the long run, I started having other issues with the vehicle, and we did use up all of the remaining aftermarket warranty on the car. For those of you guys who don't know how an aftermarket warranty works, they will only honor what your car is worth by Kelley Blue Book. If your car is worth $11,000, that's the maximum amount of repairs they will do on your vehicle. It's just like when you have insurance on your car and you get your car totaled. Same thing if you have a aftermarket warranty, and fortunately for me, the value of the car did go up a little bit when I owned it, so I got a little bit more out of the warranty, but they ended up paying a little over $11,500 for payouts on the warranty. Now granted, this car was modified, it was tuned, and so all the coil packs went multiple times. That is expected from a 2011 335i. Any E92, E93, E90 vehicle with the N54 or N55. Once you tune that car, you're going to start hitting the limits of the factory parts. And when the parts are old, things like your coil packs will be the first thing to take you down. So that was a little bit of the issues I had with the car, and then towards the end of the life of the car, we had the major problem with the vehicle. I did have one accident. It wasn't my fault. They called it my fault, and that is a big box in the road that fell out of a truck. I hit, and anytime you hit something in the road, that is your fault no matter what happens. So just remember that if you hit something laying in the road. But as we were talking about a few minutes ago, what started happening later in the life of the car
is that all of a sudden, out of the blue, you would start the car, it would run fine, and then all of a sudden it would start running super rough and want to go dead, and then it would just stop doing that. But it progressively got worse and worse as I owned the car, and eventually I had to take it to the same shop that works on my car all the time, that is Sam's Automotive in Jacksonville, and that is where my bad experiences started. So we brought the car to Sam's Automotive in Jacksonville, and that's who usually worked on my vehicle. However, this time was a different story about what happened with the car. We did get the car in there, and I kind of knew this was going to be a nightmare, and so he started checking what was wrong with the car, and he did a smoke test, and he did find a issue with a leak in one of the pipes. I think it was the intercooler pipe was disconnected, and I thought for sure that was what was going on with the car. Now here's another thing. Before I took the car to Sam's Automotive, it was throwing codes. When you would get on the throttle hard, it would throw a code, and something about air leak detected between turbocharger and intake valves. Now I thought for sure that was a good indication that intercooler pipe that was off, fixing that would clear the codes. So I did go back to look at the car again, and he did tell me that it was not running good still, and he was still checking out what was wrong with the car. So I started getting frustrated because he had the car for about 2 months, and I had not heard back from him, and I kept calling, and eventually I did finally get a call back from him that they were at a dead end, and they were not going to charge me anymore for the work that was done, and they wanted me to come get the car because they were out of ideas, unfortunately. So at that point, I did go pick up the car from Sam's Automotive. So I picked up my car from Sam's Automotive, barely knowing if it would run or not, and thinking, well, the next logical step is obvious. We got to pay the dealer, to really break into this car and see what's going on with it. Now, here's another thing that started happening with the car. When Sam's Automotive got the car, I did not clear the codes in the car. He had asked me not to do that anymore, so I had stopped actually clearing the codes from the car. Once Sam got the car, and even right before I brought it to him, I checked the codes on the car, and it had 0 codes, and it was running like absolute garbage. So Sam had the car. It wouldn't show any codes. It would not throw any codes whatsoever the whole time he had the vehicle. Now that's even before it had the code about the intake leak. So when I first brought it to him to diagnose what was going on with the car barely running, it had no codes going on whatsoever, and it would never throw a code. So I took the car to the BMW dealer. I dropped it off with them on a Friday morning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, BMW called me and said, come get your car. Now, when has a dealership ever told you to come get your car? When have they not at least tried to rape you on prices or see what's going on with the car? Well, long story short, when they plugged up to the computer and they could get no codes on the car, they asked me to come get the car, and I did. I brought the car home, barely got the car home, running absolutely terrible, would try to die at every light. You'd have to keep it revved up and it would just try to die. Got the car home, tried to pull the codes again, and of course, the car is not throwing any codes. So this was a time of serious contemplation for me. This car was slowly losing value. It was worth less than $10,000 at the time. These cars don't hold their value whatsoever. Even a perfect 335i 2011 is worth almost nothing. There's millions of them out there. This one had issues. I thought to myself, do I want to deal with this car anymore, or do I want to sell this car and take the money and put it right into my house? So this was a pivotal decision for me. I absolutely love this car. It had awesome wheels on it. It had a lot of aftermarket parts. It had a digital instrument cluster, which I did take out, by the way. I wasn't able to sell the wheels before I took it. Nobody was interested in the wheels. That's another thing. It's very hard to sell parts off of this car as well. I tried on Facebook Marketplace before I sold the car, and nobody was interested in the wheels. Nobody's interested in the heads-up display because it has issues and doesn't fit right. And so I did leave the Android head unit inside the car, but I did take out the instrument cluster. I still have it if anybody's interested in the ID4 instrument cluster for the 335i. So what did I end up doing with my car? So it's really simple.
I have sold a car to Carvana before, and it's the easiest thing in the world. The car just has to be able to be running and be test driven, and my car will run and would test drive. And to be honest with you, Carvana does not even do that most of the time. So I gave Carvana a little look up online. I put in the specs of the car. I put in that it was running, but that it had engine problems, and they came back with an offer of about $7,500 for the 335i. Now, granted, the wheels alone are worth $2,000, and it had brand new tires on it. However, nobody wanted to buy the wheels and tires from me, and at this point I was happy to get out from under this car before I spent another dime on it and take that $7,500 and put it right into this house towards the payoff of the house. So that's what happened to the 335i. Carvana came like 2 days later. They sent me all the paperwork. I e-signed it. They came and picked up the car on a wrecking truck, and they took the 335i, and I waved goodbye to the 335i forever. Let's talk about what I am saving on having a vehicle in the garage versus not having a vehicle whatsoever. And I mean a car, because there are a couple of vehicles actually in the garage, which you will see here shortly. So obviously the first thing that I saved on was my old car. My old car was costing me money, and it had no more warranty on it, and it was going to cost, and that was another thing about getting rid of the car. I didn't know how much BMW would charge, if they would even fix it, and if I brought it to another shop, I was probably going to have to tow it there. I didn't know how much another shop was going to charge me either, so just getting rid of the car, I saved on maintenance and repairs on my old car, which could have been anywhere from a couple of $100s to several $1,000s, or I might have gotten a bill for a diagnosis and then chosen to sell the car anyway. So let's say that the first thing, which I didn't even write down here, is that I save on my old vehicle. The next thing I save on, obviously, is the purchase of a new vehicle. If I don't have to buy a car, I have no money being tied up into payments or putting a lot of money down into a new vehicle. Now, what am I looking to spend if I do buy a new vehicle? It's substantial. It'll be over $100,000, so I'm saving well over $100,000 by not going out there and just jumping on the first car that I see. What's the second thing I save on here? Well, obviously car insurance. Now, that accident with the box in the road was my second at-fault accident. The first one was a few years ago and is about to fall off my record here in the next couple of months. That second accident really jacked up my insurance. In fact, it doubled it from $600 a month to almost $1,200 a month for full coverage. So you could say I'm saving $2,400 a year on car insurance by not having a vehicle in that garage or not having a car in that garage. Now, the third thing, gas. This is actually the fourth thing if you count not buying a new car, but the third thing is actually fuel. Now, I am considering buying a Tesla Model S Plaid, which will eliminate fuel altogether, but it does use electricity. The electric Model S Plaid uses about $10 to fill up the tank is the estimate that you get, but the new car would definitely use fuel. I don't know how much. I don't commute to work and back, so we don't have to worry about a commute, but there would be fuel used of some kind. Who knows, $200 a month maybe. I'm just throwing a figure out there for casual driving, and that is saving on fuel. And of course, the last thing with a new car is repairs and maintenance. Who knows how much you will spend on repairs and maintenance. You're going to have to buy tires regardless, so you're probably looking at a Model S Plaid uses tires that will wear out fast because they're performance tires. I would spend around $800 a year on tires for the 335IS. Those are Pilot Sport 4S's. And I would guess that maintenance on a car is going to be anywhere from $1,200 to $2,500 a year for oil changes and things like that. That's assuming you don't have to do any repairs. If you do have to do repairs, who knows how high that could go, as high as $10,000, who knows? It's really just a guessing game. So those are the things that I am saving, and you're not even talking about regular maintenance like washes and things like that, and maintenance going to the shop and fixing things that need regularly scheduled maintenance. So maybe $2,500 to $10,000 a year on that. So those are the 4 things I am saving on by not having a car in my garage. So let's talk a little bit about how I'm getting by now without having a car. I'm sure a lot of people who live in places like New York City will tell you it's pretty easy to do that. However, this is Jacksonville, Florida. We are the largest land mass city in the country, and we are spread out. Now, I don't live in the country per se, but I don't live next to any shopping centers or anything like that. They are at least a couple of miles away from me. So actually getting by without a car is not impossible, but it's also not super easy. Now, right now, I'm going to show you one way that I get by without a car, and I'm going to cut away to that now while I talk. So this is my awesome golf cart. This is a 2014 Club Car Precedent. I bought this golf cart for $5,700. I would say about 6 months ago. I got a really good deal on the golf cart, and it had pretty fresh batteries. They are a couple of years old, and you saw with my channel how I took this golf cart and made it into something special from something that needed just a little bit of work. It did need some refreshing, and I did add a lot of things to it. I added a full stereo system. We have done the front bushings in it. We have lowered it and raised it a little bit in the back, and it was already lowered in or raised in the front from the stock height so that you could put 14-inch wheels and tires on it. It does have wheels and tires, and it has lights and blinkers and all that stuff. And now coming back to me here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, I can tell you that that golf cart has actually helped me out tremendously. I am able to take that golf cart all the way down to Publix. There is a hardware store down there as well, and there is Cliff's Bar and Grill and a couple of other restaurants, and I have been able to get my own groceries and go to the bar and go get food whenever I want it. That is pretty much my main essentials here, food and the hardware store, and that is one way I have done without a vehicle. So what else do I do to get by without a car? Well, I've got some awesome neighbors that live just across the street there, and they've offered to take me places when they go just because we like hanging out. It's really actually really fun. And so my neighbor Rich and my neighbor Trish always give me rides if I want to go somewhere with them to like Publix, and Rich goes over to BJ's all the time and I go with him. And if I need any special favors, if I need to go somewhere else, they're always down to kind of drive me around, and it's been really nice to have them as my neighbors. And what else do I do to get around? So of course, there's Uber and Lyft. I haven't had to do this a lot, but if I need to go somewhere that's far away and I don't want to inconvenience my neighbors, of course, I'll just call Lyft or Uber and I'll take them. So what have I spent on Lyft or Uber per week? No more than $20 per week, because I really don't go that many places. Sometimes I go to the local bar and I don't want to take the golf cart, like on a weekend night. I'll just take Uber or Lyft up to the bar, and it's about $8 each way. So Uber or Lyft has taken me where I needed to go. If I need to go to the doctor or anything else like that, I will Uber or Lyft. If I need to go on a date, I can Uber or Lyft and meet someone out like that. And that has been the other way that I get places. So how else do I care for myself in this place? So obviously there's a lot of delivery options now since the coronavirus actually happened. And so we can pretty much get whatever we want delivered right here to the house. So I do use delivery from both Kroger and from Publix to get groceries sometimes. And then I also use things like delivery for fast food and like food from anywhere, actually, not just fast food. I use delivery for food from all the restaurants around the area. So that's the other way I take care of myself here with no vehicle. So the last part of this video is, what are my plans for the future? I know you guys are thinking you're not going to live without a car forever. Well, that is the hope that soon I will purchase a car. Now, here is my conundrum here with a car, and this is what has kept me from purchasing yet. So I've been looking at a lot of cars. I've been looking at Tesla Model S Plaid, Lamborghini Huracan, 911 Turbo S Porsche, and also Audi RS3, RS7, and a few other ones like the R8. And I just really can't make up my mind. I love the Model S Plaid. I love that it's electric and one of the fastest, if not the fastest vehicles on the street. However, I also love the Huracan with the attention that it would get, and the Model S does not get that much attention because it looks like a regular Model S. 911 Turbo, fantastic performing car. Audi R8, there are a couple of twin turbo Audi R8s out there for around $150,000. So the hope is that one day soon I will find something. Now, the longer I don't buy a vehicle, the more money I am just putting in the bank, and that's just better all the way around for me and for everyone else, especially the people that I'm buying from, because I would have more cash to put down. Now, the other thing is also I can't actually find the exact vehicle that I want as far as the Model S Plaid. That is the one car that if I buy it, I want black on black, and the black interior has to be the carbon fiber interior. I do not want black on white or black on cream or any of that, and I don't want the ash black interior. And it does have to be a 2022 or newer because they changed the headlights to their new laser LED headlights, and they were a big improvement, and I do want that. They have not changed the vehicle from 2022 to 2023. However, I do want at least a 2022. The Tesla Model S Plaid has dropped in price again to $109,000, so I'm hoping that I will find one here pretty quickly in the $100,000 range, and it will be black on black and a 2022 or a 2023. There is one sitting on right now on Tesla.com that is going for $111,000, and it is no better than the new price, because a brand new $109 plus $1,500 for black paint, you might as well order yourself a brand new one. And that's what's happening in the supercar street racing vehicle out there in the garage, not happening. And I wanted you guys to know how I live my life without a car. Please like and subscribe, and please purchase your items from Amazon through any of my links. You don't have to click on the one that I am reviewing. If you buy through my links, I get paid a little bit of money no matter what you buy. So click one of my links every time you're going to go buy something from Amazon. It helps me out tremendously. Please like. And that makes more sense. Alright guys, we are here in the bedroom with the brand new Bi-Cold smart mirror that we are about to unbox. And I'm looking for my scissors or the SCSR knife, but I can't find them. So let's use this drywall saw. So what we're doing today is we're going to unbox this guy. We're going to take a look at the back and the mounting, because I've already done 2 of these, so I kind of understand. But I've never done a wide one. And so we're going to look and see what the mounting mechanism is, but it's usually like a metal bar, and then you put that on the wall, and then this just hangs from the metal bar. But we also have to do electric behind it. So let's see what's in this box now as it dirties up my nice white comforter. All right, first of all, it is boxed nice and secure. I almost have no energy left, man. Been a crazy couple of weeks. It's like people running over my stuff and stealing my stuff. So you guys don't know this. but my pavers all got stolen last night by some guy who thought he could just pull up and get my stuff. So all the pavers for the new mailbox are gone because somebody just thought it was cool to go ahead and steal something without pulling up and asking if it's actually junk or not. And they're brand new pavers sitting on the driveway and they are gone. Gone, gone, gone. All right, here's the mailbox. Ha! Edit. There is the smart mirror. So fresh on the bed. And as you can see right here and right now, it just mounts with 2 screws here and here. They give you inserts, but I have purchased some way better inserts that will be perfect for what we're doing. And then they give you this template. And so the confusing thing about the template is you have to know which device that you have. So you take this guy and you put it like this, and this device is going to be A and N. So it's going to be that hole and that hole. So we put this up on the wall, we level it, we put our drywall anchors in, and then we hang the mirror from our drywall anchors. But first, we have a whole process to do of putting LED strips on the back, and also we have to put a box in for electrical. So let's do that peel sat for our shorts. All right, we went ahead and did our short for the peel sat, for the peel satisfaction. We still have another one for the front, so that'll be awesome also. But back here is where we're doing the RGB IC LED strip. So we're gonna take that guy and we're gonna run it right around the edge there. And then we're gonna put that control box right here and Velcro that on or whatever, or 3M tape it, and then we're gonna mount this to the wall. Before we mount this, I totally forgot that we honestly need to get this thing programmed and make sure that it's good. So we'll take our power supply right here, regular power brick. We're going to go ahead and plug that into the wall, open up the Govee app, and get this guy all set and tested before we actually mount this. The last thing we want to do is take the mirror down if we have problems. So let's get this thing powered up, powered on, discovered in the Govee app, named, hooked to Wi-Fi, and see what we have available. So let's do that now. We got the power cord here. It should come on when we do this. It did, so it does actually work. And it looks like it's set to audio, which they all kind of default to, but let's open up the Govee app. We got the Govee app open here, so we just have to discover new devices. So you hit the plus. It already knows it, so we add. It's probably going to want to update the firmware. Let's see. Oh, please short press the on-off button. So in order to pair this, you have to do this, that, the power button. Finally, device is pairing after like 18 tries. Please press the off on. All right, we finally got the device to pair after I had a small heart attack, and it is the guest bathroom smart mirror. As you can see here, we'll hit done. It's looking for Wi-Fi. We're going to go ahead and connect to that Wi-Fi network. It might fail because I just rebooted the router. Let's see. It did connect. Let's see if it wants to update firmware. And here goes the upgrade, so we will come back when it's done. Now the whole thing is getting the mirror template lined up so we can cut the box for the power and then also get it lined up correctly and get it mounted to the wall. So let's go do that. Back in the bathroom here, and we have our template. Sorry if it's echoey, but basically I have also reskimmed this and just sanded that, so they need paint before we do anything. But I guess that's kind of the next step. We wait for this to dry, wait for that to dry, paint both. And then this needs to go centered. I think C is the center. And we know the light's going to be like right over the stud, so we're going to do that right like that and level this template out, put it up on the wall, and then put our marks for our drywall inserts there. That's the next step. All right guys, we're back and we have the light here, and the goal right now is to just install this light. So keep in mind there's a lot of weight on this light, and they give you like pigtails here and wiring nuts. And so when you do this, you're going to want to make sure that the weight is not so much that it's going to pull the light out when it's connected. So just keep that in mind when you install this light. All right, so it's kind of the same color as the top lights. No, it's perfect. No issues at all. I just got to fix that little screw hole. This other one's completely covered, but yet looks crappy because I can't ever do good patch. So we have our template up here, and what we did was center up the template with the sconce, or whatever it's called, the lighting. We leveled this guy right here, very carefully. A little off. Level this guy very carefully. Yep. And now that's where the mirror is going to be, but this is 48, so it's going to come way out here. So we put 24 in the center. It's going to be way out there. Literally 24 on each side. So put 24 here, and then 48 there. That's where the mirror is going to sit. So now we know A and N are our mounting points, guys. Let's go! Hype train. Guys, welcome back, and we have the template up here, the center marked out like right between the lights. So 24 is right between the center of 48. This is 48 by 24 this way. The bottom of the mirror will hang here, which is great. We're going to put our marks right here, and go ahead and put our drywall inserts in there so we can hang our mirror. But after we do this, we'll test that, then mount our electrical box somewhere in here. Let's go. We got our Hillman toggles, and we just have to put a hole right here. Large enough for this to go through, but not too large for this thing. Let's go. Guys, we're all prepped for our mirror. We have our hangers here, our electrical hole here, our false positive here, and what we're going to do right here and right now is figure out electrical through this hole, and we'll tie it into the back side of the wall. But I need to figure that out now, so I got to make a little extension cord to go through to the wall and make a electrical box, guys. Let's go. All right, so I had a meltdown yesterday and threw the mirror after it was broken, and I kind of scratched up my floor, so I ordered a kit to kind of touch that up. But given a little update in here, my receiver microphone is dead, so I can't use the wireless mic, but I got everything painted in here. I got the new light put up yesterday, and I just repatched a couple of holes that were there because it looked terrible. So I'm going to try to do that better. That was my worst thing ever. I got the show mounted in the wall, and now I'm going to put these plates back on and work on this light here. All right, this is the new puck light to replace the one that is there. This one just literally will come right out probably. Yeah, I don't even remember how I got that thing in there, but this is the new one. It runs on 110 volts and it's LED, and this old one is incandescent. So this will be a upgrade for it, and here is the actual new puck light that is going right in its place, and it has a little, oh, that's interesting. It has an in and an out, I guess. I don't really know. I guess so you can chain them. And then it's got, on the bottom, it has a adjustable color temperature. Very cool. Hello? Hello? Why are you saying hello? 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 Oh, hello. Cat is literally saying hello. So weird. Hello?
Supercar street racing here, and it is a wonderful cold Tuesday morning, and something I have not been looking forward to for a while. Just a little update though, also on my gauge cluster got lost in UPS, my electronic gauge cluster from Germany, and they are working on sending me a new one, but it was supposed to be here yesterday, and then UPS says shipment has not been received yet, so I do not know what's going on with that, but I will update you as soon as I know. Here is what we're working on today. So I believe the PCB valve on the N55 has failed. Now, the symptoms of this are whining coming from the engine and a rough idle. And also it was diagnosed by a shop not too long ago, because I have some codes that say lean mixture, and they couldn't find anything wrong, and they think it was the PCB valve. Now, one thing you have to know is BMW tries to hose you on this, and they want you to buy the whole entire valve cover instead of just buying a PCB valve. You cannot just pop out the PCB valve and replace it. Or you can spend $82 on eBay for an aftermarket valve cover, which was my plan. But I did find this fix online, so I bought this from Amazon. I'll put the link in the description. This is a replacement cap diaphragm for the PCB valve on the N55. You can see here's the part number, if it'll ever focus. So $25 for this guy. I've got some JB Weld here. What we're gonna do is I've got a online video that I watched. A lot of people cut the cap off and like kind of chip it off and pry it off, but I saw this video online where this guy just used some snippers on the side of it. He snipped the side, and then like right here
and then it popped right off. After that, we used a flathead screwdriver. I'm going to try that. So that'll be in the next clip here. Alright, so taking a look at the N55, the first step to doing this is to remove the nice little engine cover here. I do realize when I took it off that I'm missing the grommet on that side, so the thing kind of just sits there. Now, I've never done this and I didn't watch a whole video on how to do it, but it looks like this cover here needs to come off too. This is kind of what supports the engine cover bracket. Engine cover mount is, I guess, what it is, because we got to get this guy off. There's the PCV valve. Looks like I got to take at least the airbox cover off, so I went ahead and undid the latches there. Now I'm going to pop the airbox out real quick, and I'll be right back after I do that. Okay, airbox is loose. Now it needs to be unclamped, I believe. Actually, maybe not. I might be able to get this cover off from here. I'm not 100% sure. Hopefully that whole thing doesn't have to come off. I'm gonna check real quick. I'll let you guys know what I figure out. All right, a little update. I did watch a video online that said if you can snip away at this part on the side, you can pop the ring off and then this will pop right off. I tried these snippers right here. Couldn't get that to work at all. They didn't have enough grip to get in there. I tried a few other things. I ended up using my Dremel with this cutting disc, and I cut on the side, and you can see where it popped out, where it separated, and I just took my screwdriver and pried it in there. Now I'm about to try to remove it. Very difficult to film and do this at the same time, so I'm going to try this real quick and get right back. Okay guys, little update. Went very well. I just pried my screwdriver under the lip around there and broke some of that lip off, and then the PCB came right out. And sure enough, I can't tell whether it was damaged or not because I damaged it with the screwdriver, but chances are that this thing has a hole or two or is malfunctional somehow, because this is a very common problem. Let's see. Those are holes that I put in it with the screwdriver, so, but I think this thing is shot. So go ahead and grab the new one out of the box. Now these designs are different, so don't be surprised when the new one doesn't have a diaphragm out to the end. That's a new design that it works, I'm sure, just as good. I'm going to take the opportunity now to clean this out completely, and I'll get right back to you. Just a little reminder, so I did clean this out completely. Just a reminder, when you start cutting on this thing, don't go too crazy. You can actually damage the housing there because it's plastic. So you don't have to cut too far. When you think you're not there, you probably are there. So cut until you just have to kind of figure it out. It's not very thick, but you see I did nick the little housing, but that's fine because we're using JB Weld. I'm now going to take this opportunity to clean all underneath this area because I'm kind of OCD about that. So I'll be right back. Got the new PCV valve cap here. This is the old one. Don't forget to take the little plastic piece off and replace it here. And then this lines up the same way the old piece was. And so just line it up the same way with the notches on the inside. And don't forget your spring. So when you take it out, keep your spring the same direction that you had it. So I left my spring like that. You're going to put your cap back on, but before you do that, you're going to get your JB Weld all ready. The biggest deal is do not get any JB Weld on top of this, only on the side. It will interfere with the diaphragm working correctly, and people have had issues with that. Keep the JB Weld all along the side there, and that should seal it off good. It's going to be difficult to get in here because of this cover, but I think I can figure it out, I hope. So I'm going to try to find some stick to do this with. I'll be back. Okay guys, just a little update video. It was impossible to video and make the repair at the same time, but I am completely done. So what I did was I mixed up JB Weld here
It's the quick set, so it's 6 minute. If you're worried about running out of time, which it does set pretty quickly, you might want to get the stuff that takes a little bit longer, but I kind of wanted the car to be running sooner. So I got that JB Weld, and I used, actually just used part of the packaging from another box as a little spatula. And I ran the JB Weld around the side of it, all the way around. And then I pushed the cap back on, aligning it properly. Don't forget your spring. I couldn't actually remember if I put mine in, but I don't see it, so hopefully it is in there. This stuff is probably dry already. And if you have any issues with leaking, you can always go back afterwards and put some like caulk around the outside edge. But I would say that if you don't get it completely covered on the inside edge, then it's probably not that huge of a deal. Like I said, just go back over it. I've got some black silicone over there that I could use. I'm going to reassemble the car and start it up, and I'll come back with an update. All right, I got the airbox back on. I'm gonna wait to do anything else in case this is leaking and I have to seal around it. But we're gonna find out right now live if this thing works. So let's crank it up and see what happens. See if we get any errors or anything. Any shaky idle. So it's running fine. First start is always loud. Go ahead and crack this garage so I don't die. Looks like everything's fine. A little bit of valve ticking in there. I think that's normal though. I think that's Vanos. I don't think that's anything to worry about. But yeah, car's running great. I'm gonna go ahead and let it warm up, and then I'll put all the details online. Have a good day, everybody. Good morning, guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another unboxing video. You got Brad here, and I am hyped this morning for the Roland Star nightstands that we have here unboxed on the table. The only reason I did not unbox with you is because this one got set in oil, and you can see it maybe down inside of that box, and I was concerned that maybe they got ruined, or at least this one got ruined, but it did not. But when we open the box, we see this lovely styrofoam condom leading to the Roland Star nightstand table with power USB and LED. Guys, here we have the Roland Star ED009 EWERR nightstand, and this guy is a powered nightstand with both LED built in and ports on top such as power and charging. We have not seen that yet, but we will get to it soon. And when we open up the box, the lovely box filled with the styrofoam useless condoms, we trash those and get these out of the way. We have the following inside. We have this beautiful IKEA-like documentation here. More styrofoam to get in your way. Actually, I'm grateful for good packing, so I'm not going to get mad at it. But yes, we have this, can't figure out which way is up, but we have this lovely instruction manual here, which we will go through shortly. We have this accessories list here, shows you everything in it. I did read that the instructions on this guy were really good and that it was easy to assemble. It says you need a drill, pencil, Phillips, and a flat edge here.
And then it has your instructions for putting together this nightstand, which we will get to here shortly. It does have this power strip thing, so it looks like it has two USB type B's on it and power. And here is the rest of the accessories and parts that come with the EB009WERR side table, which is going to be loaded onto the hype train here momentarily to be installed. And there is the lovely LED strip on the table. And this is a look what's inside. So we will get all these parts out and laid out for a beautiful video of putting the nightstand together next. Okay, we have all the parts for the lovely nightstand laid out on this wannabe workbench, my brand new Wayfair mattress and bed frame. And what we're gonna do right here, right now, is assemble this right here. We got through step 2. I was a little bit confused about these screws, but it's clearly labeled. That is my fault. And we are on to step 3 now.
All right, guys, so we got this thing mostly put together now, and we are on step 17. And I actually skipped step 14 to put in the power strip. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Okay, we're going to eventually not power the LED strip here because the wire comes up and connects it. We'll power it down at the bottom. But now we have the remote here and we have to pair it. So it says within 5 seconds after the light strips are on, hold the on and bright buttons at the same time until the light strips flash white light. On and bright minus. On, bright minus. Oh, it's actually already paired. It's already good to go. So there you have one of the two side tables fully assembled, and now we will work on the other one. Guys, that is going to wrap up the Roland Star side tables. The LED side tables are right there, fully set up and good to go. And what I think the plan is to not power them up here. They can be powered by any USB adapter. So I think I'll power them in the back and avoid that cord, and also give us an extra spot for a USB type B up here. And so that is what they look like sitting next to the bed. And of course I need lamps, so I will order some lamps and clean up the wiring and all that. Overall, the only issue I had, the screw type B was the only one that really was an issue, and it wasn't too bad, but it was almost like it wasn't biting good, but I eventually got them all in. Other than that, super easy, maybe 15 minutes for the second one, 25-30 minutes for the first one when I wasn't prepared and experienced. And also, they both are configured. This one's configured to open up from the right, so it's convenient for that person. This one is configured to open up from the left, so it's convenient for that person. So that is going to wrap it. Guys, I will have a link in the description for these guys. Please click through my links on Amazon, no matter if you're ordering this or other things, because it helps me. It costs you zero and it pays me just a tiny bit. And I hope you enjoyed this video. And this is how it looks. It's hard to see it all at the same time, but I'm glad you guys watched. Thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you again real soon. Alright, welcome back to the channel, guys. I have a big update for you guys on the new Supercar Street Racing Studio. We are streaming live up there in the corner, right down there on the laptop right now, so please join the live stream if you're at all interested in what is going on. So here is the update. I have this much of the foam insulation done, and I just seam sealed the seams and caulked in the top. I was having trouble doing the corners with the seam tape, so I just went ahead and caulked it in because I'm better at that. And this is ready now for foam top. I was gonna paint it black. The paint doesn't stick at all to this plastic, but my worry was that if there's spaces in the foam that you would actually see it. So I might throw a quick roll of paint on here, but I'm not 100% sure. Like if the foam tiles contract at all and there's spaces between them, you would see white. So I might go ahead and touch up all this and go ahead and throw a coat of paint on all these before I start foam tiling. The goal with foam tiling now is to see if this is even going to work as a surface and how it looks. So my plan is to do that corner and this whole entire wall here and see how good I am at cutting around on outlets and things like that, because I have to actually cut the foam and then lay the faceplate maybe on top of the foam. I don't know yet. I got to see exactly how it looks with the tiles on. But yeah, the tiles are down here, and so they will start up there in the corner in one direction, and then they will start, sorry you weren't even watching, they will start up here in the corner and run all the way across with one pattern, and then on the second run we will come down with this pattern, and it should make it look good. What else have I done? So I also ran the extension cables for the webcam. So I have one 10-foot extension cable and one 5-foot extension cable running through the wall and down to where the computer is going to be, and the webcam is going to be up in that corner. And you can get on the live stream right now and see the webcam. It's right there on the left. So I did that. I also did more lights that are going to be switched. I originally only had one there and one there. I actually ran 2 more on each bank so that there will be 6 switched lights. And then we have 2 unswitched, one right there and one that'll be coming out of the ceiling over there. this is the part on this wall and this wall and this wall where we have to start worrying about cables behind the wall when we cover the wall. So we have to be measuring and ready to cut foam to get our cables out. So everything else, I framed up the Echo Show 15 mount. So that's the mount where it's going to be. I have the power ready for it here. That TV is ready to be mounted. I have the second TV mount on the TV inside. It's a older television that's going to be right here. It's a 32-inch. The two 50-inch TVs go there, and they are in the living room waiting for the Govee LED immersive lighting to come in. I have one set coming in today for this TV. It's going to be a challenge because they're made for 50-inch TVs, but this is a 43, so I'm going to do a method that I saw online by raising the LED strips up every like half an inch to take up space. That goes there. These two have immersive LED. And then this one, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet because it's a 32. I want to try to do something cool with this one, but I don't know what is going to be behind it yet. So that's our update for now. I will keep you guys posted as I go. Please join the live stream and let me know what you think. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and I have a little update for you guys. I have been working super hard on the studio today. I put in 12 hours and I have done quite a bit. On this side of the room, all of the foam board insulation is done, so half the room is finished as far as the insulation goes, and that is also the wall covering. And then the sound deadening tiles are up on this wall and partially up on the ceiling. Just wanted to see what it looked like on the ceiling, but one pack did, I could have done probably most of this wall. I would have been short like maybe 10 tiles, but I got done with that wall plus a little bit of the ceiling. I got the air conditioner put in. I was super scared to do this because I had to cut a hole, and yes, I like it low. It doesn't take up any of my wall space at all. I love it down there. I got the LG just like in my bedroom. It's the dual inverter with a ThinQ. So it's a smart AC. And I'll show you guys on the outside what I did, but basically this is rock board. So I used a circular saw and I cut out the hole for the AC, and on the other side I framed it in. I also framed it underneath there to hold up the AC, but on the outside I framed it all in, sealed it all up nice. Then I took the foam insulation board, ran it around the edges here and caulked everything in really nice, and then of course this whole thing will be covered by foam insulation board, which is going to be fun trying to cut that out correctly, but I'll end up having to frame that as well because the edge, it'll be framed with these tiles. So the tiles are hit and miss. There's different colors, there's different shapes, and they're really hard to get correct, but I did end up getting it figured out. Excuse me, had the hiccups. So that is the update for today. Tomorrow, my plan is to continue this wall here. So I am going to attempt to cut this wall. Now I don't know if I'm going to attempt to do that top part as well at the same time, or just make a cut and another cut. It's easier just to cut twice. And now that I know my jigsaw can do it with a dull blade, that's how you cut these foam boards. You grind all the teeth off of a jigsaw blade, and then you cut the foam tiles with that. I do have some challenges tomorrow though. I'm gonna have to watch out for a wall box I gotta put in there. I gotta make sure that I have things noted because I have to cut holes later. I've got that Ethernet and HDMI to worry about, that plug, and this double wall box. So I've never done a double wall box that's already recessed, and I'll of course have to bring out the switches with an extension with those little extension things. I will have to worry about my Echo Show 15, which is going right there. I got to do that tomorrow. My goal tomorrow is to get at least this wall and this wall done. I can't do the ceiling until this wall is done because the ceiling is booted up against it right there. So yeah, that is my plan for tomorrow, and I will show you guys outside now what I did. So outside of the studio here, you can see it's all lit up nice, and I did the lighting when I built it. But I framed in the AC and it's sitting on favors. Just like that, it's fine. Frame that in. I'm waiting for all that to dry so then I can do the bottom board. But for right now, everything is nice and watertight just in case it rains. It's not watertight underneath, but it's not supposed to rain tonight. So tomorrow morning I will come out and put the bottom board on. I literally was waiting for these guys to dry before I did the bottom board. And reason is I couldn't figure out how to prop everything up because I'm not screwing anything to the walls. I'm using caulk to put everything in. There's the rest of my foam insulation. So yeah, this AC unit, even with half of the insulation in the office, the AC unit today was able to get the room down to 60 degrees. It's a 10,000 BTU. I ordered a 9,500. They sent me a 10,000, so that's awesome. I got extra for free. This is an example of me cutting in the foam tiles around the outlets. I did it also behind the television. I cut in everything back there. I had the Govee immersive LEDs for this TV. They're not going to work out because you can clearly see them when you walk in the door right here. So unfortunately, that TV is not going to have immersive lighting. These two will. That one I haven't decided yet. That's only a 32-inch, so we got time to worry about that. But yeah, big huge update. It is bedtime. I have to get to bed. I have been in here for 12 hours. I'm beat. I'm going to jump in the shower after I upload this video, and I'm going to get to bed. Guys, thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. Hope you like the studio. Can't wait to do live stuff from in here. Super hyped. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow for another long day. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And we have a little update here on the SCSR studio. I worked in here literally all day today, so going on 12 hours now that I've been out here in this studio, and let me show you what I got done. So the insulation for any wall that's not touching the house is done. So that means anything that touches the outside is completely done. There's the ceiling, there's the wall, and look what I got done today. I got the outlets for the wall LEDs flush mounted and extended. They're good. I got the HDMI and the network cable for this TV pulled up, and it's good to go. I got the Echo Show 15 flush mounted into the wall. Look at that goodness right there. And I got the power for the lights all flushed in there. I got this wall done, and the TV for this wall is going right here. There's a stud right where these screws are. So that's where the TV mount is going to go. I got the network and HDMI that's going to connect to that TV pulled down there. I got everything seam taped off. Ceiling is done. I just have to seam tape this one right there, which I forgot, which I will do that tomorrow morning. And then I will start painting all this stuff black. I got the air conditioner fully enclosed, and the power cable is inside the wall, which will be a nightmare if it ever has to be replaced, but I've had my other one for 5 years, so fingers crossed we have no issues. So the next big challenge is this wall, which is a lot. There's a lot of connections here and power, and also we have to float, hang, fly, whatever it's called, fly these big huge Harbinger speakers in the corner so that they are angled down towards me. So tomorrow I'll probably work on that, getting the hooks driven into the wall and then bent this way. I have chains to hang them on. And that is it. A big day. We got a lot of stuff done. The tiles started falling down. I had to glue them back up. And this is what we're left with now. But yeah, the room is looking awesome. Don't forget to watch my live streams. Everything is on the live stream. So please tune into that every day. I am live streaming. And this wall will be up, but I ran out of foam. So I think I need 4 at least more foam pieces to get this wall done, and then I will be doing the nightmare of wiring this wall, which is going to be cray. There's power all along here, there's network there, and HDMI. All the speaker wires come to there. Hopefully I marked this correctly for the side surround. If I didn't, we have issues. Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy day if I get this done tomorrow. I have been in here for probably 70 hours this week. But it is looking nice and the AC is kicking. Now that the insulation is keeping all the heat out. Oh, I also have to seam seal that top right there, which I have not done. I will do that tomorrow. And yeah, alright guys, please watch the live stream. It's going right there. I have to fix our live camera, which is hanging down, but yeah. We will see you guys tomorrow. Hey everybody, quick update on the studio. This entire wall is tiled, as you can see. Let me turn some lights on here. This entire wall is tiled. I still have tiles falling off, so I am re-gluing them as they fall off. And I can see some right here that aren't exactly straight, but that's okay. You'll never get this stuff perfect. But this whole wall is done. There's me. Check it out, guys. All done. That's done. Completely done. I got the speaker wires pulled through for the surround sound. And then I got the second television mounted right there. Looks great. And so now I just have to do above that door, continue to this side, and then I got to do the ceiling and that back wall. So I have probably a day's worth of work ahead of me. Actually, this half of the wall, the most difficult part was cutting around all these fixtures and stuff. Yeah, so everything's painted now. I just got to do this front wall, which is where the 250-inch screens are going, and I need to get all the acoustic tile up. And that's going to do it for today. I'll update you guys again tomorrow. Guys, welcome back to the channel for a Supercar Street Racing studio build update. And it is Sunday, and I am hard at work on the studio, and I want you guys to check it out because we are live there and up there. And what have I gotten done since the last update? So I have been working hard on the foam tiles. I made a mistake up there and started tiling, and of course when I ripped the tiles off, the paint came off with it. No big deal. Since yesterday though, I finished this entire wall. Probably have to replace this because it got some glue on it and you can really see it, but in the dark you don't see much. I finished this entire wall, and I finished this entire wall this morning, except for the edge, because I'm going to foam that. I've got to put the foam insulation up on this front wall. This is the big wall with so many cuts. It's going to be a while to get that done. I just finished this wall except for that little corner, and I ran out of spray glue. So I used 3 cans of spray glue on all this. So basically 3 walls, 3 cans. So it takes about a can per wall. There's some little mistakes here and there in the tile, but like
I painted black in between, like the whole wall, so when there's gaps in the tile, you don't see the mistakes. Like there's one right there where you can see white through it, where the paint came off. I just need to pull the tile up and re-glue it, but I'm out of glue. Now, if this glue doesn't work for some reason, if it starts coming off, because there's been some, the first things I did, I spray glue on the actual tile, not the wall, and those have been peeling off slowly, and I didn't use a lot of glue. I stepped up my glue game, probably using 3 times as much on each tile, and I've been spraying the wall instead of the tile. And I think that's made a big difference. Like this is the wall I did yesterday and I haven't had any issues yet. But if they start coming off, I'm gonna step it up to like caulk, because that stuff will hold and it will not come off once it dries. I'll get the fast dry stuff and put some on the back and then just put them back up. This wall was tough. These walls are hard because it's an angle. It's a lean-to building, so it's not gonna be perfect. And these tiles, there's absolutely no way to make them perfect. You just have to accept the imperfections. That TV is completely done now. So this is a 32-inch TV, and behind the TV, you can see we have the USB. We have USB cable, HDMI, and a little splitter jack back there. So that one has all it needs for the future. And the HDMI jack actually runs from there down to there, so you can actually connect a workstation or laptop or anything, tablet, and you can project up there if you want to. Same with this. We got the USB network, and by the way, there is Cat 6 run to all these televisions. This guy doesn't have a Cat 6 jack. You could add it to the Fire Stick that's on this guy. This is an older television. This guy has a direct network connection that is actually plugged in. But up in the corner up there, I have not installed the switch yet. Once I put the switch in, then we will have network, hardwired network to these televisions. Same with the 50-inchers up there. So guys, I have to make a run to Ace Hardware here in a few minutes and try to get some more spray glue. I think I'm gonna buy like 5 cans because I used 3. I've got this whole ceiling and this whole wall to do. So I think 5 cans will get me through it, I hope. And that's gonna do it for today's update. I'm gonna go ahead and upload this now and get to the hardware store and to brunch ASAP. Guys, welcome back to sunny Florida. Look behind me here. It is beautiful outside, but those looks are deceiving. It is very cold, 50 degrees in Florida right now. And today we have a tour of my new all-home audio system. The whole home audio covers everything. Hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and right behind me is my whole home audio system. Today we're taking a tour of the house. We're going to show you how that works in the entire house today, and it is all going to be brought to you by Juke, who was kind enough to give us a small discount on something for this whole home audio system, and hoping we get to work with them in the future with the Juke Plus, which is their other model. This is the 8-zone Juke whole home amplifier, and we have that today to look at, and my whole house on the channel. We're gonna go through everything. I'm gonna show you all the speakers, talk about the brands, talk about this whole home audio system that is done and complete, and we're gonna go over all that right now, so hang out with us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Humble compound today, and today's video is sponsored by Juke Audio. I promised them I would talk their brand up today, and we are going to do just that, because I have been enjoying this Juke Audio amplifier that we've had now for a couple of weeks. Now right here in front of me is the Juke 6 and 8. It is their base model. The Juke Plus is a little bit higher model. This thing is awesome though. It has 8 zones. You buy it with 6, you can upgrade it to 8 with just an email and a few dollars. They will upgrade it remotely for you. This has 6 and 8 powered zones depending on how much you spend. It does have 40 watts per speaker per channel. Do not let that confuse you. That is not a small amount of power for these in-home audio speakers. That is plenty of power, at least for what I have, and I'm not running a sub or anything with the power out of the Juke. It is app controlled. It has a smart app we'll be showing you guys a little bit later in the video. Now this thing supports analog inputs, USB input, AirPlay, Spotify Connect, DLNA, and Bluetooth. So that covers pretty much everything you'll need because you can do almost everything with a tablet nowadays, and you can just Bluetooth right to this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and show you this guy getting unboxed and then start the tour of our whole home audio system. We have been dealing with crappy whole home audio for years, but today we have a solution for that. We have finally spent the money to get a proper whole home audio system. Now this Juke audio amplifier is a whole home smart system. We're gonna get this unboxed here on SCSR and see what's in the box and how it works. Let's go, dog. Guys, today we have the Juke audio whole home audio amplifier here. It is a smart amplifier for your house, 6 zones, smart, does everything you need to amplify your entire house. And they have one above this called the Juke Plus. I did not buy that. It is about $1,000 more. I probably could have just done that for $2,400. I got this for I think $1,400. So today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and see what's inside, get it hooked up, get the app going, and see what that's all about, because we are redoing the whole home audio system in the closet, and this is an integral part of redoing everything on Supercar Street Racing. Patented SCSR knife is here opening up the box. We need to get this thing open right now and see what's inside because I'm hyped, guys. Juke Audio, so made simple right in front of us. The whole home audio amplifier is 6 zone smart capable amplifier, and inside of the box with the presentation level being elite, this Juke audio package right here. Don't know what it is, but let's get it out of there. I like it. SCSR knife is patented. Do not try to make one like this because it actually came from IKEA. Inside of the Juke audio box, looks like some rack mount ears here, which we're not using. These look like rack mounts. A standard, maybe 2 or 3 pin power cable, some breakouts for the speakers, and also a Cat 5 cable, Cat 6 cable, and a Sound Made Simple diagram here. It does do Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and there's a start there. I already got the Juke app downloaded, but that is a good look at what's inside of the box before we get to the meat and potatoes. The Juke is so fly with the charcoal padding inside. Let's get that out. All right, now Juke did say that the optimal connection is Ethernet, which we will be using. There are 4 breakaway boxes in the back here for speakers. Literally nothing on the front here. It just says Juke Audio. No lights or anything. And then also in the back right here, there's 2 USB ports. If you want to do analog audio, you have to connect to these USB ports with an adapter that I will put in the description. It is a USB to audio adapter. I ordered that. It will be here tomorrow. They give you an Ethernet cable right here. We don't need that where we're going. We have an Ethernet cable. We're going to put this into the SCSR closet, power it up, see if we can update the firmware and all that, and then see if we can interface with this guy, the Juke Audio on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it into the closet. Guys, we're starting the tour right in front of the Juke here, and we're gonna outline everything that is in this new audio closet for the whole home audio system. Now, you're gonna have to go back to my videos. There's a 6-part video of my whole home audio refurbishing. I started with a closet full of clothes and racks, and I did everything to bring this guy up to modern standards. And I've always wanted to do an app that controlled each room with volume in each room, and this Juke Audio 8-zone amp does fit the bill. It does great on that that process. Now at the very top here, this is the box for the Juke Audio. You guys just did see me unbox this. This thing is so cool. It comes with rack mount ears here. I did not use them. Let's get this box out of here. Now starting on the top here on my whole home audio tour, there was a hole in the wall right up here where the wires were coming out because the old setup had a amp up high on a shelf, like a wire shelf. I did get rid of that wire shelf and I closed up the hole right there as well, you can see. And then right over here we had a wall plate with RCA jacks that fed subwoofer preamp output to the whole entire house. And then up here we did add an outlet where we have some power going into the bathroom. This is a good future expansion if we ever need power up high. Let's say we want to add another shelf right here. We have the capability to have power right next to it here on the back. Now moving down in the closet, we have our WIM here. This is our WIM streaming audio player. There is a dedicated video up with this, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about this, but this actually can do everything streaming wise that even the Juke does not do. It can do a lot of cool things like internet radio and things like that, Spotify, Pandora, you name it, this guy does it. It does have subwoofer outputs as well, which is awesome. It's very high quality. It does accept optical ins and outs. It has RCA level ins and outs, and it has coax ins and outs as well. So this is the WIM streamer. Go see my video on the WIM if you want a more detailed explanation about this guy. And that's what we are using right now for currently streaming to the whole house. Now below that, the sponsor of the video, this is the Juke Audio. This is the 6 and 8 zone amplifier. We currently are using 8 zones. And on the back of the Juke, it is just literally a bunch of green plugs with screws in them, and that is how we got our audio back to the entire house. That is what powers the speakers, is the Juke whole home amplifier. And then back on this side, there is a USB adapter that goes from USB to analog audio, and that is what we are using from the WIM to feed the Juke all of the audio that it then transmits throughout the house. We'll show you that on the app a little bit later in the video. Now on top of my Juke here is the remote for the WIM, and then this remote here is for the LEDs that came with the shelf, which are right under there. Nothing special, they just do cycling between colors or flashing. Think it's pretty cool. I just have it on cycling right now. All right, right below that on the shelf, some important things for the whole home audio system. We've got our Ubiquiti Flex 2.5 gig switch right there, which is providing Ethernet to both the Juke and the WIM there. We've got our DOT right here. That is providing smart home. If we want to use that, we can. We don't necessarily have to, but we can feed that to the analog input on the WIM. Next to that is a 4-port RCA splitter. That is taking the output of this Behringer Ultra bass processor and feeding it to both the sub down here and to the house via some wall plates, which we will show you momentarily. Underneath that, we have our Panamax MR4300. This is a power conditioner surge suppressor for the whole system, and it does keep the voltage steady and also suppresses any lightning or anything like that if we have surges in the power. All right, right below that on the very bottom, we have our PSW10. This is a Polk audio subwoofer that I actually got off a marketplace. The screws are a little rusted. I never touched those up with black. I'll probably have to go back and touch those up to make it look better. But what you can't see behind that, you'll have to go back to my video, is we have wall plates back there for sub. We have wall plates for Ethernet, and we do have power right behind this sub right here. And that was all put in my video, so please refer to my whole home audio closet refurbished video. There will be links for all this in the description. Okay, that is going to round out the tour of the theater closet. Let's go into the next room here, which is the home theater. Okay, we are in the SCSR home theater room right now, and there is nothing related to the whole home audio system in here except one thing. There is a wall plate behind the home theater right there that feeds this closet right here. So if we want to, we can feed audio in either direction here, from here to the home theater closet or vice versa, in case we want to feed this audio to the house or the audio in there to in here. Other than that, this room is a 4K home theater system. I built the screen myself. There are videos about that as well. It is using the Cosmos Max 4K laser projector, and it has a Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Other than that, this has nothing to do with the whole home audio system, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. The next stop here is a familiar one if you watched all my videos on my bathroom remodel. This is my guest bathroom here, and it does have two 6.5-inch Mica in-ceiling speakers, which are fed from our Juke whole home audio amplifier. There's not much to say about this room. I always wanted to put audio in here. I finally was able to do so when I remodeled the bathroom, and I did seal this audio zone from my bedroom because my bedroom is no longer connected to the whole home audio. It has its own audio independent system in there. So we did not need to have that zone. Since we only have 8, that precludes us from putting another zone into the bedroom, and it's pretty unnecessary as we have a nice 7.1 audio system now in the bedroom with Dolby Atmos and everything like that. So this is the guest bathroom, guys. Guys, welcome to the forum. I like to call it the forum because this is where all the magic happens. It's pretty dead most of the time, but this is the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and you can see it is nice and sunny outside. And inside the bedroom, this is not connected to the whole home audio system. It used to have that speaker and that speaker connected. Those are disconnected, except this middle one here is now feeding center channel from our Marantz receiver right here. So we do have front, left, and right. We're using the speakers from the old theater. So we have left, right. These are Atmos. So the left and the right up top are height for Atmos. That's the center. And then we do have our surrounds back there. Nothing else of interest in this room ever happened, so we won't spend too much time on it. There is also a Polk PSW10 there in the corner as well. One of my favorite subs of all time. And in here you also see the Cinema 70S. I do have 2 of these guys, one in the living room and one in here, providing the audio output. And that's gonna wrap it up for the bedroom tour. We're back in the beautiful SCSR sunroom, and I wanted to briefly show you guys what was in here. I have a whole project plan for the sunroom to get this TV up and in the air and some surround in here. But for now, the only thing we have to worry about in this sunroom is these in-ceiling speakers that have been here for a minute. 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. They're supposed to be 8s, but in reality they're 6.5s. And those are fed by one of the zones in the amplifier closet over there from our Juke amplifier. Nothing else to worry about in here. Eventually I would like to get that TV up in the air there just like that and put some 5.1 surround in here. But that is a pretty large project that's gonna take me a lot of time and running wiring and stuff like that. So for now, that's all we have right here. All right, pay no attention to that huge bird over there and this beautiful pool. But out here in the SCSR backyard, we do have 2 nice speakers up here. Those are also Polk Audio, and they are the upgraded ones. I will put the model number right here on the screen for you. We have our 4K TV out here, and we also have these speakers fed by the internal system. This is on its own zone. However, that speaker over there is not working, and I don't know what has happened to our wiring, but it is not getting audio from inside the house. It appears to still be connected, but not 100% sure. I have to get in there and check and see why. Maybe there is a short between that and the Juke or something like that. But this all comes from inside the attic, and I thought it was connected when I checked. I'll have to get up there and try to figure it out sometime. But yeah, this is the outside. I plan on actually putting another amplifier out here, back up here to power these outdoor speakers because I don't really need to use the indoor stuff. I just want to get audio from this TV onto these speakers, and right now I can't even do that. So that's going to wrap it up from outside in the SCSR backyard. We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound kitchen right now, where you can see we have all these beautiful Samsung appliances just chilling. We have the nice Samsung stove, which we can wake up right here. Yes, it did come on. We have this nice Samsung microwave. We have our Samsung dishwasher and our Samsung internet fridge. Here we are in front of our internet fridge with the Supercar Street Racing channel up. And that is going to go ahead and play right here and be loud. All right, go ahead and pause that. So in this room, we do have 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. They're actually 8s. They're marketed as 8s, but they actually come down to 6.5, which is annoying. So those are fed by one of our zones on the Juke, and then down here we have a amplified subwoofer here, which is fed from the outputs of these speakers. So there is wiring running up. There is a project for that on my channel if you guys are interested. And that is pretty much it. We do also have an Echo device in here if we want to do anything smart-wise. Supercar Street Racing living room is looking fresh today, and we are in here with Brad. And in the living room, we have a bunch of speakers in here actually. We have these center ones up here, which are fed by the whole home audio Juke in the closet right there. These other ones in the back are for surround for the Dolby Atmos system up here, which is not quite Atmos yet, but it will be. We have a Cinema 70S, a center channel, front, left, and right. We're about to add front, left, and right there and move Dolby Atmos up to these height speakers. It has its own Ultra Bass Pro as well, and also our DMark for our fiber and our Eero 7. I am going to be redoing all of this wiring back here again when I do the speakers. I'm gonna do front, left, right here in the wall. We do have a Polk subwoofer right here, and we do have my Cerwin Vega CLS 15 right here. So we have two subs in here, and that is pretty much everything in the living room related to audio. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing office slash guest bedroom, and in here we have two 6.5, they're really 8s again, in-ceiling speakers being fed by the Juke whole home audio system. And then also we have this nice PSW10, another Polk audio subwoofer, which adds some bass fill to this room. There's not a whole lot to be said about this room, basically the same thing. This is a zone from our whole home audio system right up there in the ceiling. And this room actually sounds pretty good with the sub going, and you would love the way this sounds. And then of course we have Studio B right here for Supercar Street Racing. This is where we edit when we're not out in the studio, and then a beautiful view of cold Florida right outside the window. What a nice view to work with here in the Supercar Street Racing office and guest bedroom. When you're in the office here, you do have a nice bathroom here. This is actually the master bedroom, by the way. And when we walk into this bathroom, you notice immediately we have a 6.5-inch in-ceiling speaker right there, which is also fed a zone from our amplifier in there. And if we walk into the shower stall in here, we also have a 6.5 in here. Now these guys are set up in stereo, so this is left and this is right, or vice versa. I don't know exactly which one, but this gives you nice audio when you are in the shower here and entertains you while you are getting clean. And then in the Supercar Street Racing humble closet in here, we have two 10-inch subwoofers here. We have two subwoofers powered by internal amplifiers, but the wiring comes down from the speakers in here to feed audio to that. I have a project for that on the channel, and it took me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours total to do it. But we have our JBL sub here, and then we have our Sony sub here. Both have built-in amplifiers they are using, so they're not getting line in, they're getting speaker level input from the speakers up here. And that wraps up the master bathroom, or the office bathroom. Let's go out to the Supercar Street Racing garage now. Now out here in the garage is kind of a special case for whole home audio, as these are fed a zone, but it has its own sub and amplifier up here on the top shelf. We have the Onkyo receiver up there, and we have a JBL sub up there feeding these two 8-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. So you can actually use this television here, and we are now powering up the TV. Now we just did power up the TV, and that is feeding the audio up here on the 6.5-inch speakers, and also feeding the sub up there. And you can see we got Supercar Street Racing on TV right here. So you can also feed this and the patio, which is right outside that door we will show you next, with the whole home audio system. So this is on its own zone as well, and allows you to either use this TV here or the interior audio system for feeding the garage of Supercar Street Racing. Now our last step on the tour is actually the patio. We have Polk Audio outdoor speakers fired up by one of the zones. And you can see right here the Polk Audio speakers sitting so fresh above the patio right here, and they provide audio out here if you want to relax, chill, have a glass of wine with the neighbors. You can put the audio on from one of the zones, and that is the same zone as the garage. All right, guys, we are directly in front of the Juke Audio app, and you can see right here on the screen all 8 zones that I have set up. And you can see here master bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, pool, guest bathroom, living room, patio, and sunroom. All of the zones are active except the patio and the pool. And that is how I run it most of the time. Now, when you go to settings, you do have to put an admin password in. You guys can't see this. Okay, in this part of the Juke setup, you can set your network up right here. You can see we are connected via Ethernet, and you can see our local IP address right there, 192.168.0.172. You can go ahead and do diagnostics of your whole system. You can do zone diagnostics, upload your logs to Juke so they can check it out, or do live troubleshooting so they can actually log onto the device and see what kind of problems they see live, which is pretty cool. And here is the information for the device, and you can check for firmware updates. This one is fully updated right now. You can change your admin password, clear your cache, log out, and contact Juke support on this page. Now here's your inputs. This is where you are telling the device which inputs you want to use, and then you choose which input you want to go out to all the devices after that. This is where you set up the desired zones that you want this group to go to. So right now we have analog. You can see it at the top left there, going to everything except pool and patio, because we're not using those at all right now. And here on the top page, you have a volume control, which allows you to control all of the zones independently, and you can see how I have mine set up here. Sometimes some rooms might respond a little bit differently to volume than other rooms, so this allows you some fine tuning to each room. And then if we go into one zone like master bathroom, you have a little icon you can set up for it, which is cool. You can see the little shower icon, and then you can also adjust the volume here, and it shows you the active input is the analog input for the master bedroom. And if we look at bedroom here, it has a little fireplace by it, which is pretty cool. And then you can also adjust the volume here independently on that one as well. And you can do that with all of the zones. And you can see here patio and pool are not active right now. I don't use them most of the time, so I just left them off for now. So when you're using your group inputs, you have to tell it which ones are enabled or disabled. Right now, I only have the analog input enabled. All right, so that is gonna do it with a look from the app of the Juke Audio. Pretty cool, has a lot of different controls available. If you need more than that, go to the Juke Plus, where you have individual EQs for everything. You have a subwoofer output, and you have native analog inputs. It costs about $1,000 more, but if you need it, then you just need it. So go ahead and grab it from the description below, and let's wrap it up with Brad. All right, guys, so that wraps up the whole home audio tour with the Juke amplifier there, the whole home audio amplifier feeding 8 zones of audio into the entire house. If you have questions about anything in my house or you need assistance, just let me know. And that's gonna do it for today. We're gonna wrap it up, but we're gonna show you the Juke audio amplifier on Amazon real quick as well. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office, and behind me is Studio B for the SCSR compound. And today we are taking a look at the Juke amplifier online. And right in front of me right here, you can see the Juke amplifier chilling so fresh and fly with a solid 4.4 star review. This guy is $1,499. And I love this thing. It has so many cool features. It is smart. It does smart home. Every separate room has its own volume control, which is awesome. And you can also turn individual rooms off and on as well. And Juke Audio was so kind to work with us on this and gave us a little discount on the upgrade from a 6 to an 8 zone. Now you can get this 6 zone for $14.99, or you can get the 8 zone for $300 more. But if we go to their other amplifier, the Juke Plus, that one costs a little bit more, but it does give you more power. It does have native audio inputs that are analog and a few other things that are more desirable than this. So if you want to spend a little bit more, go ahead and get the Juke Plus. Now here's a look at both of these guys on the website. So the Juke 6 and 8 is $14.99. The Juke Plus is $24.99. Now it is limited to 6 zones. So if that is an issue for you, you might want to stick with the 6 and 8. But the cool thing about the Juke Plus is it has subwoofer outputs as well and 100 watts per channel. Does also long range Bluetooth streaming, so a little bit better Bluetooth connectivity. It does also have an equalizer for every zone. And like I said before, it has analog inputs as well, which is helpful for some people if that's on your need list. Go ahead and check that out. Looks like it also has a Wi-Fi antenna right there. They may have upgraded the Wi-Fi system. I don't really see much about that. But looking at the Juke 6 and 8 right here, has 14 reviews, all 5-star reviews. And there's the 8 zone right there, $16.99, $14.99. So $200 more if you buy it directly from here, and you do get the 8 zone. And then you can see right here, amplifying every room. And of course, it does support multiple users as well. You can have multiple people log on and control their environment. And there's the back I showed you guys a little bit earlier. Up to 16 channels. It has an Ethernet port, and it has 2 USB connections that when coupled with an adapter, which does not come with it, you can actually do analog. It is 2 rack units tall. So go ahead and check out the Juke. And thanks again for supporting Supercar Street Racing. You guys are an integral part of the channel, and please like and subscribe. It helps us so much with the algorithms. It helps keep our videos up at the top and shows people that we do have support from our fans. So go ahead, like and subscribe, buy all of your products, anything from Amazon you want. Click on any of our links in the description and you can buy anything you want, and it gives us $1 or $2 here or there to keep the channel up and running. But we got to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs. Okay, so the next step in this is to redo this wiring back here into something a little bit more acceptable. And you know I can't live with it like this, so we're probably gonna have to disconnect our internet in the process, and it always takes forever to get back up. But I'm gonna get back here with my zip ties and try to get this mess into something, even though I don't even have all the stuff yet. I can pull the wiring from here back to the wall and then just leave it back here till it's time to go up to the TV, but that's the opposite way to do it, so I cannot do that. Amazon just got here and delivered the 4K 75-inch Omni TV, and it is looking fly in the living room. But that thing has to translate to that wall, so we're gonna see how good that fits. Probably perfectly, but let's go. All right, we need to get the 75-incher over to this coffee table. lay it on there, get it unboxed, and then start with the LED strip installation and the TV mount. So let's get to work right now, dude. We got the TV packing materials out and in the trash, and we have the TV left over. So now we have two missions. Get the mounting brackets on, and then also put the Govee DreamView LED strips on the TV while we have a chance to do that. Now, this is the DreamView strip. That's the TV DreamView strip. And the mounting arms. Right here, dog. We'll figure that out next after my meeting. All right, we got the mounts lined up. I went to the top because I figured, why not? I mean, let's measure from the top of the mount to the bottom and see if we actually are as high as my center channel speaker, and then we'll see. All right, we have the TV here with the mounts on. So now our job is to just find the right bolts that attach to this. If they need spacers, we'll have to put spacers in. They give you spacers here. And then all we have to do is just make sure that they can be tightened. So we measured from the mount to the bottom of the TV is going to be 13 inches. So we have to actually do 13 inches on the wall above that speaker, but we're going to do 14-ish. That should put the TV perfectly above the center channel. Guys, we have the socket set for the mount, and we are just going to center this over the center channel and go ahead and mount the TV mount with this bolt right here
4 of these bolts and this impact driver, 50% here and here, halfway between the two. Let's get busy. All right, so we need to measure 50% of this. 78 divided by 2. Activate. Whoa, that's good enough. You need to go up at least 3. I got the mount ready to go, and then I carved out a section for the wall box. So now all I have to do right here, right now, is cut that box out and put the box in. So let's get that done now. Let's get that drywall saw up. Hole is cut for the electrical box. We have the box here. We don't have the wall plate. It will be here later today. So what we have to do is make sure that we have everything punched out so we can get wires through it. Leave it outside. Oh, we're not gonna be able to mount the TV till the wall box gets here though. Dang, son. These things come like this, but you have to kind of punch out the boxes to put wires through it. So you punch out the feed right here. Otherwise the wires can't fit. So all we have to get through here is power and HDMI and network. So we need 3. And see what I did here? Got the power cable right here. That is tight. Super lucky that we have access here, but yeah. We got it. We got it, dog. We got all the wires run. Now we have to get an extension cord for the power. I'm sure I have one in here somewhere. Power cord isn't long enough. It comes barely out of there. So let's just go ahead and run this inside the wall. We got power ran, we have Ethernet, we have HDMI. That's all we have to run to this guy. So all we have to do now is basically put the wall plate here, connect all the wires here, put that plate on right there, and put the center channel speaker in because it's already wired up and ready to go. Let's get this center channel installed. We have every other wire ready to go.
detail on one of those?
More than you can afford, pal.
Lamborghini.
Smoke. Yep, done. Oh shit. Dude, it's a Murcielago. They're both Murcielagos. Scared the shit out of me. Fucking going low, right? Oh, they pulled over? Oh shit, dude.
What are you smiling about?
Dude, I almost had you.
You almost had me? You never had me. You never had your car.
Why?
That's corn. Somewhere in there are cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on Supercar Street Racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the corn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude! What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course, there's some really cool, older, vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this, and some more old photography back here. But a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone. There's an old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest. And that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorn. It has tickets on it and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorn, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorn stuff here, and then cool little poster here, artwork by Paul Thorn. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert, and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record, autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art. Down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and the Day of the Dead stuff. And an antique piece of furniture down there. An old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here. Some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork. More cat interference. And then up here we've got a nice big painting, and on top of the mantle a bunch of cool crosses and candles. And then down here in front of the fireplace, a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. Few little knickknacks here and there, some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window there is a case full of antique cars, a Buddha here, another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it, and another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it, and this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here, an antique book on top, and then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone, a cool Eminem dude with a saxophone, and then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top. And a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Side, there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this, I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains, another Day of the Dead type skull, old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous. It's like a glass skull from the Skull vodka. Really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there. And then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books. And a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it.
Okay, in the kitchen here you can see some really cool antique stuff here, a dulcimer or a dulcimer, some artwork up there, a neat old phone, and then of course a bunch of skulls and random. There's a llama here for your mama, and then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll and some cool artwork, bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles, and then up there, signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, BB King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass bases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down here on the side. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras, and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there, a really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it, just some more random cross artwork, and then of course this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is 11 Spoonfuls signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here, an alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it isn't messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. I thought this probably makes it interesting lighting. And then below it, there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis, because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants.
every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed the look into this beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please.
Oh, UFO. Look at this thing go. Nothing human can travel that fast. You see it? Look at it. Holy crap. Making some air fried chicken thigh cutlet thingies, and we got 2 big boxes from Amazon here. This should be the in-ceiling speakers, and this should be a couple of hose reel things and one of our wall plates. Let's take a look. Live unboxing, not live, but you know what I mean. So I've been waiting for these. They weren't supposed to come till Monday, but I got a free early present here today. Now, the wire won't be here till Monday. I bet I have enough wire to actually get this done, but I'm gonna wait till the other wire comes in and run fresh wire up there. So that'll be Monday, so I can cut the holes and paint the ceiling tomorrow. That would be my mission for tomorrow. Yep, here they are. I have a bunch of these already. In fact, those are the same ones right there. Just noticed the speaker wires caught in that one. Huh. I never even noticed that. The wires caught right on the side there. Interesting. So yeah, these are the 4 in-ceiling speakers. Pair there, and I was waiting for the actual speaker so I could see how far the lip is on, because after you cut the hole, there's still a lip there that covers the whole area so you don't see it. Was waiting to see what that is so I can draw my hole. Now let's see what's underneath this guy. I went ahead and pre-opened this guy because it's a pain to open with one hand, but this is going behind the television. It is a dual gang, like a double gang, 2 gang for behind the TV. It has power and USB on this side for one part of the gang. On the other side, it has a Cat 6 plug, which you literally just plug right into the back of there. It's got a TV cable plug, which we're not going to use, and it's got an HDMI plug, which you literally just plug in. So the plan is coming from the wall plate at the bottom of the wall. We'll go up through the wall, plug into the back of this, and then in the front, we'll plug this into the TV. Underneath that, we have our hose reels for the side of the house, and they're basically just black with like a star on them. I'll show you guys those when we open the boxes. All right, so inside of the box, one of the lips was actually, one of the cardboard lips was the template. It didn't peel off good. I'll just take some scissors and cut it, but it's actually, I made one out of cardboard last time that was more heavy duty, and see, it's exactly the same. So I did have the right size already, but what I didn't have was the equalizer. I didn't know what the lip is. So inside of here we have, I'm going to be right back and change the lens. So this is what the back of the PD-IC81RD looks like. That's what we were looking for right there. We need to measure that and make sure that there's enough room between the edge of the where the hole stops and where the trim piece starts on the bedroom wall. So all we gotta do is quickly measure that. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab the tape measure and see what that might be. Okay, so the lip is 3/4 of an inch. So we need our hole to be at least Actually, it's less than 3/4. It's 5/8, I think. So between 5/8 and 3/4, we need at least that much to 3/4 to be safe. And so what we have to do is go into the bedroom here and make sure that this hole has at least 3/4 of an inch from the edge of the trim, or this speaker will not go in the hole. So I have a bunch of stuff on my ladder. So I'm gonna get up there and measure that right now. Hopefully not bust my ass on this stool. This is my step stool. Okay, so we have an inch, plenty. So we have an inch here, so that means our speaker and the lip will fit. So we are good right there. This is actually measured the same as that one, so I moved it over from where I put the hole, and I'm hoping that that actually is no stud up there. If it is, we have a problem. So I'll probably cut a circle out right here, and like big enough for me to see in there, or put my finger in there, and then test whether there's a stud right here. I can put something in there and run it over. Hey everybody, I got the first hole cut, no problem at all. There are some wires running outside to the speakers outside that literally run right on top of this. So just got to be careful when I put it in, but it does fit. I had to make a little adjustment. It was just slightly too small. I always recommend that you cut on the outside of the line of the template because it's always needs adjusting. So got the first hole cut. I can start working on, it's very messy by the way. So I usually cut and then clean up right away that side. But I got 3 more to cut. I'm gonna do that probably tomorrow. I just wanted to make sure that that measurement was good for the lip of the speaker, and it is. So this one is going to be centered the same way. So they are kind of even. So we'll get this template drawn out after I clean up this mess I made over here. All right, guys. Got the holes all cut and tested all the speakers and they fit. Some are tight, some are not. I made sure on this last one I cut on the outside of the template and it came out good. And this is what I don't want to be. I'm trying to find the insulation. I'm hoping I can see it with the camera. What I did with it. This tripod's actually in the way. Shows on the video. It's a total bummer. The insulation is too far for me to grab with my hand on that one. Meaning I have to crawl on my stomach to cover the speaker back up afterwards. That's a bummer. All right, now I'm gonna start the crappy cleanup process. All right, guys. That's probably gonna be it for this video. This is gonna be a super long one, but I just got done cleaning. And so all this footage is from the second video. Third video will be painting the ceiling and then hanging the TV and pulling the wires for the 5.1. But as you can see here, we've got our rears ready to go. We got our front, our center, our left, right, center, left. And if I want to pull an extra wire for a rear, for that middle rear, I can do that too, but I don't think so. I mean, really, the way to do it is those would be surround back, and then you would have 2 more here for surround, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. Hey guys, welcome back. Today I actually finished painting the ceiling. It's still kind of wet. I have one more thing to do as far as prep before I can do this wall. I just need to grab my sanding block and sand that one little area right there in the corner. This wall is mostly painted and ready, but I saved a lot for after I put the TV mount up so I can paint like under it before I hang it. So that's what I have to do next. I have to sand and prep this little area right there, and wait for this to dry. Once this all dries, I can pop the lights back in, pop the vent back in, and put my fan bell back on. But yeah, just a little update. That's where we are now. Just waiting for this to dry, but in the meantime, I'll start sanding there. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. Some air horns now for some more goodies for the bedroom project. Got one here, one here. I know what this is. Probably the subwoofer wall plate. Let's see. Ah, yes, it is the subwoofer wall plate in gray, which I ordered gray because I just wanted it to be different. Because you might see it, but maybe not. I'm not sure if the subwoofer is taller, but I really liked the gray just for this one plate, and I was digging that it had the red connector, and I do have my labeler. I can put sub on it, but I don't have to do that, but it's kind of cool. Check it out. Red with gray for our sub. This is super special, guys. This is going to have its own video. This I am so excited about. I've been wanting to do this for a really long time, so this is not coming out of the packaging. We got air horns for this, guys. RGB IC TV backlight, and it is amazing, and I cannot wait to get this thing hooked up. I am so stoked about this. It's got the little camera that watches the screen and does the colors behind the TV that correspond to what you're watching, and I am excited about having this in the bedroom. So stoked about this that we need another air horn now. Yes, 2 new things for the project, and the hits just keep on coming, and I love it. I'm having such a great time doing this video. But we are back in the bedroom, and here we have our subwoofer wall plate. So I'm thinking the long screws are for the inside piece. It's in 2 pieces. They give you all the screws and everything, and it's gray. It looks really cool. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of dig this gray. So I'm thinking this is the inside piece, so all we do is plug that guy up right there. And then stuff what we can in the box. And let's see which holes line up with the that one, yep. Alright, so these guys go here. Like that. Trying to strip out because my screwdriver head is the worst ever. Really long screws, but it doesn't matter because it goes back to nothing back there. So about to strip. Okay, if you tighten it all the way, you won't be able to move it left or right, but it looks pretty level. Oh, I forgot our cover plate is going to have regular screws. Yep. Oh, they're Phillips screws. That's unusual for a cover plate. That is very unusual. But I'm stoked because I don't have to get a different screwdriver. There is our subwoofer plate, guys. What did that take? 2 minutes to install? If you really wanted to, you could get some gray caulk because the paint is gray and put around that to make it seamless. But it is behind It's going to be behind everything, so I'm not that worried about it. Let me stop and get a better shot. All right, there is our subwoofer plate. Looks awesome. It literally is the same color as the paint. That's pretty cool. Guys, air horns. It looks amazing. I love the red freaking color. Now the only problem is it gonna hum really bad because a lot of these like subwoofers, like when you get subs, yeah, sometimes you have a big problem with like a ground loop. So we'll see. But dude, I'm so excited about the way that looks. It looks awesome. I just unboxed all 4 of our in-ceiling speakers, and these are the Pile PDIC 81RDs. They are 8-inch, 2-way. I don't know why they say 428 ohm. That doesn't make sense. I would love to see how what the ohm load actually is. I'll probably grab my ohm meter and check it. But I see some substantial upgrades to this from the last set I have. This looks beefier. This connection terminal. They've definitely upgraded that. The clips are also in better shape. I got a few last time that the clips were actually broken right out of the box. I did check all these and they are not. I haven't tested the actual sound, but they seem fine. They do come with, let me show you guys what they come with. They don't come with this big butcher knife or whatever that is. So they come with this tool to be able to pull the grating off, and then I forgot what these guys are, but we can open up the manual and find out real quick. Okay, got the manual open. It looks like it's for all of them. Kind of shows you about the placement and shows you their in wall as well. You can do them in the wall or in the ceiling. And doesn't really say what the other little thing for is in the bag. I think they're like for anti-vibration. I can't remember. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't really say. No big deal. They're super easy to install. It comes with a template right here on the actual box lid. So it's actually part of the cardboard flaps. This might be the box that I removed it. But now there's the template. So you just, pop that out and then put it on the ceiling and draw your circle. And so these front grills actually pop off with that little tool that hooks onto them. And then you just pop them back in after you install the speakers. But that's the Pile PDIC 81RD. We'll take another look at these when we actually install them. There's the Pile support card. That's all for now, guys. All right, a final update for part 3 of the video. So I pulled all the tape. Oh, looks like I forgot a little bit right there. I pulled all the tape. I just have to put that back in. Let me go ahead and do that before we say goodbye, and we'll end it on that note. Okay, we have our freshly painted AC vent here, register, and it is ready to go back up on the wall, just like this. Got these 2 super long bolts, and it needs to face this way. It's almost at the top of my reach. Yes, it is, in fact. So we're going to need our stool here. Let me grab that stool. This thing that's going to kill me one day as I fall off of it. And we need, feels good, the air is actually on. Okay, so this guy needs to face that way so that the airflow is correct. So need to this down for a second. Get this in. painted this gloss white. Okay, where is the... This is going to be a pain, isn't it? This is going to suck. Doesn't to grab anything. Okay. Trying to see where it was kind of forced in there. This is fun. These things are all jacked up in my house. That's what the system originally did a bad job. It can go. It's in something. It's in something. I don't think. Nope, that's not in anything. Gotta make sure it's catching something up there. And I think this stuff is off to the side. There we go. Here we go. And while we're up there, let's go ahead and get that last little piece of tape off. The hardest piece of tape in the world to get off. There we go, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. We will be working on the next part today. Here we are today taking a look at the VENSTAR Color Touch thermostat. So this is the T7900. I believe this one does have humidity control in it. It is Wi-Fi. And here's a good look at the box there. So let's take a look at what's in the box. Alright, inside the box we have the thermostat itself. Comes with some mounting screws and an instruction manual. Here's the actual thermostat. I'll put some pictures up on the screen now. As you can see, it separates from the base like this. These pins are what actually holds it to the mounting base right here. Inside of the thermostat, you have your wiring diagrams here, and then there's a sticker right in the center that you punch out just the middle so that it keeps the wall, the inside of the wall, the draft or the temperature from inside of the wall from affecting the actual readout on the thermostat. It does have a SD card slot on the side, which actually this one has an SD card in it, which is interesting. Don't know what's on it. But what that SD card does, that allows you to transfer pictures from your computer from the Color Touch Assistant program on Windows to the thermostat so that you can use the color display as a wallpaper. So this thermostat does have Wi-Fi. You don't have to use Wi-Fi with it, but if you do use Wi-Fi with this thermostat, you are able to use the VENSTAR Cloud skill to then see the temperature of the house, which I will show you guys. So I've installed several of these. I would say that it's pretty straightforward depending on which AC system you have. If you don't understand it completely, I would recommend getting a AC company out to put this in, because you need to know how many stages of heat and cool that your system has and what type of unit it is. Other than that, it's not too difficult. And so there's a good look at that guy right there. SD card slot. Make for a good video. It probably doesn't work anymore. But anyway, there's the back of it. So we're gonna move on, and I'm gonna show you guys now. Well, let me show you the box again first. Yeah, it just snaps right back into place there. And this is what's on the box. VENSTAR Color Touch T7900. They have a couple of different models. Supports up to 4 heat and 2 cool stages. And you can see this one has humidity control. Well, they are ones that do not have humidity control as well. You can find these on Amazon and eBay. I will definitely put a link in the description. And now we can take a look at some of the other features of the VENSTAR T7900. All right, taking a look at the VENSTAR T7900 thermostat actually installed on the wall. So basically, this thermostat is all electronic. It does have a color display. If you notice, it's a little bit, a little bit iffy. I think maybe it's a capacitance screen, and those are a little bit less sensitive to touch. But yeah, to turn on heat and cool, you literally just press the little star, and you see it's 68 in the house right now, so we can just turn on heat. And it's already set to heat to 70. Now notice it says heating there. And any minute now, the unit, since it's heat, it takes a minute to, actually spin up the unit. I believe it has to like preheat a furnace. And now you can hear the actual heat coming on here. Up here, it shows you the temperature and humidity outside. So right now it's 45 degrees in Jacksonville. Shows you the time and the date right there. You can actually name the thermostat. And I'm going to attempt to put some video up of the app here in a few minutes, but I got to get the screen recorder working. So yeah, so you can set it to an away mode where it can do certain things when you're away. Mode is just, again, the heating and the cooling. You can set it on schedules, and you can do that in the app. Now when you go to menu, there's also one place where you can set up your schedule. If we go to alerts, so you can set up alerts for your UV lamps and your air filter, so that it can warn you when they are old. Just to make sure that doesn't show. Okay, so information, you can actually see this in your app too, which is really helpful. You can see that in the last, I think it said 7 days, it shows you your actual usage here. That's for cool, and then that's for heat. So that can be helpful to show you like how long your system is running every day. Display. So you can set the brightness and the night dimmer. So right now the brightness is on 80%. It'll dim down to 30% when it's not in use, and you can set it up to dim at night. If you go into maintenance mode, you can do clean screen, and you can also you can set up the calibration of the touch display, which is useful. Go back again. Now, screensaver is where you can set up an actual screensaver, and that can be photo display or other. Preferences, so you can set up a theme here. You can do custom wallpapers, and you would use the SD card and import your own pictures into this device. You can change the heat cool indicator. You can change the beep sound to either off or other. Now let's see what it did when I changed the heat cool. It didn't really do anything. The heat cool indicator, I'm not sure what that does. So let's go back to menu. So this is where you can set up the humidity controls and the dehumidify function. It says it's off now to dehumidify. This is where you can set up to be on vacation and set up your away times. Your date and time gets set here. Settings is where you set up the thermostat name. You can import and export your settings to an SD card, so if something happens, you don't have to figure out how to set this up all over again. General setup is where you set up your units, your language, and your simple thermostat and smart recovery. And then your installation settings is basically where you go in and you have to set up your number of heat and cool stages. Mine has 2 compressor stages with 1 auxiliary heat. All the rest of these are kind of like for installation. You can test the output, so if your guy doesn't know, your AC guy doesn't understand the wiring, you can actually test the outputs and he can measure. This is where you upgrade the firmware. You can see there's no firmware updates. They do release firmware updates every once in a rare while. You can factory reset it or restart the thermostat. And then one of the more important functions here is this is where you set up Wi-Fi. In the past, I've had issues with it not connecting to a Comcast router on channel 6, but they have since improved the Wi-Fi performance on these newer models, so I've had no issues now. Okay, so this is where you set up the Venstar Skyport, and I will show you guys that. It is basically the cloud account for controlling the device via smart or with the app. So you have to put your information in here and log on to Skyport. And then there's some security features here. Not sure about smart fan. I guess you can just turn the fan itself on instead of the AC and run that, when you want to. And then emergency heat, you can actually toggle it off and on. So if we look on the front screen here, you see this little globe with a Wi-Fi symbol. That means we are connected to the Venstar Skyport, and I'm going to show you guys a little bit of that right now. All right, taking a look at the Venstar cloud here, you can see here my house, and you can see Susie's house. You can send messages to the thermostat. You can select heat or cool, change the temperature. So right now I'm going to put it on 72, and you can see that it sent that command to the thermostat. Over here on the side, you can do schedules, send messages, set permissions for your profile, change your account settings, and other things. And so this is a pretty useful application, and it is just like the one on the phone, but allows you to do more things. So I highly recommend this thermostat just because of this part right here. So it's real time, and you can use this from anywhere on the internet. It's nice. I want to show you guys how you use the skill for the Skyport cloud. So if I say Alexa, interesting, she won't wake up. Alexa.
Thanks for the feedback.
Awesome. Alexa. Oh, this thing is not working. I'm going to have to reboot it. Alright, so I powered this thing off and back on. We'll see if it works. Alexa, set Brad's house to 72 degrees.
The heat set to 72.
So there we go. So there is the smart home skill for the Venstar Skyport Cloud. You can also, you know, go up and down on the temperature from here. The only thing you can't do is it has to be switched on already. It doesn't understand how to switch the actual heat or cool on. It does whatever the current setting is on the thermostat, but you can use the app for that, which I will show you. All right, everybody, good morning. It's a new day. I just wanted to do a quick little outro to this video. That was a look at the Venstar Color Touch thermostat, which I highly recommend. I have purchased over 10 of these in my life. I really love them. They do a great job. They are smart, capable. You can access them from the internet. I'm going to pop up a picture right now of the skill that goes into the ecosystem for Amazon. And then I am going to also pop up a quick screenshot of what the app looks like for your phone. So if you have a chance to check out the Venstar Color Touch thermostat, go ahead and grab one for your house and let me know your thoughts on it. And this is Supercar Street Racing. Have a good day. This is rosemary seared New York strip with Dukes of Duval.
Yeah,
Joe?
Yep.
What's the secret? You got 5 seconds.
A lot of love, man. That's all. Say less.
That looks fantastic. We're about to this Mazda CX-5 off.
Ah, oh my God.
She's having anxiety about it though.
Oh Lord. No, no.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and we have a little update here on the SCSR studio. I worked in here literally all day today, so going on 12 hours now that I've been out here in the studio, and let me show you what I got done. So the insulation for any wall that's not touching the house is done. So that means anything that touches the outside is completely done. There's the ceiling, there's the wall, and look what I got done today. I got the outlets for the wall LEDs flush mounted and extended. They're good. I got the HDMI and the network cable for this TV pulled up, and it's good to go. I got the Echo Show 15 flush mounted into the wall. Look at that goodness right there. And I got the power for the lights all flushed in there. I got this wall done, and the TV for this wall is going right here. There's a stud right where these screws are, so that's where the TV mount is going to go. I got the network and HDMI that's going to connect to that TV pulled down there. I got everything seam taped off. Ceiling is done. I just have to seam tape this one right there, which I forgot, which I will do that tomorrow morning. And then I will start painting all this stuff black. I got the air conditioner fully enclosed, and the power cable is inside the wall, which will be a nightmare if it ever has to be replaced, but I've had my other one for 5 years, so fingers crossed we have no issues. So the next big challenge is this wall, which is a lot. There's a lot of connections here and power, and also we have to float, hang, fly, whatever it's called, fly these big huge Harbinger speakers in the corner so that they are angled down towards me. So tomorrow I'll probably work on that, getting the hooks driven into the wall and then bent this way. I have chains to hang them on. And that is it. A big day. We got a lot of stuff done. The tiles started falling down. I had to glue them back up. And this is what we're left with now. But yeah, the room is looking awesome. Don't forget to watch my live streams. Everything is on the live stream. So please tune into that every day. I am live streaming. And this wall will be up, but I ran out of foam. So I think I need 4, at least, more foam pieces to get this wall done. And then I will be doing the nightmare of wiring this wall, which is going to be cray. There's power all along here. There's network there and HDMI. All the speaker wires come to there. Hopefully I marked this correctly for the side surround. If I didn't, we have issues. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy day if I get this done tomorrow. I have been in here for probably 70 hours this week. But it is looking nice and the AC is kicking. Now that the insulation is keeping all the heat out. Oh, I also have to seam seal that top right there, which I have not done. I will do that tomorrow. And yeah, alright guys, please watch the live stream. It's going right there. I have to fix our live camera, which is hanging down, but yeah. We will see you guys tomorrow. Alright guys, so I figured out that my nice expensive headset here doesn't work with OBX at all. The mic will not record. It refuses to work with that application for whatever reason, but we're going to take a look at my friend's hacked computer today. Let me go ahead and get logged in. So she was hacked yesterday. Someone first started sending emails out on her behalf asking people for gift cards, then started getting messages from her on Facebook asking for gift cards. So I immediately texted her and told her she was hacked. So I haven't been on her computer yet. Let's take a look. So we're connecting now. So what we're going to do is take a look and see what exactly has happened to this computer. So the first thing I am going to do here is open AVG, which is the default antivirus that I go to. And I'm going to make sure that's updated. Let's see. Update. Virus definitions. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and update her antivirus now. We also got Malwarebytes on here. It's probably really old now. I haven't been on this machine in a while. This might be very old, actually. Let's go ahead and install this new version. Go ahead and install Malwarebytes. This guy's installing updates. So her internet was also down, and she can't get into her email anymore. I have a sneaking suspicion that they have hijacked her email account too. Probably won't be able to resolve that today. Didn't ask her if she was locked out completely, but I don't want to put her name up on the screen, so I probably won't do that on this video. But yeah, so we got AVG updating here and Malwarebytes. So what we're going to do is we're going to run Malwarebytes here. As soon as it gets done, it might want us to restart. Yeah, AVG wants to restart. Let's go ahead. Malwarebytes did not ask us to restart. Let's go ahead and run the first scan. Let's do fake at email.com. Start the 14-day. No, thank you.
All right, let's scan this guy. So I don't think she's going to have any issues on the actual machine. I believe what we're going to find out is that someone just got a hold of her email password and started changing her passwords on her other things in order to extort money from people. So far we got 0 detections. We're going to come back on and scan it with AVG though. So I actually built this computer. Actually didn't build it. We ordered one. We custom ordered one for her it's been about 3 years, I guess, since we did this computer. So no browser threats found. Got both these scanners going at the same time. Can't remember. I think this is an i5 with 16 gigs. I think I asked her to get the maximum amount of memory. Oh, she's got 32 gigabytes. That's right. Yeah, I made her max out the memory, which is awesome. Fun computer. It's an i5 6400T, 4-core with tons of RAM, which absolutely rocks. I wish I had that in my machine. Mine maxes out at 16, unfortunately. Just my motherboard's an older one that doesn't have but 2 memory slots, 8 gigs each is the maximum it supports, from what I understand. So far, so good. Nothing there. After this, we'll look for updates. No malware found. Good. Oh, one detection here, though, on malware bytes. Nothing on AVG. Got one here. Ah, that's just a KMS. No big deal. It's not a risk. Got one notification. I think that's because it needs to restart. Yeah. So this is not a big deal. We're not going to worry about that because I know what that is. And this is still going. While that's going, let's go check for updates. See, she could actually probably go Windows 11 at this point. I don't know if her CPU qualifies. They cut off a lot of CPUs. Yeah, see, there's a way to get around this. There's a hack for this. So let's see. Let's do disk cleanup. Let's go see. Oh yeah, she's got a gigabyte in the recycle bin, 2 gigabytes of thumbnails. And we don't care about 4 megabytes, and that doesn't have anything in it for now. Recycle bin's emptying. I don't think we can do these because we're not. Let's see. Malware bytes. Let's get that out of there. And let's go ahead and go here one more time. let us do anything here. This thing's being irritating. Downloading these updates now, and then we'll get this thing restarted. So far, so good. I don't see any really major issues here. I think that she has a Lenovo also, and there might be a firmware update. Seems like it's freezing up a little bit, or either mine is. Let's go ahead and restart this guy, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back. She is back up and running here. So I am probably going to try to put Windows 11 on this machine today. Going to show you guys that in a separate video, how to trick your Windows 10 PC into installing Windows 11. And so we are back up here with Carolyn's PC. Let's go back into check for updates now. Let's see what this thing says. All right, so it does want to restart again. Let's go ahead and see what happens now when we restart. I'm watching the TeamViewer icon on the other side. So it says restarting here. Let's see what happens. So just so you guys know, so this is very common. So what these guys do, these bad actors, they get once they got control of your email address, they go in and they find your other accounts and they start changing your passwords, which is a good idea if you have if you can set up two-factor. So two-factor is basically two different methods of proving your identity to log in. So one factor is like something you know, like a password, and then another factor is like biometrics, something you are, fingerprint or eye scanner, things like that. So two-factor a lot of times will send, really it's two-factor on your phone's not really the safest method, because if someone gets your device, unless you have biometrics on your phone enabled, then they can then get to your accounts. Her computer's back up. Let's go ahead and get connected here. Not sure what that means, but okay, it is still working. Let's go check for updates again. Let's see what's available here. So we're probably going to do Windows 11 here. The reason it says this here is because her processor doesn't meet certain requirements by Windows 11, which is completely ridiculous. There is a way around that. I have it on my machine, so I'm going to do the bypass on hers more than likely. But while that's going, let's look at the Lenovo updates. There might be a BIOS update. And then we'll do driver updates. So if you guys don't use it, Driver Booster is amazing, absolutely amazing program that throw it on a, as long as you have internet access, this thing will automatically download all the latest drivers. So it's probably going to say that there's an update available for this guy. Actually, it looks kind of new. 8.3, I think, is like the latest. That's interesting. Okay, so we do have our AVG got updated. That's downloading a Windows 10 cumulative update preview. AVG is good to go. This guy's got pretty good amount of drivers that wants to update. I'm going to go ahead and let it do these on the free version. So you can see here, driver booster 8.3 free is downloading her Intel HD graphics, her Intel audio, her Realtek audio, her network adapter, and her few other things. It's going to probably drop us when it installs the network adapter driver. So dual band wireless AC. So Windows is complete. Well, actually, no, Windows is not up to date. It's downloading this preview. I forgot about that. So this is going ahead and installing. If you notice, her machine's never really busy. CPU is busy right now, but the RAM never really gets, used that much. She does have a solid state drive and a backup spindle drive to put all of her data in. So here we go, updating the drivers. The Lenovo did never open, did it? Huh. Thought that was it. So this is the Lenovo updater. Now, if it tries to install some drivers, I will let IOBit do the driver install, not the Lenovo, because IOBit has the latest drivers. Lenovo might try to install some proprietary drivers for her system, which I don't want those. So she's saying she can't send or receive emails. So I have a feeling that somebody has set up either a redirect on her email, so maybe they are forwarding all her emails to another email address or something like that. So I'm going to get on her Comcast and see if I can locate anything. This guy's still going here. Okay, so it wants to do the LAN driver. That's a Lenovo driver. I'm going to let Driver Booster take that. I'm not going to install it from here. She's probably texting me now. She's saying her landline's down as well. So she got the double one too. She got hacked and her Comcast went out yesterday for the whole entire day, and it wasn't related. Comcast was having an outage yesterday. This is a BIOS update, and I'm going to let that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and get this driver booster done, and then we're going to do the BIOS update. So what will happen is we won't be able to see it when her computer restarts. So it'll do that, and then we'll be able to come right back on when we get done. But I don't think this LAN driver is necessary. I believe this is the one that is the same thing, but not 100% sure. Sorry for the drink. This guy's installing her graphics adapter. We'll go ahead and do the flash BIOS. Let's see where we are with the Windows. Well, it did say 100%. Now it says 20%. Oh, installing. Okay. I was going to say it started over downloading, but I guess it's good to go. That's installing. These guys are installing. We got a busy CPU, I'm sure now. I mean, it is only an i5, so it's going to be, yeah. CPU is maxed out. Memory is not being used that much, and neither is the SSD. Driver updates are almost done here. They're going to want to reboot. Oh, it doesn't want to reboot for the drivers. Okay. So that guy's done. This guy's still going. We're going to do the BIOS update. Surprised that that's. I'm surprised that that is doesn't have any more. But wonder how old this BIOS is. This computer is fairly old. It's a ThinkCenter M700. So IBM bought Lenovo years and years and years ago, and they have these nice little tiny M700. There's a ThinkCenter M700. So it's like a, a small factor PC. This guy still says he's at 20%. CPU is pretty busy though. It's at 60%. I like how in the task manager you can actually go, click on the big task here, or the big column, and then you can see details. So she's got 5.8 gigabytes in use. Some of these I don't really understand. I'd have to look them up to see what these mean, but yeah, and then this is her solid state drive. It's a SanDisk. This still says it's at 20%. But yet it's chugging along. So I didn't empty all of her, I didn't do her system file cleanup yet because we're still doing Windows updates. And so some of those updates will get deleted when you do the disk cleanup. So see, this PC doesn't meet system requirements. If we go in here and we go bypass, and we do this, here it is. An article on how to do this. So we will do that later on another video. And so this thing's still chugging along at 20%, so I'm going to come back to you guys whenever it is ready to do the next step. Yeah, so they're really putting her through the ringer right now. Basically, she couldn't sign in again, and she can sign into her Xfinity to get her email, so I'm having her sign in again so I can go see if her email is being forwarded to someone. So I'm waiting for her to sign in right now. All right, guys, so we're into her email now. I'm just going to check to see if forwarding is set up. It's not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was good. It's actually just, she can send to her other email. I think this is good. Yeah, so far so good here. I don't see any email forwarding set up. I thought she might have that. Let's see where we are with this guy. So this is at 80%. So I'm just going to tell her I made sure emails weren't getting forwarded to anyone else. Oh, got a text from Toasty. All right, so that's good now, and it wants to restart. Let's go ahead and do that, but let's do the BIOS update as well. This failed last time I tried to do it, and I don't know why. I think it failed multiple times over, and I couldn't get it to install. So there goes the BIOS update. So it's flashing her BIOS now, and now it's restarting the computer. So what that's going to do is going to restart and then flash our BIOS. We're going to lose our connection here momentarily, and that's okay because we have our this shot glass. It doesn't have crown in it. It's got vodka in it, but still says shutting down here. Waiting for that to reboot. Dude, I love my shadow under my webcam. I had to read a tutorial and go crazy to get that to work, but yeah. So she's still online, so it's doing something. It's shutting down. I'll update you guys when this comes back. All right, guys, so her computer is back up, so I'm assuming that she doesn't have any more updates. So let's go back to the Lenovo thing and see if the if the BIOS update was successful. This is pretty old now. I would say this computer's at least 3 years old, maybe more, maybe 4. Let's see. It's to reopen everything. All right, that's checking. Lenovo is checking for updates, guys. So, I don't know if you see what I'm talking about, but like, see this little shadow here? That just tickles me to death. It just makes my day brighter. Okay, so it looks like our BIOS update went in good. We're not going to install that LAN update. Let's go back in. All right, Windows is up to date. So let's go back into this guy, disk cleanup. C drive. Now notice here is pretty clean, but we'll go clean up system files now before we do the Windows 11 update. So I did clean up system files. So it's going to delete any leftover Windows update things and any other files that are just literally just taking up space on the machine. So she's got 2 gigabytes of system error memory dumps. Don't need these upgrade log files. We don't need any of this. Error reports, shadow cache. That's good enough. Let's delete that. So we're cleaning up this drive right now, the C drive. So she's got, let's see, this PC. And this is I believe that's the SSD. This is the spindle. And then Lenovo has a 12 gigabyte recovery drive on there as well. I am now, so her computer's like completely up to date, I think. So I'm going to say that we have successfully cleaned this computer. I'm gonna run this driver booster again one more time, just to make sure there's nothing left. Next video is gonna be how to update. No, this they want you to buy their like VPN stuff. All right, so she's completely up to date here. All right, guys, so I found it finally. Oh, I've been fighting with this forever. So she was getting a couple of emails, but not all of her emails, and I found it finally. So this is what happens. They get your email address, they get in here, and they set up a filter here. Look under filter rules. You see where it says they set up a filter so anything that goes here is forwarded to a fake email address at Outlook. So we're going to delete this and this. We're going to delete this rule. So this is why she wasn't getting emails, guys. Wow, they really like did a number on her. So let's go back and check her email now. Let's send her one real quick from my phone. Let's do test. So I looked for that at first, but I didn't see it. So they got her email password, they got onto her email account, they went to settings, they went to email settings, they went to filters, they set a rule in here to forward all her email to a fake email account, and that's how they did it. And so right now she's going to get her email from me. Yep. Solved. This is definitely fixed now. So you can see here she's getting email. She was hacked. Absolutely 100% hacked. And this is now working. So guys, we did our job today. We helped our friend. She's good to go. And I appreciate you guys watching. IT security engineer fixes a hacked computer. It's actually just her email that was hacked, and that is now fixed. Talk to you guys later, man.
These are the Mica Media Series M8Cs, $49 each. I want to show you guys these as I unbox them. I have them in the bathroom. These are the Mica Media Series M8Cs, $49 each. I want to show you guys these as I unbox them. I have them in the bathroom and one in that bathroom, but now we are going to be putting them as our front left and right and our rear left and right. Right out of the box you see, I think these are to hold in the speaker grill. And then there is our instruction manual, and here is our actual speaker. Now, what we are going to be doing, I figured out really fast that you probably can't cut a circle with that insulating tool, but I want to Google it and see if anybody can cut a circle with it. If not, I'll use the handsaw. But basically, I got these out so I could get out the template because I have to make a trip in the attic. We want the center part. The other part of this is a paint shield if you want to paint the speakers. The inner part is a paint shield, the outer part is your template. Now what I will do is go up in the attic, find my 4 locations when it's early in the morning and nice and cool, put this on the ground as close as I can to the wall, and also have to account for the lip. So I have to add an extra little bit on there. So the lip is 3/4 of an inch. So I have to be at least 3/4 of an inch away from the ceiling walls up here. I'll need 3/4 inch of clearance in order for the grill, the protector, the edge to fit
And in the bedroom, I got really, really close and I got very, very lucky on that. When I go upstairs, I'll take my template up there with me. So I'm gonna put a small hole in the center of this and I'm going to take a screwdriver up with me. And what I'll do is once I'm gonna go 1 inch from the wall, from the nearest wall stud. And then I am going to punch a hole through the ceiling with a screwdriver to mark the hole. I'm gonna do that 4 times. Then I'm gonna come back downstairs and I'm going to get my drywall saw out and I am going to cut some speaker holes. While I'm up there though, I am gonna go ahead and drill out the cap on this top wall here. Right up there, I'm gonna drill through that cap with a 1 inch or bigger paddle bit so that I can run the speaker wires through it. So that is the plan, probably tomorrow morning. But I can definitely get the speakers holes cut and mounted ASAP. Probably first thing in the morning around 6 a.m. when it's nice and cool out. All right, guys, I did just get up in the attic and I poked the holes for where I need to cut the speakers for the surround sound. There's one there. I wanted to be further down, but it's almost impossible to get down there, so I just did it right there where I could get to it. And then up here in the front, we're gonna have one, because also I can't get up here to get wire to it. One over here above the fireplace in the corner, and then one up here by the skylight, right next to that light, as close as I could get to the light. So now what I have to do is take my template and get the ladder out and cut some holes. Whoa.
I'm scared.
Whoa.
I don't like this at all.
I have finished prepping the wires to pull up into the attic for the surround sounds. And so now I have to get up in the attic and feed the wires through the hole that I created and then pull a couple of feet out to connect to the receiver here. I got that long string of wires there. Hopefully it doesn't get tangled up. And yeah, I'm gonna go up in the attic and feed this down through. This end is taped up, so it should fit with no problem through the hole. No big deal. And those are the 4 that are going up, and then I'm going to wire them up to the speakers while I'm in the attic. All right, guys, I just got done crawling in the attic and pulling all the wires and connecting them to the new surround sound speakers. Now they are all coming out of this wall plate here. I'm just using a brush plate this time on the bottom. I'm not going to do a complicated setup because I don't have that much space down here to put another box in, and it's getting cluttered. So I'm just using a brush plate. The wires will pass through this brush plate, all of them. There will be 4 speaker wire, actually 5. I haven't run the center channel wire yet. I need to cut that and get that run. There will be 5 speaker wires, 1 for the center channel, and then 4 up there. Yeah, there'll be a Ethernet cable, which will be hardwired. The TV will be hardwired. It will not be using Wi-Fi because the router's right here and the switch. And what else? That is it. HDMI, Ethernet, and 5 speaker wires. So now I'm just waiting for the television to be delivered and the HDMI cable. I have the Govee, the DreamView backlight for the TV here. Uses a camera, really cool. Ethernet cable over here. They sent me the wrong HDMI cable. They sent me a 4-foot. I need an 8-foot, so that is wrong. Actually, no, I do need both. I need both. They did not send me an 8-foot. Okay, I might have. Oh, I'll just keep this one. Another piece of the puzzle did come in, and that is we have our banana plugs for the ends of the speaker wires, and we have our long HDMI cable. Now this will actually go from the back of the wall box to the receiver, and then from the TV to the wall box, we have a short HDMI cable for that. But the next thing we are waiting on is our wall box and our TV, and both are scheduled to be here today.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. We're in the living room again because we've got an exciting project coming up. I love doing projects, and this is an important one because it's for out by the pool out there. This project is going to be amazing. Everything is sitting right here on the table. There's a very long story as to why this has to be done, and I'm going to tell you that right after this awesome open on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're in the Supercar Street Racing living room. It's a place you've seen before, and today we have a special project, and the whole reason for this project is due to one thing, and that is because the nice company of Amazon has decided to rob me of the ability to use this dot right here to feed the speakers in the house with the home theater feature on the Fire Stick. Now, you used to be able to do that. You used to be able to have a Fire Stick somewhere in the house, and you could transmit that audio over Wi-Fi to one of those devices there, and that was what I was using to let audio come out of the TV and onto the patio outside by the pool. They robbed me of that feature. I can no longer do that, so I have to do this a different way. I could use Bluetooth and then Bluetooth to this whole home audio system over here, but I actually want to put a subwoofer and an amplifier outside behind the TV. So right here in front of me, we got everything we need to do that. Let's take a look at what we got right here. Directly in front of me, and also right here in front of me, is everything we need, minus one more of these cables, which is on the way right now on a truck. We have everything that we need to go ahead and get the outside audio system working again. Now, another thing that broke is the right channel speaker outside is not working. I have not figured that out yet, but I believe the wire has a short in it. So I have to pull a new wire in order to reconnect the right from this whole home audio system back to out by the pool. Meanwhile, we have a nice big television out by the pool that does not have Bluetooth or anything, and I want it to be able to play different audio than this system right here does as well. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and fix that, and we have a few things here that we need. Right here, we have a monoprice 8-inch powered subwoofer, and there is a reason that I only went with the 8-inch, and you'll see that soon. It is due to where this is going and the space. We'll unbox that here momentarily. We also have a FOSI audio amp. I thought it was much bigger. It's 100 watts per channel, but it is very tiny. And then, anticipating problems with heat, I have two fans. One is for this amplifier to strap it right on the back to blow some air on it to keep it warm. I said warm. To keep it cool. To keep it cool, this is going to go on the FOSI audio and also on the heatsink on the subwoofer. I know it gets very hot out there. At least it's under the patio, so it does get shade. This is going to feed audio from the television to the amplifier here, and then we have another one of these that comes out of the amplifier and goes to the subwoofer. It is another little guy right here, mini to RCA male. We have two of those. We have some insulated wire. Make sure when you do anything outside, you get insulated wire. It will literally fall apart if you don't do that because of the heat and the humidity in Florida. And then we have a shelving system here. This shelving system basically is going to hold the subwoofer up. We have these nice big shelves, and what we're going to be doing is using Tapcons into the stucco. So this is not going to go anywhere. It's going to be very, very good for this subwoofer right here. It'll be plenty. It'll go right against the wall like this, and the subwoofer will sit right on top, and this is going to be behind the television. If you don't want it to stick out so far, you go this way. Then what you do is you go underneath and you screw this to the subwoofer, and that will keep that sub on the wall with absolutely no problems. The other RCA to Mini is in the mail. It should be here any second. Let's get the rest of this stuff unboxed. I want to see this amplifier, and I want to see this powered sub.
The Fuzzy Audio, or Fuzzy Audio, depending on how you like to pronounce it, is sitting right in front of me here. And what I plan on doing right now is going ahead and unboxing it. Let's move these fans. Now we can go ahead and unbox these now, I guess. These are USB fans, so it'll be great and easy to power up, and they should keep enough airflow on our products to keep them cool. Now, if I have a problem with the amplifier staying cool, I may do some modifications to the amp, and I'll show you that in a little bit. But here is the first fan. Pretty cool. It just has a USB connection like that. We can plug it into any USB connection, or we can do a power brick into the wall. So I have two of those, one for the amp here and one for the subwoofer. And on the back of the sub, there is a heatsink that we will put that on. Now here's the Fuzzy Audio and the Fuzzy Audio power supply. So this is a 24 volt power supply at 4.5 amps. Here is the cool little Fuzzy Audio amplifier. It uses integrated circuits. And on the back, the cool thing about this is it also does Bluetooth, by the way. But the cool thing about this is it has a subwoofer output or a preamp output. You can use this with a powered subwoofer. And the input is also mini. So that was the plan, to come out of the television's audio output jack. We go right into the input here on the Fuzzy. We come out of the output here to the subwoofer, and the output of the speakers is going to be going to my speakers outside. And then there's the Bluetooth antenna, and there is the power. And the good thing about this is the size, and we do have a bass and treble and one USB. This can play music from a USB stick, because we could use that for one of these fans. We could literally come from the front. We're gonna zip tie that fan on, and we could just power it just like that. Now this says 100 watts per channel, and it does support 2 ohms. So we have 4 speakers will be paralleled on this. Let's see if this has power. It does. Look at our fan, and that is outputting quite a bit of airflow. Right in front of me is the Monoprice 8-inch powered subwoofer sitting right here on the table for you guys. It's very light. First of all, I would say it probably weighs 25 pounds if I had to guess, which is great. It's compact. It breaks your table. This project is over for today. The subwoofer's broken. I was unboxing the subwoofer. Joe called. I pulled the grill off the front of the subwoofer to show you guys, and a screw fell out. And I thought that was weird. Where would that come from? And then I started looking around the woofer, and the woofer had 2 screws pulled out, and the wood was like separated from the actual enclosure there. So this is broken. I'm about to hit the return button, and I'm about to drive it over to UPS store. All right, that was a whole ordeal and a half trying to get my GoPro to work, because it's a piece of crap every day. We did get a replacement subwoofer in today to get unboxed after the first one was damaged. Now it was damaged on the actual woofer itself. A screw fell out, and I saw that happen when I opened the box, and then I basically opened the front grille, and 2 of the screws were ripped out of the wood that hold the woofer in. I returned it immediately. Let's take a look at the new Monoprice subwoofer and make sure it is not damaged. It looks good to me. Much better condition, no problems. You can see the 8-inch woofer here with the port. Then I'm gonna try something with this speaker that's not working outside. And I think there's a short somewhere between the middle of the attic and the outside. Audio is on only to this speaker outside, and I do have my test speaker in my pocket. No, nothing. I'm gonna try to pull a wire through, but it is... that's worse.
Got him!
So much for that part of the project. Okay, we're not doing that today. We're gonna have to use the fish tape and pull a new wire up, and we're gonna need another person for that. So this part of the project has failed again. I am going to use a little bit of spray foam to keep this on. Just a little bit on each side, I think, is all I need here. Without making a huge mess. That should do it. It's a sacrificial can, but that should keep that from going anywhere. That should dry very quickly and allow us to have a nice cooling source on our sub. There's still room to plug in the cables, so we're good to go there. So that's just gonna sit there and dry now. Keep that fan tight on that subwoofer forever. It's going to, feet are basically 9.5 inches apart. So our measurements are going to be, we're gonna do 8.5 inches on the wall. So our brackets are gonna fall between these 2 feet. The sub's gonna sit right on the 2 brackets. It's gonna sit like this, right behind the TV, this part on the wall. For that, we have Tapcons. Now let's get you guys back outside. We're gonna go look at this. Here we are behind the TV outside, and as you can see, there's plenty of space up here for our amplifier and our subwoofer to sit right on top of that. What I'm gonna do literally is just go right above the power strip right there, and I'm gonna put the sub directly above that. You won't see it because of the television. Top of it will be 12 inches above this, so it will just be that tall. I'll center it right in the center. Come down more. I have my Tapcon drill bit here. That should be level. All right, so I'm actually going to do heat shrink on these. I've got my connectors. I need 2 more of these. I'm just going to put these on the end here. So I'm going to make sure that they are oriented the same way. And then crimp. You use the color codes, so you use yellow, just like that, and then you heat shrink them. Will that work? Yep, that'll work right there around the power cable. First set of cables here, the U-green cable. There's also, we gotta not block these on the back, and the other one goes right there. One of these feeds the subwoofer, one of them comes from the television. Our fan will plug directly into the front. We gotta get our fan mounted to this. Our fan will plug right here, and then our other fan will need a brick for our subwoofer. It'll need its own brick. That's on there, see if it still works. Things ripping. That's awesome. Check it out, guys. It's just zip tied to the side of it. And that'll give a little bit of cooling to this thing when it's outside because it gets very hot. And I don't know if that doesn't work, I'm gonna drill holes in the top and the bottom and get some more airflow. But that's putting out some good air right there. Our sub looks dry enough to go back outside and mount it. What the? This one broken too? It's a screw.
Got him! Got him!
Fucking screw rattling around. There's a screw rattling around inside of this that I know is going to be annoying. Now I got to take the woofer out. This is crazy. This is the second one I got that had issues. How in the world can they make 2 subwoofers with problems? I don't get it. All right, I took the feet off, but now I'm putting some screws back in where it left a hole so there's no air leaking out there. I don't want to use caulk on this part. That's how it's gonna sit, just like that. And it's perfect. Not in the way of the TV at all. I can still get to the back of it if I need to adjust, if I just have to get on a little stool. Perfect, look at that, guys. This came out really good. Now I just gotta figure out mounting the amplifier. I'm gonna wipe down the back of this television. It's all dirty with pollen, but I think the amp can go right here somewhere. And then the wires can go up and up to the top, and they're gonna go up the soffit right there to that speaker. Get something to drink first though. I'm gonna mount it just like that. You guys can see this. The TV can still move and articulate either way. If it needs to, it can articulate all the way this way to about right there, or all the way that way without this being in the way. Our fan should be on the back of our subwoofer now. It's cooling the sub. So I do have enough power right here. I've got enough power for all three. Now the next step is to get this wiring up and over. And so I'm putting this speaker wire in the soffit. There's a little lip on these soffits that this one can run behind the sub. That side's done.
Got
it! Well, I broke my... I'm an idiot. I literally threw the GoPro on top of the barbecue grill and broke the mount for the audio, but I did get this side done. I'm gonna go ahead and go up there and push that wire in the back. I didn't see that hanging down. This side is completely done. All we gotta do now is finish the wiring here underneath the television. I'm gonna go ahead and plug everything in and give it a test real quick before I do anything else right now. So I'm gonna give this a plug in real quick. All right, we're watching Supercar Street Racing. The audio does work. I was the power. I had to get the remote out and do power with that. Everything is working. Those speakers are on. I have not heard the sub yet, but I'm gonna probably try to test that out. I can't play music with you guys on here, so it'll be copyrighted. So I'm gonna check the sub now. Guys, we're in Studio B again. As you can see, Supercar Street Racing is playing on the TV right behind us right there.
That's actually us on TV, but today we are live in Studio B to show you this project that we completed for the outdoor speaker system for the pool. There's a big TV outside that Joe Dukes of Duval gave me. It's a big Vizio TV, and I wanted to put sound outside. Now the full home audio system sound is broken to one speaker. I think there's a short in one of the wires, so I have to pull that again. But meanwhile, I wanted to get sound from the TV outside and also add a subwoofer. So we did add this monoprice 60-watt powered subwoofer here. And as you saw in the video, I had to get one return and the second one was also bad. Both of them were damaged. One of them had screws missing in the woofer. The other one had a nut inside the actual amplifier loose, but I fixed the second one rather than return it for a second time. There's the monoprice subwoofer. I have not rated it yet. I'm gonna rate it appropriately for being damaged twice when I got it. Now it is 60 watts and it does sound great outside, I'm not gonna lie. We did put it right up behind the television on some L brackets that I'll show you here momentarily. Here's the 3.5 millimeter to RCA cables we use for input and output to the amplifier, one of them feeding from the TV and the preamp output going up to the powered subwoofer. Here's the Fozzy audio amplifier that we used, 100 watts per channel, Bluetooth. It does have preamp outputs, which is awesome. It uses integrated circuits for its output, not transistors. It does have a remote control with power and volume as well, and I love that. So far, so good with this amp. These are the metal wall brackets I used. Pretty simple. They are heavy duty. No problem supporting the subwoofer, and I did just screw the subwoofer right on the bottom of the L brackets there. That holds the sub right on the wall. This is a speaker wire I used. Anytime I use speaker wire now, I use this insulated speaker wire. I learned my lesson outside. Regular speaker wire in Florida will deteriorate after about a year. This sub helps keep the speaker wire more protected. All right, guys, you can see right here on the dashboard that we have 165,675 subscribers on the channel. We couldn't do that without you though, guys. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing to all the videos. Buy all your products through our product links. There will be links in the description for all of the stuff we used today on this project. I gotta get out of here though. I gotta go to Dukes of Duval's house. You guys know you like my brand new pool being refilled. Check it out. You know you wanna come over and swim in this brand new pool. And then you wanna jump in and take off all the... It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. But this is post-hurricane Florida life. Burnt ends and brisket. Pita taco is fire, dog. Leftover burnt ends, leftover brisket, put it in a taco. And it's fire, dog. Let's go.
We ran out of daylight last time. The guys are right behind me. We're gonna do the rest of the string lights. Hey there, we are starting the project again to do the rest of it. We ran out of daylight last time and everything that we have done has turned out great, looks amazing. So right now we're starting part 2 and we're gonna be getting set up here in just a minute. And tonight I will come back out and show you how it all looks, how great it is. It was really a fun project, not hard at all, especially with the great guys I had helping me. This is the part that we're going to be working on right above me there. That's where we let off last time. So anyway, it's been fun. Here we are again getting started with the project. The guys are right behind me. We're going to do the rest of the string lights. These things are amazing. There's even a do-it-yourself. You can change each individual light if you want to. That's what's so cool about it. But anyway, here we go. The guys are getting started over there and we're going to get the rest of this top part of the house done. all we've got left to do is that top part. And hopefully we're gonna have enough to finish. Not quite sure about that. Yeah, guys, I didn't tell my friends here that you really need to stick the sticky thing down for about 3 to 5 seconds to get it to hold good. And I didn't tell him that until way into the project, so he's never gonna let me hear the end of that one. I just realized that the camera went off before we finished. So I'm going to show you what all he did. All that. And then we came around this corner and did that part. And this is what, it wasn't enough to do the whole side, so we decided just to do that and see how it looks at night. Hey everybody, I am here in front of the Sister Car Street Racing compound viewing my new beautiful lights. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is what I've got set up for Halloween. I've got it on blue, purple, and green. Kind of a Beetlejuice type theme. I'm a weirdo, whatever. I'm going to show y'all some different things. This is what I did. I set up a DIY one on this, and that's what it looks like. If you go to that, you can see I've set it up to purple, blue, and green, 50% speed. Breath is the effect that I'm going for. It's not too fast, not too slow. It just kind of flashes between each color, and I just did this as my own. The normal Halloween colors were not showing up well on my house, so I'm going to show you some other different things. We're going to go back. Okay, this is where you can set it to your own custom color, kind of a yellow color. My house is red, so a lot of the colors don't show up as well as they would on a light colored house. It's kind of creepy. You can go up here to scenery. You have all different kinds of things. Willow, Glacier Express, speed, your own colors, whatever you can possibly think of. Let's try this. I haven't tried this one before, Dream. Okay, it is like a meteor. Let's try early spring. It takes it a second to change over. Let's try another one. Okay, this one's pretty cool. Kind of twinkling with blue and green colors. It's pretty awesome. Then we can go to life, which has trends, sports, meditation, dating. Okay, it's kind of a pink and red theme, I guess. Try sports. I guess you can set that to whatever color is your team. Let's go for a party mode. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's my kind of vibe right there. Looks like a red, white, and blue party. I think we can change that to whatever we want, but I kind of like the red, white, and blue. It's kind of cool. See what work is. Looks like white. You can heart this, or you can go to this little 3-dot thing, and you can set the speed of it. So many options, I don't even know. Oh, festival. I like this one. Okay, you have all these different things. Christmas, Valentine's Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Forest, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Football Day. Wow. Let's see what Christmas looks like. Okay. Let's get some green. Oh, there's our, I don't know what color that is. Doesn't look like green, but we can change that if we want. Okay, for Christmas, it's doing all these colors. But if I wanted to, I could just delete any one of these right here. Just click on it, delete it. And then I can add whatever colors I want my Christmas to be. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's too cool. Okay, we're going for Valentine's Day. Kind of looks like the dating one. Like that. Let's see what Thanksgiving Day looks like. Okay, this is our colors for Thanksgiving Day. And you can do that speed however you want, if you want it to be faster or slower, or... Oh, Neon World. I love that. Well, kind of looks like it's about as fast. This is it, and I could go on and on all night, and I probably will stay out here for a while.
Wow, the water looks crazy. It's got like all this steam coming off of it. It's really cold today in Jacksonville. It's 41 degrees. I just drove all the way to the Best Buy out by the airport. That's about the same distance as the other one, to get some thermal paste, and of course they didn't have any. even though they said they did online. So now I'm headed all the way to the town center to try to get some thermal paste. Alright guys, supercar street racing here. And yes, this is the most expensive wash. You can see already. It's getting it really clean. And so every couple of months, if you use this every day, you're gonna have to clean it, maybe even more than that. So you see the dirt coming off? Really easy to clean with the sprayer. I'm gonna go ahead and finish cleaning this and I'll be back. Got the filter nice and clean here. Much, much better. Gonna go ahead and reinstall it. Pretty sure it just slides in, but there must be an easier way than what I did, and I might need 2 hands. So I think it just, yep, I'm gonna need 2 hands for this, because I believe I have to get it to slide into that notch right there. I'll be back. Alright, so we got the filter reinstalled. It bends easily, so it's super simple to install. Here you got your vent controls, up and down, left and right. Go ahead and close the unit up. Alright, and then I'll show you guys why this is the most expensive AC. But first, a look at the remote control that comes with this guy. You can see you can do everything from your little handheld remote if you want to. It's got a power, temperature, energy saver, the mode, fan speed, timer, sleep, and clear, just like the front. But I want to show you guys what happens. I don't know if the battery is even still good in this, but I'm going to give it a shot. So I'm going to turn on the AC. Yep, battery in the remote is dead. I don't use that remote, so let's do it from the front panel. Alright. So, I want you guys to notice there's no sound at all. The only sound is coming from my central heater. It is on fan 3. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys hear how the fan ramps up. So it is on now. Still can't hear it. So there, it's coming up a little bit now. So this is awesome. Why? It doesn't knock you out of the bed like at the beginning of my video. It very slowly brings the fan up to speed so that there's never that jolt. Even when the compressor comes on, you hear like a very low-pitched hum. It does not knock you out of your bed. So there's the fan on. Still ramping up. Very quiet. I think it said 42 decibels is what it is. So that's probably about full speed. Now let's go ahead and change the mode to cool so you can hear the compressor come on. So the compressor just kicked on. I saw the lights dim. That's how good this air conditioner is. You don't hear it. It doesn't knock you out of your bed when it goes off and on, like when you're staying in those hotel rooms and the thing like comes on and you're up 45 times a night. So this thing is on cool now. It's set to 60. The air is very cold coming out of it. You can hear the compressor now. It's a kind of a lower frequency, and that is what the dual inverter does. This thing's awesome, by the way. It keeps this room, this room's maybe 150 to 200 square feet. Keeps it absolutely cold at night, which I love. Go ahead and power that off. But that's full volume. full, cool, and you barely hear anything. But I like a little bit of sound. So now, when you turn it off, there you go. So it's complete for that. So setting this up with Alexa involves a skill, and you have to have your LG Smart ThinQ or whatever it's called account. This is what this is you're seeing now. But now to get Alexa going with this, you need a skill. So we go to the app, skills and games, search for LG. It's confusing because several of them come up, but here's the ThinQ Basic. You go into, now it's going to be disabled if you've never done this before. You hit enable, and then you have to link your account to it from LG, and then that's how she will find your devices. It'll discover your devices on the next page, which I don't want to go through the setup again. But once it discovers your device, you can then use it for to be turned off and on via smart home. And now let's take a look at routine. So my routines are here. So let's take a look at good night. So here's the skill and the routine. And here's when I say is how it's set up. It's named good night, but if I say it's bedtime, put her name in front, she will turn on the fan, set the house temperature up. Just be aware if the heat's on, it's going to go up to 80 degrees heat. So it can't turn off and on the system. It can only change the temperature. Then you notice there's Air 2 D2. It powers that guy on and sets his temperature to 67. Turns off the theater room ceiling fan. Turns off the living room ceiling fan. Turns off, it's supposed to be on. It actually turns it on. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the bedroom ceiling fan. Yes, it turns that off. Says goodnight to Susie and myself, and then it turns off its own screen by using the command Alexa turn off the screen. And you do it from the device you speak to. So that's a look at the LG air conditioner, dual inverter air conditioner, which is probably the most expensive at that BTU that you can purchase. There'll be a link in the description to buy this guy. And as usual, I really appreciate you guys watching, and please like and comment, subscribe if you can. Supercar Street Racing. See you guys. Hey guys, welcome to the channel, and today we have Patricia behind the camera.
Hello.
And we have this special box right from China that I've been waiting for about a month. It's a special delivery. It's gonna look so good on the house. I can't wait to unbox this amazing crate with you guys today. Let's get going. Let's get this unboxed. All right, we're back on the channel today with Patricia behind the camera doing all the videography. And today we have this special box that came directly from China. This was purchased off Etsy, and you can tell right here that they have actually packaged this very nicely. It's made of plywood and has like 8 screws in it. So we have our DeWalt cordless drill today. We're gonna go ahead and open this right now and see what's inside because I'm super hyped to get this going. All right, we got the DeWalt cordless drill here. So first thing we have is a kind of a clue of what's in the box, and it is a template. If you look, it's literally not my address. That's not my address, but it's somebody's address. But there's a template in here first. There is a checklist here that shows you how to install this, and a nice bunch of instructions here on how to do this, which I'm really curious about. I've always wanted to do this, but I'm super nervous about doing it. This is one of the things I never wanted to do because you have to get it perfect. If it's not lined up perfectly, it's gonna look weird. And then inside the box, this is apparently the transformer. So this is a power supply, basically.
And if you don't know what this is already, you will here pretty soon. But this is the power supply, and it looks to be high quality. I was thinking this was gonna be cheap, but the whole kit was about $400. And look, you get this nice, high quality, multi-pin power supply. And it looks like there's a hookup for each number, which is really cool. Right? Very cool. Very, very cool. And then inside of this, we have our screws. So they gave us very long screws to put these in. And the nuts as well. You can see right there, got my name on it. This is from Etsy. There's a bunch of sellers that make these. I picked one that had good reviews, and I went back and forth with him for about 3 weeks and finally ordered. So these are the LED house numbers, and they are mounted with the screws right there. I still don't know how. So they give you the template for that though. So you put the template up on the wall, you level the template like this, so you get your level. Once you get your level, and that's how you get your numbers straight on the wall. If you don't get it exactly right, the numbers will look weird. So you got one shot, like Slim Shady.
Like Eminem.
Yep, just like Slim Shady, dude. Yeah, so basically, all you have to do is plug that in there, and then when you put it on the wall, it sits out from the wall so it glows on the background. So I have kind of an idea of where that's gonna go, but these look awesome. And I do like the fact that the fonts are like, and then the wire just goes through the wall. So basically, you're not gonna see anything but the number. $380, I think, for all of them. It's kind of the typical price for them. The actual plan is I'm gonna put this power supply on a smart plug, so it'll be controlled. Floats out a little bit, like maybe an inch, and so it backlights. It looks really freaking cool.
Cool, yeah.
So let's go outside and see where this is gonna go. And the plan right now is to put the numbers right up here. They should fit right in that space, hopefully. It barely fits. You don't even have to like put screws in it. It's like,
Oh yeah.
You could just glue it there. To drill through to the other side inside the garage, and then pull the wire, pull the power all the way over to the outlet that's on the corner. So I'm gonna go above the garage door. I wish I could plug it in.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Got him! Got him!
Inside in the garage now, and I wanted to show you guys where this is gonna go. So Patricia, come check this out. So basically, above here to have to come through this side. The transformer will mount up here, and the power goes all the way over here to up there where I gotta still tie the wires up for the access point by our garage door opener, but that's gonna power it. It's gonna have a smart plug on it to turn it off and on with sunrise and sunset. So that's the current plan. How are we supposed to get this through the wall?
You have to drill a big enough hole.
You do. So here's the deal. See back here? You have to drill 5 of these. It's gonna be hidden by the back of this. So when you put this up against the wall, that barely fits. These are like probably a ½ inch too big. And then you drill through, and then on the other side, we'll have the transformer up at the top, tied up nicely with all 5 of these going to it. We'll run an extension cord over. Okay, we're back in the garage now. It's very hot in here, but wanted to show you guys what the plan is in here without dying. But up here, these numbers are gonna be right on this side of the wall, so we're gonna have to drill through this for a couple of the numbers, we gotta go through this whole plate. But my plan is, come through here, mount the transformer right up here, just right here, up to the wall. We'll have all of our wires going there, and then we'll run a power wire up all the way over to our power right there, and then we will have a smart plug probably right here on the end of the power wire. That will be connected to Alexa, and it will come on at dusk. Come on at dusk and off at dawn, like the soffits and our new LED sconces. All right, we're back in the kitchen. Patricia has all of our house numbers connected, and here's a good look with all of the numbers. 5 connections to the power supply here, and all you do now is just take your lights. Patricia, show them how this would be laid out. So basically, that's what they're gonna look like at night from the road. They're very bright. I mean, you're gonna see these for sure. The contrast, the black with the white light, it's gonna look good. And also, the soffits are blue, it'll look just like that. And so that's what it looks like. And they sit out about that much so they backlight the house. Now, the next big job is getting the holes drilled and getting these things. I've already made a decision that they're gonna have to be wedged in because there's just no room. They barely fit anyway. And I think if I wedge them in and get a tube of clear silicone sealer and just go right behind them on the bottom and right behind them on the top here, and just put like a dab there, they'll never They're never going to move because they're wedged.
wedged.
Even, I think even with a wind, the only thing that sucks is we're going to have 5 holes drilled through above my garage door, which I'm kind of stressed out about, but there's really
no other option.
There's no other option.
In front of our nice house numbers again, and you can see here are the mounting studs, and basically what you do is run them into the back of this. They screw in all the way, and then you simply drill a hole in the wall and these go right through it. Alright, so we have a problem here, Houston. I don't have a big enough drill bit because this has to go through the stucco and all the way through to the garage. So that's fairly large. I would say that's probably a 1/2 inch, but I'm going to check it right now. Let me go ahead and look at this and see what this is. Alright, so on the end of these connectors, you're going to need a 3/4 inch bit to get through whatever surface. Mine is masonry, so I'm going to go ahead and order a masonry bit. This only goes up to, let's see, a 1/2. So we need a 3/4. Let's get online and order that now on Amazon so we have it. Checking out the actual studs is what I call these. These are the mounting. And the more you can get this off the surface, the cooler it looks. If you can get it to stand out like that, or even a little bit less, it's going to look awesome in 3D and it's going to project better on the house. But I think that one of these is just going to be money. I want it to be snug enough where I put a little epoxy on each one and then it just is perfectly straight and stands up on its own. We're going to go ahead and test on this box. Perfect. So now we know the size that we need for the actual masonry. Do have our template right here, and so basically we got our big bit in for going through the stucco. So this bit here will be how we get in the power supply wire, and we may have to wallow it out a little bit to get it through, but this right here hopefully is big enough to get this wire through all the way. Once we get through the stucco, we will have to drill through wood. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and put the template up, make sure that it's level, and go ahead and drill out all of our holes. So we have to drill out our small holes with our tile and masonry bit here. We have to drill our big power holes out, which are the red ones here. These are for the standard bolts. These are for the red ones. So we're going to drill all that out after we get the template up and leveled. That's also going to be tough because there is almost no room for this, and there might not even be enough room for this. I might have to cut the bottom of this template off to get it to flush mount up on the side of the house. Let's get out there and see what happens. All right, we're out in the front of the SCSR compound now, and the first thing that we have to do is find the center of this garage door. Okay, so I had to move the template down. There was absolutely no way to get the letters into the wall unless they were down. So I moved them down about 1/4 inch. I'm hoping this is level. I'm going to grab my level and find out right now.
Right, I got all my holes drilled for everything. So all we have to do now is take the template off. Look at all of that destruction. And get my broom out, just clean this off, and then I'll have to blow off the driveway afterwards. But we have all our pilot holes run. Now we have to just hope and pray that we can get our numbers in there straight. Top holes were very difficult because the drill was on an angle. So I don't know how far I'm going to be able to get that in. We're going to find out right now. All right, the epoxy plan didn't work out as much as I thought it would. The stuff got everywhere and dried really fast, so even though it says it sets up in 30 minutes, that stuff was set up in like 5. So I've got the Alex fast dry now. I'm just going to go ahead and caulk in all the holes up there and around the screws and see if I can do that without making a complete mess. So I'm going to get a bowl of water. Yo, so, all right. So the outside part is mostly done. It's just drying. So now I have to figure out the inside part. I think if I have any black caulk, I'm going to put my black caulk in that hole right there. All those 5 holes. Then I'm going to tie everything up really nice with wire clamps as far over here as I can and then connect to the power right there. I need an extension cord though. And I ordered a smart switch as well. Let's start getting this together. We're inside the Supercar Street Racing garage now, and we can see here all of the holes that were drilled for the new LED house number. So our first mission today is going to be to tie these wires up nicely and not disturb
the mounting that we did on the outside because it is drying. If we move the wires, we might move the actual numbers. So I really want to get the mounting done on this transformer, but it has no mounting brackets. So it is a rectangle, and I am thinking right about here. And then I don't know how I'm gonna keep it on the wall. I guess I'll just put screws to kind of wedge it in. I'm literally gonna have to wedge this thing in the wall, onto the wall. Okay, we do have the power supply mounted now. We just kind of wedged it in there. I'm gonna actually put some of this black caulk around it when I put it in. So next step is to kind of get the wiring done without disturbing the outside, which I am stressed about. Kind of want to just wait so I don't mess it up. But I mean, if I pull, all right, I got all the wires tied up nice. Now I'm gonna work on the power wire, but first I wanna go ahead and get the caulk in there so it can dry. So I've got my caulk gun ready, and I've got my big tube of black caulk ready to go. Let's go. Okay, I did ruin my lucky jeans because I'm an idiot and there's literally no other word for it but that. And now all I have to do right here and right now is get the power wire run most of the way and clamped up. Let's get this power cord situated. Probably right there makes sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna run it right on the base here. Base of the, whatever this is. Put a clamp like every couple feet. Hopefully I have a temporary extension cord. I mean, I'll figure it out, but, and one more down here should do it. All right, so this thing just needs power to test, and my smart plug will be here probably today. Have to check the order, but let's get some power to this thing and test it. A black extension cord, it's kind of long, but I think I can hide it up here if I put it up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and connect these lights right now. I ordered the smart plug. I thought I already ordered it, but obviously I was drunk because I did not order it. This is a bit too long though, but there's plenty of room to hide it back here in the back. And I will get a few clamps and some screws and get up there and tie this thing up and tie up the hotspot cable. This is the power cable, and then we are going to run it up and over so it doesn't interfere with the door. So we got to go way up there, way over there, and into this, but we have a smart plug that's got to go right here as well. So we're going to leave a little slack that we can disconnect this with. It's a big boy. So right here we have to unplug it and insert a smart plug. I'm just going to leave a little bit of slack there. I can also redo if I have to. Oh, let's go, let's go. And then this guy can go in the back. Guys, we did finish this project and connect it to power.
Now this is the moment of truth. Does it actually work? If it doesn't, this was 4 hours worth of work for nothing. Let's see. They are all lit up, so now all we have to do is come check it out at night, and all of that caulk is drying. So we will check back with you guys when it gets dark tonight, but we have successfully finished this project. Guys, we are out here at night with the house numbers, and that's how it looks on the house at night. And yeah, I mean, guys, hope you enjoyed another project. And yeah, it is what it is. It's staying like that. Okay, the final piece of the puzzle for the outdoor lit house numbers came in, and it is a Amazon smart plug. I buy these now because they're just so much easier to set up, and they just go right in and they just work, and you don't have to use a third-party app. They work directly with Amazon. I'm not going to set it up inside the house because I wanted to connect to the Wi-Fi in the garage. So let's get out there in the garage and get this thing hooked up. Okay, I did get the smart plug installed, and it is rather ugly. I will probably paint it black so it kind of blends in, and it needs something to kind of stick up against the wall, like some 3M tape or Velcro. I'm going to go ahead and set it up and configure it now and add it to my routine for all the rest of the lights. We'll start to the studio with Supercar Street Racing and Brad. Guys, welcome back once again. Brad here at Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And you saw today that we did go ahead and get these LED house numbers installed on the house. It was pretty easy. It just took a very long time, and they are not exactly 100% straight, even though I followed the template. They're good enough, but the 4 is a little off on the very end. Looks a little bit lower, even though I put that right in the actual holes in the template. So the way these work is you just order the numbers. I'll have a link here on the screen for you. You order your numbers here, and they will also send you a transformer, and this one right here right now is on a plaque, but you can put them directly on your house as well. Guys, make sure you always click through my links when you order products for Supercar Street Racing's sake of the channel, and it just gives me a little bit of dollars to continue what I'm doing here, because I do lose money on the channel. As always, we love your support. We appreciate you, and buy your LED house numbers and drop a comment if you need any help installing yours, and we'll see you guys next time. Alright guys, we are out back again. This is going to be a short and sweet update. I started working on getting a ceiling fan beam put across, but then I quickly realized that I am going to have to get another board up here and sister it with that existing board, because that thing is flimsy. And I was just going to go across this way, but then I realized that the weight on this patio roof is going to necessitate a beam from there over to the end of there, and then sistered up with that guy. So taking a look at our automation equipment, the electrician left about 30 minutes ago, and he finished our pool automation system. So we have the Jandy AquaLink with the AquaPure salt chlorinator. We've got the AquaLink interface there, and he redid the electrical here for my receptacle for the pool light and for the new automation system here. And if we look inside here, here's the new Jandy automation system already installed and ready to go. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here.
I'm sorry, not the lights. All these old school housings come with a cord, and you must purchase the cord length so that you can pull it to the electrical box, and that is in my video about part 2 of the Toolless pool light. This goes to your pool electrical box, and then from your pool electrical box usually goes to a switch. In my case, now that we're doing the new school one, the light and cord pull to the pool electrical box, and then there it interfaces with another wire that goes to the controller. So we're going to show you how to change a bulb in one of these. So first things first, you take the housing out of the pool with one single screw, and obviously you have water in your pool, you're going to have to dive down and do this with goggles, or where you can reach down maybe and feel it with your hand and get it out of there. So once this is sitting on your pool deck, you're going to have a length of wire inside your niche that you're going to pull out, put up on your pool deck, and that's going to keep the light connected. It is not going to come out. The light
right way up in there. The actual wire goes, had my hand up there before. All right, so I got my hand on the wire. All right, I got the wire now, and that goes, oh, no problem. So the wire actually is right here in my face. So I'm gonna go ahead now and get that wire unclipped. It actually has a safety, it almost looks like a zip tie on it. It's a green safety thing.
Yep.
You have to pull that out first before you can unclip it. So I'm gonna get my GoPro clipped up here somehow and then show you guys this. All right, so I'm underneath the truck now and I see the clip that I have to remove, and you can see this safety, and I just pulled that right out. And then now all we have to do right here, right now, is pull this plug, and there you go, it's completely off. And also it has a Christmas tree on the side that's holding it to the wiring harness. So that also has to come off before it will come out. The actual oxygen sensor end though, looks like it might be free. Let's see. Let me see if that's the right end. Okay. No, the end with the oxygen sensor is on a Christmas tree. And that is hooked to the wiring harness. So that is not going to come out until we figure out how to get this off. Oh, that thing is on there. Yeah, there's like a clip hooked to the harness, the body harness, the wiring harness, and it is on there, brother. Brothers and sisters, I'm getting this thing off.
You get it?
Yeah, we got it. All right. You guys can see right here and right now, I got the actual pigtail disconnected from the wiring harness. It was Christmas treed to the actual vehicle. And now my mission is up there. I've got to get this O2 sensor out. It's the pre-cat O2. And guys, you can see that that is a squeeze right there. So let me get my wrench on that and see what I can do real quick.
Take the box in. Now, if you've got it loose, if you could slide it over the wire, use the box in so you got more meat on it.
I can, yeah. Actually, I think I can literally get all the way around it. It's just not fun.
The only reason I'm telling you to use the box in, or the closed end, is because
actually,
in case we got to put another wrench on it to give it more leverage.
Oh my God, dude. All right, so now you know.
You want that fan on, or you're not worried about it?
No. Now, when you guys know when you do this, this is what you're in for. Also, filming it and doing it at the same time, that's fun. Oh man, this is a fun time. Oh, wow. All right, I've got the wrench over the O2 sensor now. There is just a very, very little amount of actual room to do this, so you can only get your wrench on there with one.
Do you want to double your wrench up?
No, I'm gonna see if I can power this guy out with it like this. If I can't, then I'll do an extra wrench. Let me think about this. So
I think you gotta go towards my feet.
Yep, go towards you. Not like when we were doing the calipers.
Yeah, the opposite way of that, the right way.
Yep. Yeah, got it.
Nice.
Yep, good to go. Oh, I love it when the dirt goes directly into your eyes.
That's usually a good sign.
That's all the hot rust going in my eyes.
You have to break it some more, huh?
No, it's just like my eyes are, I got like stuff in them. What is that noise?
Some bird. I don't even know what kind of bird.
Kill it. Erase from channel.
There's a crow.
Do not kill birds. Okay, so I'm getting out from underneath this because it's putting dirt and dust all in my eyes. Fuck.
That's turning?
Yeah. Well, it was. Oh man.
It's my pellet gun.
More just dropped right in my eyeballs. Probably should have been wearing glasses for this.
That sounds like a wild bird.
Kill it. Guys, if you do this at home, wear safety glasses because I just got hot, molten lead rust in my eyeball. Every time I go up there, more drops in my face.
You want safety goggles?
No. The hard part is trying to record while I'm doing it.
Let's pray this is bank 2. I'm pretty sure this is bank 2.
Hopefully this is bank 2, brother. Good thing. All right, I have the old O2 sensor out. I've got the new one in my hand. It has anti-seize compound already on it. So if you guys don't get one with that, go ahead and get the anti-seize compound and put it on the end here and screw that guy back in. I'm gonna do that now. And so you guys see, there's a kind of a, like a plastic shield down here blocking, and that's what's making it so difficult to get this guy in. All right, so I got the new O2 sensor threading in at this point. Turn it as much as you can with your hand, and then you'll tighten the rest up with your wrench. It's not really, it's an awkward position, and I'm gonna go ahead now and tighten this up off camera because I can't hold the camera and tighten. All right guys, so I got the O2 sensor replaced now, and I got the little pigtail plug back in, and now we are going to go ahead and start the truck. After this, I'm going to get out of here first, and we're going to see if that was the culprit of all these issues. But yeah, it looks like everything is good to go now. Just going to stuff this back up in here, and we'll go test the wire.
All right, cool. All right, well, Brad just finished up putting everything back together, so I'm going to check to see if my sensor turns off and everything starts running normal again. Fingers crossed. All right, still showing a sensor. I do have a low tire pressure that I got to fix. Still feels pretty rough right now. I don't know if that will correct itself after a minute.
Do we have to reset the codes?
I can't imagine we would. The only way we do that, I guess, is just pull the
OBD2 reader. Yeah. Right.
I mean, can't we just take the
pull
negative
the battery?
Yeah.
Yep. Hood open. And we don't have an OBD2 reader, right? I don't have one.
I'd have to go over to my buddy's house. Oh. Nope.
Still running rough too?
Feels like it's running rough, yeah. But maybe it needs a second.
So we're still getting some weird readings from the computer, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and pull the battery cable right there and go ahead and reset everything and see if we can figure it out. Because we did double check a video and we replaced the one that was showing the code in the computer. And so to pull the battery cable on this thing, looks like maybe an 8 or something millimeter-ish.
Just broke.
And it'll quickly reset the ECU. And go from there, and then we'll pull the codes again if that doesn't work, and we'll see what's happening after that, because we replaced the one that it said according to the video.
All right, so we put everything in. Truck still's running a little bit rough. The code was still on the dash, so we just unhooked the battery for a minute to try to reset the code. It did reset. I still have another code on here for a low tire pressure, but we're hoping that maybe it's one of these things where it just needs to run for a little bit and try to clear itself out, but no guarantee. So if that doesn't work, then we might have to put the computer back up to it and see if it's throwing another code. So we'll see.
All right, we're gonna take it for a test drive here for a little bit, drive about 30 miles, see what happens, and then we'll update you guys when we get back.
Yep.
Guys, good morning from Supercar Street Racing headquarters. We have an empty garage because the Tesla Model S Plaid is getting some work done to it. And we still have these Model S Plaid 19-inch Tempest wheels and aero covers that have not sold. They are for sale if anybody is interested, but they are in the way. And this box right here, right now, is going to save our life on the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a rainy Friday morning. It has been raining hard all night long in Florida, but back closer to home and inside of the Supercar Street Racing garage, we have these heavy-duty hooks that we ordered from Amazon, and we're going to take a look at right now. There is the Supercar Street Racing golf cart chilling in the rain. It does not go out in the rain, but these hooks will save our life because we need to get these guys up in the air and off of the ground and onto that wall. Now here's a good look at one of the hooks, and you can see it is pretty sturdy looking, and I have read some reviews that it will easily hold a truck wheel and tire. So of course it needs to be put into the studs. It does come with this awesome nut driver and these kind of big bolts, and if you have drywall, they come with drywall inserts as well. So we will get a look at where we're going to put all this stuff. I had previously cleared out room here, and if you notice, there is a stud right there and a stud right there. So we're going to try to get this wheel up as high as possible on this stud, and I already tried regular lag bolts and failed miserably. So all we need to do is really measure how far up. If we insert right here on the inside, we need to measure to the top of the tire, and that will let us know where to place our bolts. So if we get our measuring tape out here, we will see that it is about 6.5 inches from the wheel to the top of the tire, meaning the tire will go about right there. We don't want it to hit this shelf. So if we come down here a little bit, we should be able to put 2 wheels and tires easily. So we'll put the bolt in right there and see if that's going to do it. In order to accomplish this amazing project this morning, we're going to need my impact. And we have this brand new, barely used, I'm going to be using to put these into the wall. So we will go ahead and get set up to get that bolt in,
and we'll be using this provided nut driver. Very convenient of them to provide this for us. Otherwise, you know, I have one, I'm sure, but it makes life easier. And then we just have to put it on the end of our DeWalt 20 volt, and it is all set up and ready to impact this guy right into the wall. So let's get that going right now. We have our heavy duty hanger bar here. We have our lag bolts here. And we probably want to make sure that they are level, even though there's probably no way not to make it level. But we can do the first one. And we'll just go right between the stud here. And we can always move it if it's not right. Oh yeah, that thing is in there good. Hopefully that's enough room for the top of the tire to not hit our shelf. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's grab our wheel and tire and see if we can actually hang it up. Yep, this is heavy. There it is. Now the question is, do we trust this for our Model S Plaid to be sitting right underneath this? I guess we're going to have to. And in order for these aero covers to go back on, you have to take out the center caps.
We have successfully finished this project, but now in order to really finish it, we need to get our equipment back up on the wall and make room for everything that we need to hang. So let's do that now. Cleanup effort was successful. We have finished yet another project here, and it looks absolutely ridiculously cool on the wall there. Sort of a shrine to the Tesla Model S Plaid. And now, right here, right now, we are done with this project on Supercar Street Racing. Please support the channel by liking and subscribing, and click on the product links in the description when you purchase anything from Amazon. Not just these amazing hooks, but anything, and you will facilitate us making some money as things crash down behind me. Like I was saying, please like and subscribe. Please buy anything through any of our product links. Anything you buy on Amazon, if you click through one of my links first, I make a very small commission, and it allows the channel to grow and provide more entertainment and fun for you guys. Thank you once again for watching. Love you guys so much and appreciate all your support on Supercar Street Racing. What's up, guys? Time for another unboxing, and now we got the Govee RGB IC LED light strip. It's already installed on the mirrors there, and they are fully programmable with the app. They have a bunch of pre-built scenes. You can do control 2 strips at the same time, which is what I do with this one. And I'm going to be showing you a lot more about that. I'll take some screenshots of the app and upload those as well. LEDs are all flickering on camera, but yeah, so that's what they look like installed behind my mirrors. And next we're going to take them out and show you how you control them. Okay guys, we got the Govee LED strip, and the plan is to run them He's priming it. And then we will be able to see on the security camera up there. So he's priming the pump now to drain the pool. Here we go. And looks like it's going. We're gonna see it here in a minute. Nothing yet. There it is, the water. Check that out, guys. Pool is draining. It's actually going a lot faster than I thought it would. That thing takes the water out. So we will time lapse that, but you can already see the water level coming down. Leave that on. Dude, that's pretty close.
I think he wants chicken. He's tired of cat food.
Because, like, I mean, you can literally see every...
That new window peel sat is so good in your life, and you love the new window peel sat. That peel sat feels so good on the new window when you peel it, and you get the satisfaction on the new window peel with the satisfaction and the...
All right, guys, we're watching Supercar Street Racing right here on TV. But today we have a task, and we're going to turn this down first, but we are going to be pressure washing everything today. It needs it. It's been a couple of months since we did it. And you know you have to do that all the time in Florida. So Patricia's coming over. She wants to do it. She loves doing pressure washing. It's like her therapy. We're going to go ahead and get set up for her, though. We're going to go grab the pressure washer, get the hose connected, and start looking at pressure washing. And this will be the first time we've ever pressure washed my new driveway. So it has not been pressure washed since I got it. So this will be a first on the pavers. Let's get busy and get to work. Yeah.
Alright, we did finish the project of getting the driveway and all the concrete fully pressure washed. You can see how good this came out here in the front. The concrete is super white again, and then we will take you around the house and show you the other parts that did get pressure washed. Right, and it is raining a bit out here, but you can see we did get the pool deck done, all these pavers, and the entire side of the house right here on the same day. And all this got done here all the way up to the front. And that is the new pad that is supposed to run water off and keep it from going into the actual studio. But yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed this video and all the pressure washing stuff. I know it's satisfying for some people, but there's a good look at the pavers that got done there and the pool deck, and of course everything on this side as well. All of this got done and it looks amazing. And that is going to do it for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us one more time on Supercar Street Racing. Oh, I forgot to mention before I let you guys go, we did have massive problems with the GoPro overheating, so we lost a lot of the footage that we did because it just kept shutting off. It's so annoying. Even in the shade, it would not stay on. So yeah, guys, that's going to do it. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you again next time. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we are starting another project, and that is the parts are laying right here on the table for what that is going to be, and we will tell you that here shortly on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, bringing you a new project for today, and that is we are going to be hanging a
TV right there in the center of that wall in my garage. I realized the other day when I was working out here, I really need a television out here that can articulate. So I did buy an articulating mount for it, and I'll take a step back here and show you how that's going to be. We'll be able to kind of bring the TV out and tilt it this way, and then we will run the wiring up through the wall into the attic, and it will be run on a Fire Stick. And now I will show you the television that's going to go right here. We've got this full motion TV wall mount here. We've got an RGB Govee LED Alexa smart strip light for behind the TV. And we've got an outlet to put behind the TV for a power for the TV and also USB. Now I took a chance on this guy, not understanding or knowing. I'd never bought a mount like this that just has one single up and down. I usually buy the long way mounts, so I'm gonna try this one for the first time and let you guys know how I like this new type of mount. Guys, we are back in the office, and this is the sacrificial lamb. This is my Sharp Aquos television. I actually have two of them. I have had them for over 10 years, and they have been amazing. They are 1080p. They got the old school RCA inputs in the back as well as HDMI. That tells you how old they are. They don't have S-video, so they're not quite that old, but they do have RGB, which tells you something. These TVs are old. So this TV is going into the garage, and then I will get another TV out of the closet. I have plenty of them to replace this one until I get a 4K TV for this wall, which is coming up soon. Here we are in my closet. Yeah, so I have a number of televisions here that are smaller that will probably go in place of that one until I get a 4K for the wall. This is kind of my electronics overload in the closet here. You guys have never seen it, but yeah, that's the Supercar Street Racing electronic closet overload. Okay, it does tilt, so it's staying. It's right here is the tilt mechanism. It does tilt slightly. So that is the TV mount. The electrical outlet, which has USB. I'm thinking if I need any USB power behind the TV, it's convenient to plug straight in and not have to use a brick. And our Govee light strip right here. And yeah, so I'm already seeing that I might need a USB power because there's only two outlets here and I've got three things to power. And inside the Govee USB strip, this is the smart Wi-Fi strip. There's our actual strip. You know, guys, you guys know I have a lot of these already. So yeah, we can't use this to power the Govee strip. We actually have to use the adapter. But that's fine. I'll put a little multi-plug on the back there if I can. Yeah, so that is what we have to do this project starting tomorrow. Okay, here we have the Sharp Aquos TV, and if we look at the back of it here, it has 1, 2, 3, 4 HDMIs, a bunch of RGBs, VGA, and cool that it has actually has audio out here. I think this is actually an audio input. Yeah, I think this is input, this is output. So we're actually going to run RCA cables from this to an amplifier is what I think we're going to do, or it is line out though, it's not speaker controlled. I think, it does have a headphone jack on the side, so that's what we're gonna use so that we can control the audio level from an amplifier. It's gonna go up through the attic, and then there's gonna be an amplifier on top of these cabinets up here and a subwoofer, and then we'll feed the garage in-ceiling audio from that amplifier. So yeah, we'll use this headphone jack out here on the side. But first things first, we got to get this mount connected and everything. So I'm going to go grab that. Okay, we have our mount here and our little lithium-ion screwdriver and all the accessories that come with this. And so basically this is the way this works. This guy goes to the back of the TV here, like this.
It literally doesn't need anything else, and then it just hangs on. It doesn't look like I need any of the little arms here or anything. It looks like it will bolt directly to this, as the mount has just the right VESA screw holes here. So this should be easier than I thought. Okay, we got our floor condom ready, and we will be gentle in putting this on its face to remove. Still got the plastic on it, I think. I don't have the replacement for the bottom of this, but I don't need it. It won't be seen. And there it is. The stand is off of the TV. Easy peasy, pumpkin squeezy. So we do have a toolbox up on the bench. I want to make sure that the bottom of this TV does not interfere with the toolbox opening. So we're going to measure from the bottom of the mount. Actually, we're going to measure from the center of the mount to the bottom of the TV, because it's about 10 inches, 9 3/4. So we need to be at least 10 inches above the toolbox right here, so that the bottom of the TV doesn't hit that. We need to at least open the door that much. So I would say there's a nail pop right there. If we go just a little below that, just like right above the nail pop, then that puts 10 inches of the TV below it. Maybe right here. Puts the bottom of the TV somewhere down in here. Almost perfect. Right where that dot is. So, using our stud finder here, I see the nail pop. Notice the arrow there on the stud finder, and there's the nail pop. So that's where we will put our mount. Now this mount, unlike other mounts, has one single center. So it will actually mount like that. So that's the center. Then all we have to do is we just need to put the center in. Then all we have to do is literally level by going left to right, and that's how we get the TV centered left to right. Unlike a mount that goes this way, you can kind of fudge it if it's not level by putting something under one side of the mount to raise up one side, but on this one, we don't have that capability, so it has to be perfect left to right like this. And the center gives you the opportunity to move it this way, left to right, to get it 100% center. And we'll do that with a level up against the edge right here. But first things first, we need to get this thing mounted, so I need to get the appropriate tools out. Okay, here's what they provide us to mount the TV. And it is just a bag full of drywall inserts and lag screws. We don't need the drywall inserts, we're going directly into a stud. We do need the lag screws. Really only need two, one for the middle and one for the top or bottom. And here's a good look at that hardware that they give you. Look at the lag screws they give you. So that's what we will be driving in. And we're going to need our impact gun and a socket to fit this. Let's see what we have here. Okay, here's my sockets. Looks like maybe a 8. Ah, it's way bigger than an 8, it's an 11. And then we need our adapter here for the impact gun. And fits perfectly. Grab the impact and get to work. Okay, we're ready to go. It's set to pre-drill. I don't know if it's necessary. These are heavy stones I'm saying, so there's a chance they'll break a wall. So I'm just going to run this a little bit first. There we go. Alright, now we got it started. So the back of the TV just has to line up with this part, so it slides right over and sits on these hooks according to the manual here. Then there's 2 screws in the box that I took out. that secure the TV once it's ready. However, we have to work on the TV now because we're doing RGB LED. First thing to do is prep the TV, fully clean it where the RGB strip will stick. Clean it with Windex. Hate these towels that don't actually dry. You know what I'm talking about? They don't soak up water. You run it over them, water, and nothing happens. It's like, what? Why is it a towel? It doesn't do what towels do. All right, this thing is clean and drying off. Now, I didn't get the immersive TV, not for the garage. It was about $80 more. We don't need that. We have the Govee Smart LED strip, which we can program to make come on when the TV comes on. And here is the strip right here. But we have to plan our power and all that. So power will be on this side. I'm putting the wall box on this side of the TV, so power needs to mount on this side. So I'm thinking power here. And the strip will go around the edge like this. So our power.
What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here. It is Wednesday, and want to give you guys a little update because you probably saw the Z06 dyno video from yesterday. What happened is we took the Supra out to call it a Supra. It's actually an IS300 with partial Supra swap. We took the IS300 out to Tuner's Inc. to Tracy, And once we got there, we decided that it was probably silly to go ahead and dyno and tune on the current setup without getting more fuel. In the current setup, the car made about 523 to the wheels. That's on 22 pounds of boost on 93 octane fuel in Florida. Yeah, fuel, I said that. So the plan is to go ahead and get these injectors, which you are going to see on the screen right now. And these are the 1650 Fuel Injector Clinic injectors. They are a brand new technology from Bosch. They are stainless steel, so they're able to handle E85 with no issues whatsoever. We're also doing a second fuel pump. This will assure that we have the right fuel pressure to deliver for these injectors. Now, this also is the first step on 2 steps. The next step is going to be a larger turbo. I want to try to put down between 800 and 900 to the wheels. Now, we have one problem here, and that is the rear end of the car. The differential is a BRZ rear end, Torsen rear end, and it may not be able to handle the power. It's handling 530 to the wheels right now with no problems, but I have a feeling I'm going to destroy it maybe when we tune up another 150 or 200 rear wheel horsepower if we can get there. Dusty at MVP Motorsports seems to think that 650 is the limit of this turbo. However, someone online did 800, but with a higher compression motor. I think. I don't know what my compression is actually. So take a look at these injectors. This is what we're getting. And as soon as these injectors are put in, which they already arrived at Tuners Inc., we'll be going back for a retune. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up. Later, dude. All right, we are out here. New Smyrna Beach, me and Joe, and then right across the street from our hotel room, there's the burnt down bar. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, so we got the perfect view of the burnt. All right, we are out here at Englishtown. We're at Raceway Park here, and we're pulling into the gate right now, and you can see we got cars both. Let's get in here to the LZ Invitational and see what is happening. It might take a minute to get parked. We're a little early. The event starts at noon. We didn't get VIP because they were sold out, but we'll see what's up in here. I see a lot of cool cars. All right, we're pulling into Raceway Park now. Check out all the people here. It is absolutely insane today. I'm kind of hyped about seeing some of this drifting and seeing some of my YouTube guys out there. You can see right here, we are heading into the drift event now. LZ Invitational, Englishtown, New Jersey. Let's do this. Englishtown. All right, we're out here, LZ Invitational, checking out some of the cars here. Tracks over there, cars here for the car show. Good turnout, a lot of people. And this is the car show area. I think there is a lot of people here right now. Still people rolling in for the car show, parking. There is like thousands here. We're gonna go over here and check out all the booths. I see the Motion Auto booth. I see LZ MFG over there. Let's go check it out. All right. I think I see Rudnick over here. over at the Ryzen Miata shop. Yeah, here we go. There's Chris and the gang at the Rudnick shop. Chris, Matt, Chris. People are still coming in. Alright guys. Over here Chris's fellow YouTubers. Out here with Chris. Chris, stop by and say hi. Alright, here's a look at the Clean Culture car show. And maybe we'll do a little live segment here briefly, but there's tons of cars out here. Tons. Alright, here's Chris's Z. And LS B36 crashed yesterday. Right back here.
You're a fucking weirdo. I'm a weirdo, nigga. You're arguing me out of I told you if I catch you, I was gonna do something. I'm here, and I'm here. So then do you want to fight?
Want to talk.
So then do you want to fight?
He's gone.
Are you gonna send me all the money you sent me? Like I had to send you? Are you gonna send me all the money I had to send you? Bro, Joe. You're not gonna do shit. You're a pussy. I'm still standing right here. That's everything. I had to fight somebody else.
His girlfriend's hot. I don't care what he did.
Still waiting for that video too. And on everything, if you just want to see it, like I said, I have full receipts. I really just had to fight it.
We had our popcorn, that's all. We were just watching.
I suspect the video.
Oh, you gotta do it.
You don't, like, you really don't understand, like, everything I'm saying, like, I want her to say something. She wanted to yell fuck you bitch to me the other day at Sheets when I was leaving.
Coming back.
There was a cop there.
Coming back. No, he's out of here. They're gone.
Try to fight his man. I've still been left on scene for the last day and a half.
All right, they have started drifting out here. It is the loudest thing I've ever heard. It's like drag racing. You guys got no mufflers at all. Let's see who comes out. There we go. That's okay. No, it's fine. rotate. And that is Chris Rudnick's booth. There's a lot of action going on here. There's Motion Auto. There's everybody else in the world is here. And I was going to say hi to Chris, but it's really busy, so probably leave him alone for now and go walk around and check out some of the car show. Nice looking GTR and an Evo.
That guy has so much money, he's like shitting it out.
Cool GTR. And we were just walking around checking out all the goodness here.
And then I saw that one. We'll wait till I start drifting off the
And I guess we can go back to the back. They're not restricting access to there's Samet and Chris. And Matt. Doing photo ops, not going to bother them. But we will go back here, check out the rest. Trevor's drift car.
When he gets a shot, you're just gonna have to work everyone down.
There's the MagnaFlow booth. Here's Colette's car, the rotary. And then that's the rotary, no, is that the rotary Supra? Yeah. That's Adam in the Supra. Right there. Doing a little bit of texting and tuning. Out of the Colette. And of course, Vargas for RX-7 tuning specialist, rotary Vargas. Thanks, wicked.
Alright guys, so that was a look at my trip to Englishtown, New Jersey. Sorry, I do have COVID right now, tested positive yesterday, and I've been sick since Friday. So that was a look at my trip to Englishtown, where I probably got this that I have right now. I hope you guys enjoyed it. As you can see, I didn't do a whole lot of video there because there was a lot of live streaming I was doing as well, but I did get to go up and check out all the booths of the YouTubers that I watch all the time, and it was pretty cool. A lot of great drifting. Got to see everybody's cars up close, which made it super exciting. I didn't really buy anything. My plan originally was to buy something, but it never really happened. So I went out there with my buddy, and we stayed out there all day long and checked out all the booths, all the cars, the Clean Culture car show, and then we took off about 5 or 6 in the evening, and then of course I came home sick. So at the current time I am battling this, and that is it for today on Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we'll see you next time.
Happy Monday morning, guys. And today is a holiday, but unfortunately, you can see here, I am actually at work. Today we're going to talk a little bit about how to get your crud, black, soot, and just terrible exhaust systems looking polished and brand new. So Saturday morning, we took the SL65 over to the exhaust shop, and the technician who was working on the exhaust was going to polish up the exhaust tips for me, and he showed me this very cool thing to use. It's this stuff that usually is used for freeing up bolts and nuts that are stuck, but he was using it for polishing the exhaust. Take a look at this video. This is a combination of that stuff and metal polish to get your exhaust tips looking fresh again. Looks good. Open shut.
It ain't cheap though. Stuff ain't cheap. Like $20 a can.
Oh yeah? Damn. And they don't have it at any auto parts stores, huh?
Nope, you'll never find it. And if you do, let me know. The only place I found it was eBay.
Came out good, man.
But the cool thing is you can use it on a lot of stuff.
Right.
A lot of stuff. And what it does, it can't, like, say, now that we're doing it like this, you get water spots on it next time, oxidation or anything, you just wipe it off. It leaves like a foil film on it that protects the tip.
Came out good.
Now I might use a little bit of that to help get off the rest of the black. I don't think it works that great.
Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. And today, right next to me, we have this Vikoizva, or Vikoizova, however you want to pronounce it, portable blender that we're so happy to be taking a look at today. This thing is very cool. I can't wait to show you guys all the things it can do. Here's the outside of the box of the Vycozva before we go ahead and take a look at it unboxing. It's very cool looking. It's got like a crystal top looking thing. It's got a power button and a USB Type-C charging port on the front right here, as you can see. It's got a lid on the top that you just press a little button, it pops up. And then this whole thing comes unscrewed from the base and it becomes a cup. And they give you some cool little straws to work with as well when it converts into a cup. Now this is the model A9. You can find it on the Amazon link in the description below, so please order it from there. And also anything else you want to order from Amazon, click through any of my links. It doesn't have to be the one for the actual product, and it helps the channel out greatly. This thing does use 5 volts. It charges off of a 5-volt little charging adapter. You can use anything, a computer or a little USB plug, and it does come with a short little cable to charge it. And it does have an 18,000 RPM motor as indicated right here on this beautiful green box. Guys, we are right here in front of the Vycozva portable blender, which was graciously provided to us from the manufacturer. And if we look at the front here, it is a 21.2 ounce blender. Comes in a really nice shade of green here, packaging. And on the top there's the label that we see. This is made in China. And it does say portable blender, kitchen, office, gym, etc. And then on the side, here's a good look at the packaging. You can see it's got a USB power charger inlet right there and a power button right there. On the back, there's the model number. It is an A3, 600 milliliter bottle capacity. It's a 7.4 volt blender. It takes 5 volt charging, which is actually just a standard USB charger, and it has an 18,000 RPM motor, guys. So get hyped about the 18,000 RPM motor. And right here and right now, I don't have the SCSR scissors because I'm still PTSD from when they cut my finger wide open. So I'm using my good old hand and not working very well with it. Yep. And inside of the packaging right here, right now, we see the Vycozva portable blender coming out. Looks like the cap there. And inside the good looking portable blender sitting right here and right now in front of you. They also give you these 2 beautifully colored straws. And here is the instruction manual. And that is all that is inside the box of the Vycozva blender. Okay, we just took a good unboxing look at the Vycozva portable blender. And inside the blender box, we did have this instruction manual that has some procedures on it. Tells you how to put the fruit in, liquid, tighten the lid, and go ahead and blend. And then it's some instructions here for your first blend. Make sure your blender is fully charged. We have not done that yet. And it tells you that the blend mode is for smoothies, shakes, and mixed drinks, and the pulse mode is for salsa, jam, small ice cubes, frozen fruits, and extra tough ingredients. And so if we look here at the front of the Vycozva, there is the power button right there, and then right below that there is a charging port, and up at the top, if you press this little latch button, the top flips open and you have access to this hole to pour out your liquids after you blend them, and then the lid just turns and spins right off here. And then in this other little packaging here, we ever get it open, there is a solid lid. So if you want to, I guess, take this off. It is flashing, so it is charged, and then this goes on the bottom, so it then becomes a drinking cup. Very cool. Very, very cool feature. And then this just simply screws right back on. You can see it is somewhat charged. So let's get this thing on the charger now. Okay, the VESA, or VESA, however you want to pronounce that, does come with a little small USB-C charging cable, probably about 4 inches long. And you can see right here on the table here that we presented on the channel not too long ago, we do have USB capability. So let's go ahead and plug in the VESA here. So see, we just plug in USB type A right here on our table, plug in the VESA so gently right there, and it does light up and starts charging. I love the way it has green lights around the top and then 2 red ones indicating that it is still charging. And it actually tells you in the manual what the different green lights mean. No lights means it ran out of battery. All lights flicker in red and green alternately. It means the jar is not tightened. Stop working, all indicator lights flash for 8 seconds. Ingredients is too thick or too big. And then the battery level indicator is right here. And we have 2 red lights on. So it counts up from 2 green lights to 12 green lights. 12 green lights means you're at 84 to 99% charged. And then fully charged, all the green lights will show up here on the indicator. So you can see here we're charging right here and right now. We're just not quite there yet. And here is a look at the straws. They give you 2 nice straws here. And that would be when this turns into an actual cup. And then they give you a little cleaning brush as well, which is very cool. There's the 2 straws and the cleaning brush that come with the device. We do have the VESA portable blender right here, completely charged. It did come with somewhat of a charge. And these little green indicator rings down at the bottom is what lets you know if the blender is charged or not. And you can see right here and right now, all the green LED lights are on now after about 15 minutes of charging, and the thing is ready to go. So now all we have to do is test it with food. Guys, we are here in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen. Get hyped for making a smoothie. Now, we're not going to do any protein powder. I don't eat this stuff anyway because it's full of carbs, but I will show you with this fresh fruit how to make a smoothie with this electric blender from VESA. So the first thing we need to do is put some fruit in. And there's some pineapple and some whatever green stuff and some strawberries. And it was ridiculously expensive at $8 for this much fruit. Is ridiculous. And I will taste it, but I'm not going to actually eat much. I am on keto and none of this stuff is keto friendly, guys. So sorry, I'm not going to be eating this deliciousness, but if you're going to do this, go ahead and get yourself some protein powder. Get some crushed ice from your fridge. So let's go to crushed here. Let's stop it right there. And we have our top here for the blender to go ahead and put on. And it is good and tight, good and tight. And we can now test our blender out. Let's go. So all you have to do supposedly is push this button. Okay, it's giving us an error message saying that this is not tight. try it again. Ah, it's still not working. All right, so we got to check the manual. It's giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flashes. Let's go check the manual. Okay, from what I can see, this is saying that it is too hard to work with. There is a strawberry blocking the blade. Trying to get it out. There's a strawberry right in the way. Yeah, I gotta get the strawberry out. I think it's blocking the blade. Alright, I have no idea what I did, but it started flashing green, so let's try it. Wow. Alright, I had to turn it upside down. Now it's ripping. So if you have issues, turn it upside down and it'll start ripping. And there it goes, guys. So 1 press is regular, 2 is pulse. I don't know, it flashed yellow. All right, I heard some ice at the bottom. Yeah, it's having issues, man. It goes into overload a lot, but it is working. All right, this is pulse mode, supposedly. So every time you press it, it pulses. All right, that's good enough to test this. We got our stuff blended up. Let's try it. Now that our liquid is all blended up in the blender, let's go. We gotta press this little button to get it open. It pops open and we have our straw to test our smoothie with. Let's test this. Yep, it's terrible. Super bitter and bland because there's nothing in it but fruit, but it did the job. Test. Alright guys, the blender works. It does protest a lot about the ice. So make sure you have a bunch of very crushed up ice when you do this. Other than that, the thing does its job. It blended. Now that we've taken a good look at the VESA blender and what it can do, let's throw it back to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studios. Welcome back to the 4K production studio once again, and today we have been provided with this VESA. It's very hard to pronounce and I don't know the correct pronunciation of it. Personal blender, and this guy is a rechargeable blender. All you have to do is plug this thing into USB Type-C until all the green LEDs around the bottom are completely green and it is 100% charged. Now you can see this thing does have a 4.2 star review. I had a few issues with it, with the actual power of it not being able to do the fruit, but I did have a piece of fruit stuck in the bottom of it. So once I got that dislodged and figured out also that the top wasn't tight enough onto the blender, everything started working better. So yeah, it does have 4.2 star reviews. It is $28.99. There will be a link in the description for it. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. It does the job. It's great for making little smoothies or whatever for your nutritious, delicious meals. So go ahead and order up the VESA personal blender from the link you see in the description. And anything else you might want to order from Amazon, click any of my links to order anything from Amazon, and I get a little bit of a credit for it. And it helps out the channel greatly because we lose money on the channel, as you know. And this is just a hobby for me. So help the channel keep going, help Supercar Street Racing be strong. Go ahead and like and subscribe, and we will see you guys next time on the next episode. I'm out of here. Peace.
And hey, I'm not going nowhere till I get to Tampa. This man come from the other car to come right here. I'm talking to you cars. Come from the other car to come over here to talk to me about some bull crap. Yes, girl, the demons is out today. Cause that's all it is. I ain't doing nothing. Man say don't put the bag on the chair. The bag ain't on the chair. My dog is in my hand. The dog in the next seat. Ain't nobody in the next seat. I'll be getting off in a few minutes. He told me that I couldn't put the dog on the bag on the chair. Wait, hold up. These men walked in here with their dogs. These big dogs loose. I'm holding my dog in a chair. The bag is not in the chair. It's on the floor. It's over here. But I'm holding my dog. The dog isn't barking. It isn't crying. It ain't doing nothing.
Did they dog have the vest on? Right.
She's a service dog.
You got your licenses and stuff?
Yeah, in the phone.
As long as you got that, then you're good. You don't have to worry about
That's why I ain't doing nothing. They didn't ask me to keep it in the bag. They told me that I couldn't put the bag on the chair. I don't want nothing bad to happen. I'm not asking for this. This is harassment. And yeah, I got my dog in my lap. People walking with their dogs laying down on the floor, and this man come from that car to right here. The bag is sitting right here, and I'm holding the dog. There's nothing on the chair. So what do you think this is? Satan? The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. But you see what I'm saying here? There is some really bad energy going on, and it's targeted towards me. They'll win if you submit to the bull. That's when they win. Because I'm not doing nothing. My dog not doing nothing. Nothing. So why am I supposed to be submissive to that?
I'm not asking for submissiveness, okay? I'm not asking for none of that. I'm not.
Work here?
She don't know you know. I know, right. And I don't want them. You know, we see the videos of the police.
Yeah.
I don't want stuff like that to happen.
I got my camera. Where is it?
I don't want that to happen right now.
I'm finna take this. And I was just sitting here.
They will do that. We're not even far from right where we need to be. We're not far, and I understand you are supposed to be ready. It's not so I want that the people come in here and do it.
There is nothing that I'm doing. The girl come from over there, and then she said,
I'm trying to protect both me and you. That will give me an anxiety attack if the police come up in here and do stuff like that. Talking with passion, they're going to think you're being aggressive. They're going to think that you just being outright and insubordinate. Those are the words that they're going to use. You feel me? It's not about submitting. It's just that sometimes I don't own the train, so we can't control their words.
I'm finna put this on film and hit it on TikTok. TikTok. This is one of these things that's going on, and then I'm gonna take it to this is Ron DeSantis and show it to him. This is your train, Amtrak. Bring it, because I will film it. And they can't say I can't film nothing because you can film wherever you want to be. I'm filming this.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand,
I'm
Ma.
protecting you. I'm trying to.
I'm trying to get to a funeral.
They're going to take these off because they're going to separate you totally. The moment you get the heart rate, they'll take your bill, send your dog to the pound. You got to get it back. You got to take another train, and they don't reimburse you. All they're going to do is pull you off the city. You don't have to wait out there. They're going to take it off.
What she's talking about is going now.
It's about to stop right now. It's not going to stop. And the police is going to have to wait to punch you off. Just like they do on the plane. You're going to separate from the dog. That's what they did. You watch the artists. The moment they put the real custody, your dog will separate. You got to take that foot and go into the side. After all you do is the dog. That's all I'm saying. The dog person, I breathe the hug.
I do too.
And they will interrupt your life on an emotional level. So for that, the dog, you got to remain.
It's not about submissiveness. It's not about submissiveness. It's exactly.
Yeah, I am. I'm a chill because I know that this is a test of time. I haven't done anything. I really haven't done anything. I haven't done a thing, not a thing.
They're trying to apply the law to you.
Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. The dog never barked. Did nothing. And they attacking my dog like that is crazy. Yeah, nobody
told you about it. I just thought it was a man. Right. I just thought it was a
well
man.
trained. Wait, that was on the chair. Yeah.
It's the principle. That's
The principle is you got dogs walking in here, laying on the floor, communicating, and here my dog been for the whole trip, been in a bag.
Orlando. But they hold the idea for them is you're not following my rule, and I'm the conductor. But you're saying
Yeah, I know. As you know, there is a conductor though that he see what was going on and he took the complaint, but he came back here and he sat down, he talked, you know, so I get it, like I really get that, but you know, I'm at a place in my life where when you give up your freedoms, your rights, they won't. I haven't done
But you already see exactly when they stop and they ask you, is she trained? I mean, is she trained?
She trained.
You show them the paperwork and that's enough. The only thing they should say after that, you don't have to show me, I believe you. You don't have to show me nothing. I believe
From
you.
a psychiatrist.
I believe you. You don't have to show me anything. But as long as you got your paperwork for her.
Set up a cock and ass and tits and butthole pleasures.
It's not about butthole pleasures at all.
It's not about this rusty trombone and the dirty Sanchez.
Please stop.
And the Cincinnati bow tie. And the pussy juice cocktail. And the shit-stained balls.
Just please stop.
God damn.
Go. Oh, let's go.
That truck right there just came and brought $18,000 worth of travertine. Look at that. You guys are so stoked. You can't wait to come swim in my brand new pool. And then you're going to try to take all your clothes off and do weird things, but no, I'm not.
I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of somewhere down in here with some extra.
So to kind of run through this real fast, obviously you got the main battery. You know, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't figure out some way to just connect.
To make that work?
Does this come off? Will we take this off? Does this dash with the cup holders come off? Probably use your hole saw kit just to make the first initial hole.
But I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over. Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up.
It's a lot cooler in here now with that fan blowing.
Yeah, I'm about to crank it up on high.
Oh, I'll do it.
Can you make us a ground with two of the big yellow loops to go from the fuse box to the battery? Cut off just enough so that I can tie it up with a clamp so that I can come around. Okay, I just got done connecting the inverter. You can see right here, I ran it right up the side of the inverter and then directly over to the fuse box. Right now, Joe is making our ground cable to go from the battery to the voltage reducer, and then we'll go from the voltage reducer to the fuse box for ground to give that a ground. So we're going to work on that right now real quick.
All right, so we're coming off the positive here.
That guy's going to come off the negative, run the side of the battery along the top of here to right here. So leave me enough to just clamp it with this red guy to right here so that I can put a good clamp. And if you can...
Hold on, so we're going from right here to here.
And then...
This is going to go here.
Just like that to the bottom of this terminal so it'll sit like right there.
So you go right here?
Yeah, just leave a tiny bit extra and we'll make that work.
Okay.
Now, do you want to come directly off the battery for your amplifier ground, or do you want to come off of the voltage reducer?
I'm okay with coming off the voltage reducer.
So then make a ground also that comes down, feeds down to here for your amplifier.
Yep.
So give yourself enough, whatever way you think is the best. If you want to come around here, we clamp all three of them together and go down.
Well, since we don't have the amp, I'm just going to do the one side for now.
Yep, leave one side empty.
Yep.
Then we got to figure out pulling red wire all the way to the front. So we might have enough. And we got to clean all this up down at the bottom too. Yeah, our amp wire. Oh, we're on the wrong one, by the way. That's supposed to be ground.
Oh, we're ready anyway, so.
Those guys both go, and then what we'll do is we'll clamp them all together right there to keep them out of the way. But we got our amp power wire we need to run too.
That's the thicker one we want, right?
That's that guy right there, right? You already have put an end on it.
Do you think that's thick enough wire for the amp? I mean, that's kind of thin.
I feel like it is. I mean,
the only problem is that it's not going to get any more power because it's the same gauge as this, isn't it? Or was this a different wire? This is a different wire.
It's a different.
It's a thicker wire. But the positive and the negative, if they're both not thick enough,
we'd have to wait for an amp install kit if you want to do thicker wire. Notice the camera overheated. All right, that guy can go somewhere down in here with some extra.
This is the negative for the power that goes up front, which actually, again, I don't know why we use this. Wait, what is this one going to? Is this, oh, this is the amp. All right, so this needs to go on here. Actually, let's put that one on first.
All right, so this feeds your amp. That's got to go down.
Do you want to go beside it that way?
Yeah, we could do that too. I mean, I don't know, they're running it underneath the amp. Gives you more room for sure.
Did you want to go behind it?
I did want to, but...
Yeah, I might as well cut off what you want now.
Yep. And then I'm gonna get a clamp. Tie this up nice right there. One big bunch. How much should I leave for the amp? All right, just a little update here. I am working on cleaning up the wiring inside the bay now. We have almost everything hooked up that we need to hook up, but now we got to make room in this bay. And so part of that entails untangling a lot of this mess. We're in the middle of cleaning up the wiring, so we're basically running our COM cable and our actual power cable from our, it's a charging cable, from our charger to our battery. And so we're just taking clamps and going along the edge and kind of clamping down to clean up the bay real nice.
So it has to switch over to the positive.
What does?
This blue wire. So we're back. We spent about an hour, probably equivalent, working on this bay here, getting things tightened up with all the additional items that we included in here. So to kind of run through this real fast, obviously you got the main battery. From here, what we did was go to a reducer, which is a 48 to 12 volt reducer. From that point, we jumped it over to a fuse panel, just in case we wanted to run any 12 volt optional electronics, but we haven't decided about that yet. From here, we have a converter from DC to AC that gives us a 110 option. And then over here is the charger itself. So we spent time really kind of going through everything, making sure all the wires were tight. We've prepped ourselves already for an amplifier that we're going to work on next. But the biggest thing is making sure everything was tight, up and out of the way, to give ourselves a good idea of how much room we can have for an amplifier. So earlier in this video, what you'll see is that we had a Boss amp. After breaking it out, looking at the dimensions, we figured that it just wasn't going to work for us. So we're going to go back to the drawing board, find an amp that makes sense that will fit inside this compartment here itself. And then our next steps are going to be installing the dash with the speakers and the rest of the equipment for the stereo. So it looks great, very clean in here. We're going to do some additional cleaning up around here, but we are pretty much set, ready to go.
If we're going to rip the dash apart, we could connect your front speakers and run the wires to the back.
All right, so next we would need to pull the steering wheel off to install the dash, but we kind of get all the wiring done first. We do all that because I have to drive this thing around.
That's what I'm saying. We can't just leave it in a state where it won't.
We got to figure out the remote wire.
We'll just jump from the positive lead on the amp to the actual power positive on the back of the amp to the remote, just a little jumper wire.
You know, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't figure out some way to just connect.
To make
does
that
this
work?
Does this come off? When we take this off, does this dash with the cup holders come off?
Yes.
It does, doesn't it?
All that comes up.
So it just, all the wiring just floats back there? It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep, it just sits back there. Everything that you don't reuse.
You know, it's pretty clean install.
Yeah, it looks good so far. I think we'll get it. It's going to look way better with an amp in there.
Yeah.
And all that stuff's covered. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and we're back again for episode 5 of the golf cart. And today, you guys saw we published one that was mostly getting the wiring thawed out, getting everything inside of the engine bay, and cleaning up all the wiring. Joe, how did that come out in your opinion?
No, I think it looks really good. Again, with how much space you get back from getting rid of all those batteries, we're able to fit in all types of stuff here. So the last thing that we're going to install for this particular build is going to be an amp that we found online. I think it's going to work perfect for what we're doing. And then we're going to put some speakers in the back here, as well as some speakers in the front and the new dash, and it's going to be pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, so we did a lot of research on amplifiers, and I do a lot of watching oldschoolstereo.com on YouTube. He's a big fan of tar amps, and he has amp dynoed them. And from what he says, they're very underrated. This amp is extremely small, and it has absolutely cool reviews. We're hoping even though it's small, it puts out a decent amount of power, and we decided if it doesn't, we'll probably go for one of their mono subwoofer amps and separate out the sub from the 4 other speakers. It'll be easy once we have our wiring already established right there. So what's our first step here? What are we gonna do right now?
Yeah, so to start chipping away at this, the first thing we're gonna do is come back here. The plan is to put 5 total speakers in. So we're gonna have 4 6.5 speakers that are waterproof, marine grade. 2 are gonna go back here in this particular section, and then 2 will be in the dash with the subwoofer in the rear. So the first thing we're gonna do is knock out, get in the holes for these to be put in, get them wired up, and get those wires ran up here to the amp.
Okay, do we have to take your back seat off to do that?
Yeah, so it'll make life a lot easier. I think we're gonna have to get in there with a jigsaw to make the cut. So we're gonna take this back seat off just to make our life a little bit easier. 4 bolts, I think, total, so it won't take about a few minutes to get this off, and it'll make our lives a lot easier to put these speakers in.
Gotcha, okay, cool. So we're gonna need our wrenches and also our jigsaw to go ahead and do that. So
absolutely.
Let's go ahead and get all that stuff gathered up because we don't have the tools we need right now.
Yep, let's do it.
About 9:30.
All right, this is how you punch it in a 1,000 horsepower Tesla in Mexico. Punch it. Oh my God! What the hell? Guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we have the split volt 24 amp charger we're going to take a look at. And we're going to be installing that and see how it works in the Tesla Plaid on supercar street racing. This is the split volt NEMA 10-30 charger, and it came in this beautiful bag, which I probably won't use because I have a Tesla mobile connector coming for the car, but this will be permanently mounted in the garage. And so let's see what's inside of this beefy cable. This is the 16-foot version because that's all I need. And pretty good packaging. The box was damaged, however, the inside had no effects, and it's got this nice split volt little thing asking you to email them if you have any questions. And then of course here is your charger, and just like most of the chargers, I don't like the fact that it doesn't have much of a pigtail. However, that's okay because it has a 16-foot cord and it doesn't have to go that far. I was hoping I wouldn't have to mount this on the back wall, but it looks like I will mount it right next to the dryer, right off the pigtail, and then take it into the car. So I did return the Electron charger. It would not do over 16 amps, and so it was a little bit cheaper, like $100 cheaper, and it wasn't worth it. So I returned that, and I got the 24 amp charger, which I will open now. Here's a look at the Electron on the front with the power light, charge light, fault lights, maximum 24 amps. And on the back, we do see that it has the capability to be mounted right there with a screw, which we will have to use a drywall insert. And then we have our J1772 connector, and I have a J1772 adapter, and this should be a NEMA 1030 plug hiding under there that I will open now. Okay, here's the NEMA 10-30. I do have a splitter for the dryer, so we will go outside now and get this thing plugged right in. Alright, in the dryer we already have the NEMA 1030 splitter there. We are going to go ahead and mount the split volt right next to the washing machine here. The washing machine actually, of course, does not need the 220 volt circuit, does not need it. It's the dryer on the other side, but we're going to mount this thing pretty close to the splitter right here where it looks good. And first we got to vacuum up all this junk and clean up this back. Alright, I got the area all cleaned out, nice and mopped. It looks way better. So now my plan right here, right now, is to get this charger mounted somehow, and I need to figure out the height that we're going to put it back here as well, so I'm going to do that now. Alright, we got the split volt 24 amp charger mounted on the wall. Now we have to work on some wire management. I am unfortunately almost out of these big clamps, and I don't think the next size up will fit. I'm going to try it. I only got one of those right there, and I've got two of these, and I really need like 3 or 4. It's a complete bummer. None of these other ones will work. Maybe I have something else around here I can use, but I want to get the wire tied up all nice, but I'm not going to be able to use regular screws because the drywall is just going to break out. So got to use inserts and all that, so I'm going to work on that now. I got the clamps installed on the wall there and there. That one's a little bit too big. I'm actually going to go down to Ace and see what they have, but this size is too big for it. It's the size down below that, and I don't have any more. And I want to get something to mount to the side of this toolbox here, or the workbench, to hang the hose on right here so it coils up right on the edge. So I am headed that way to do that now. Headed up to Ace Hardware, the best place on earth. It's pretty close to the house. We're in the Tesla Plaid that I don't fully understand how to operate yet, but I've been having fun playing with it for sure. Just took Susie out for a ride and absolutely blew her mind, and all I can say is this car accelerates at an insane rate that I've never felt in my life. I've had 1,000 horsepower Supra, 800 wheel horsepower, both my Supra and my IS 300, and they are slow compared to this car. I can't imagine what a 15 to 2,000 wheel horsepower car actually feels like. It just has to be unreal, because this thing is a beast at 1,020 horsepower, and I don't know how much parasitic loss there is. There's no transmission, so it must put most of that down to the tires. It feels like it does, because I'll tell you right now, I haven't had a car that would even come close to this car. So I might take this thing out to the street races at some point and see how we do, if I can get somebody to go with me and film, because this thing is a beast to drive and film. But yeah, we're headed to Ace Hardware right now. We'll be there shortly. Alright, so this is what it looks like after I got done. We have the split volt charger right there, secured to the wall with cable clamps. It runs along the wall like that, comes down the side of my workbench, and then I installed this nice hook for the cable. Just a word of advice, 16 feet is not enough. If you need to reach all the way across your garage, you would have a problem. I have enough, I think. I did a good enough parking job. Let's see. Yep, I do have enough, and so I have the J1772 adapter right here. I don't have my tripod with me. I'm so mad because I missed a lot of tape filming because I didn't. But this J1772 adapts most public chargers to Tesla, and you can either keep it in your car or keep it on your J1772 at home. If you keep it at home though, you need a second one for the car in case you can't charge with a Tesla supercharger. So this just fits literally right on the end of this, like so. It can only go one way. There's no way to mess this up. And then it goes right to the car. So I'm gonna do this now with the other hand because I am filming. The J1772 adapter is on. Let's see how the car reacts. All right, the charging port opened for me, and let's go ahead and charge. All right, the blue Tesla logo turned green. Don't know what that means. And it says charge on the split volt, but we will have to get into the car and see what the rate is. It should be 24 amps. We could actually go on the app too, but let's go in the car. So it actually could see it through the window. 5 kilowatt hours, 24 amps. So we can't go any higher than 24 amps with my circuit, but that is, what, 17, 18, 19, 22, 8 amps more than I had before. So I'm hyped. This is where you set the charge rate. And so it said 2 hours to fill up, so it'll take 2 hours to get to the tip of the charge. Very cool. So that is the split volt 24 amp level 2 charger for the Tesla, all mounted up and ready to go. I kind of like the charging thing that was on the screen when I closed the door. I'm gonna try to get that to come back up so I can show you guys on video. So this is what comes up when you are away from the car. It says charging time remaining 2 hours and 45 minutes, 24 amps of 24 amps, 238 volts, 6 kilowatt hours. By comparison, a supercharger the other day did 62 kilowatt hours. So about 10 times faster would be my guess. But yeah. Looks pretty good. I might put a couple more cable clamps on this over here. There's not much more I can do to clean it up, aside from running something through the wall and plugging it down here maybe or something like that, but I'm not disappointed with this turnout. It's pretty clean. There's really not a better way to do it. This dryer vent already looks like crap over here, so now all I have to do is put my charger right up on this hose reel thingy when I'm done. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. Sorry it's going to be a short one because I didn't video everything I was doing, but we'll see you guys really soon.
Welcome to Split Volt. Want the fastest electric vehicle home charger for the best price? Split Volt portable 24 and 40 amp EV chargers have the best overall value, with the lowest price and fastest allowable NEC-safe charging rates. Its 16 feet length provides flexibility, while also being lightweight. It coils easily into the included canvas carrying case. Split Volt portable EV chargers can often use an existing dryer socket. Just plug in, and you have 21 or 37 mile/hour fast EV home charging. They are safety certified, come in a variety of configurations. The standard NEMA plug types support both existing and upgraded household power circuits. Split Volt chargers use J1772 handle connectors that are common across North American EVs and fully support the standard Tesla adapter. Its design includes internal vehicle power protection and 4 LED indicator lights with real-time status information that will alert you to failures or issues with your power source. Although designed for optimum portability, the charger may also be easily wall-mounted. Just plug it in and you're fast home charging. Thanks for watching.
Man, my new pool tile looks crazy cool. So stoked. Look at this, guys. Damn, son. I bet you can't wait to get having a little fun. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. That's what we do. With the E85. Alright, so cruising along at 85 miles per hour in regular, not even sport mode. Probably give it a little bit of fuel right here and see what happens. About quarter throttle. Pretty fun car. It's really, really, really easy to drive really, really, really fast in this car. Even compared to some of the faster cars I've had, this guy can get up like in no time. Oh, look at this little guy like passing somebody. Hey dude, passing the Infinity. I don't see any cops on Waze. Might be fun to go crazy. Pretty fun. I never drive like this, by the way. This is rare. Like back in the old days I did, but I just kind of feel like, you know, there's probably no cops because I can see them on Waze. And there's a nice open road. My exit's 2 miles away. I feel like I can punch it a couple of times. Speed limit's 70. This I-95 north, past north of Jacksonville. Past the airport. This dude in the Kia is about to get it. He's doing, you know, 85-ish. Got a little bit of room here. Punch it. Like 115. Kind of scared to go any faster than that, like without some room. My exit's here about a mile away, so I'm gonna back off this time. All right, so exited with no drama. It's like quarter throttle. Got to speed quickly. Keep it right there. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing channel, welcome back. Brad here, and today we are taking a look at super long hair. It's getting out of control. Gonna have to get this haircut soon. But hey, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about switches. So these are standard switches that you would find inside of your house. And I wanted to kind of show you the differences in the different types of switches. And we're not going to go too far into the more complicated wiring of the switches, but I want you guys to be able to at least install a standard switch or understand how a standard switch works. Now, so there are obviously multiple types of switches out there on the market to accomplish different things. The most basic switch that you guys are familiar with is a standard switch that is not a three-way switch. Single pole, single throw, I think is what it's called. It literally has two screw terminals on the side. This is one in the Cora style. You can get them in obviously dimmer styles here. This is also just a single switch. And it's got, for the black wire, it's got 2 terminals on the side. So you would feed the neutral wire up to the light in the ceiling, and then the black wire is what breaks the circuit here. And so here we have a standard rocker style Decora plug. Here we have a dimmer style Decora, but notice it doesn't have a switch. So this guy is switched by flicking that dude down in that direction. And then just 2 wires. The ground looks like it has been eliminated from this. I mean, if your house doesn't have a ground system, there's no reason to ground the switch. I mean, it's not going anywhere. So this has been deleted. This guy here is a 3-way switch. This is a Lutron LGCL153PL. You can tell it's a 3-way switch when you look on the back. Because it's got 3 wires. Check out the 3 wires. It's a 3-way dimmer with a activation switch. Here's another 3-way switch. Notice it has 3 wires plus the ground. This one is also a dimmer with a rocker panel activation switch. This is the same as this guy. I have 2 of those. These are 3-way switches. Let's talk a little bit about what a 3-way switch does. So a 3-way switch allows you to control a light from multiple locations. So you would have one of these, say, at the top of the stairs, and a second one at the bottom of the stairs. And then you have the complicated wiring, and also sometimes one has to be on while the other one has to be off. Like, it's just, it makes it difficult. Now with smart switches, all that is not even necessary anymore. With a smart switch system, you can have the same type of switches on both sides. It doesn't matter like which one you turn off or on, because they both will turn off or on. You can just say, turn the stairs on, and it can switch both of them on. No big deal. Like, it makes it so much easier. It can control 3-way switches, it can control single switches, it can do all that stuff. So, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the different types of switches now in this graphic coming up.
So for this next shot, I have another nitro cartridge.
He had Bubba down on the ground like
470 Nitro Express.
Really?
I'm using a 500
Bubba, you gonna stand for that?
470 Nitro Express.
6 o'clock in the morning. My sleep schedule's so wacky, it's like, just don't sleep a whole lot. But I'm headed to the gym. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and get this over with today so I can enjoy the rest of the Saturday. But yeah, 6 o'clock this morning. Saturday morning, wide awake. Gotta make my energy drink though first, guys. Out here, going to the gym. Don't want to rip the car too hard, it's not even warmed up yet. But I will up here when we get it a little bit warmer. So yeah, the car's going into Sam's Automotive. I hope to do like a little video of those guys because I really enjoyed going over there and meeting them, and they checked the car out to see there's a slight oil leak. I actually have 2. There's a slight oil leak on the back of the valve cover gasket. Valve cover gasket's leaking in the back of the valve cover. And also the oil pan gasket is slightly leaking. Like, we're talking, it might do a drop over a month's period, but yeah, so those guys are getting replaced. Well, just the valve cover this time because it's super expensive. It's about a 6-hour job, and they don't sell just the gas. They sell the gasket, but you don't ever want to do just the gasket. You want to do the valve cover as well, because it has an integral PCV valve that fails, which I already hacked my PCV valve together. So he's doing valve cover gasket, and while you're in there, it's free labor to do coils
and spark plugs. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the coils and spark plugs replaced. And that's on March the 2nd, man. So like a $1,500 purchase for this car. All right, guys, just leaving the gym workout for Saturday morning. Gonna go home and cook some healthy fake eggs momentarily. God. Got him on the ground, dude. Oh, Bubba's like, really? Look at Bubba came back for more. I think Bubba digs like the playtime. Oh! Super ran. Bubba, did you dominate? No, they just play. Oh, let's go on YouTube, bro. We're YouTube famous. Everybody's gonna be like on the next video, where's Cooper and Bubba? Alright guys, so I decided to just, instead of putting a graphic up, to do some shopping with you guys and show you some of these switches that are available. And so let's just go for electrical switch. Let's see what pops up here. Okay, so here's a first good example of a regular standard electrical switch. Now notice it says single pole, so it has just one screw on two screws on one side, and then your ground screw, so your hot wire goes here. Hot wire in, hot wire out, and that goes up to your light box in the ceiling, or even to a receptacle if you want it to be switched by this switch. Now these are the old school type of switches, these old small off-on guys. Now if we go further down here, here is a Decora switch with a rocker plate. And notice, let's see. Yeah, this is just a single pole as well. So this works just fine for just turning a light switch off and on. If we flip over here to three-way, here's the same version of this switch, but it is a three-way version, allowing you to turn this light on from two different locations. So we'll have more wires in the back in order to do that. These are all contractor packs here, so they come with a ton of them. If you wanted to change out all your switches in your house, you could do it with just a contractor pack. And then here we got some more single pole stuff. We got a push button style here. Some more of the Decora stuff, some toggle switches that have nothing to do with electrical. Here we have a three-way single pole dimmer. So this is actually, if you notice the wiring on the back, this is for doing dimming from two different locations for the same light. Notice the wiring here. So that's a three-way dimmer with a little toggle. Now let's take a look at some dimmers. Electrical dimmer. Alright guys, so here we got a smart dimmer. Now notice this is a Casa smart dimmer. Notice it says needs neutral wire. Most of these smart switches need a neutral wire to function properly. However, there is one type that does not, and it is a, I believe Lutron Casita has one, and I do have one on my pool light because my pool light does not have a neutral wire, and it works just fine without it. And there's just enough current in that hot wire to make that work without neutral. It's really cool how they made it work. But this is a regular Casa smart switch that works with Alexa and other smart devices. And it shows you a wiring diagram on the back. And this guy probably uses their app to interface. I think I have a Kaza in here somewhere. Most likely it uses their app. If it doesn't use their own proprietary app, then it uses SmartLife to connect. So here's another type of dimmer. That's another 3-way dimmer switch with a toggle off and on, so you can set it to whatever manual light level you want, and then you just toggle it off and on. This is Z-Wave, so that's a different type of technology for doing smart switches. It needs a hub. Here's a Lutron Diva LED dimmer. So this is designed specifically for LEDs so that they don't flicker, but a lot of times it really has more to do with the bulb and less to do with the switch. Here's another dimmer, 3-way LED dimmer that we can see here. And here's your Lutron Casita wireless, which I have some of these in the house. They work great. Some other smart Wi-Fi dimmers here as well. So as you can see, here's just a regular dimmer switch, single pole or 3-way Lutron with a rocker. So you set it at one level, you click the switch off or on to turn it off and on. Here's an old school rotating dimmer. You don't see those much anymore. Yeah, so you know, if you need assistance with, oh, here's one that does fans and lights. If you need assistance with figuring out a switch to put in your house to replace your existing switch, my suggestion is to open the wall plate, see if it has 2 wires and they're both black, and then a ground, then that's your single pole. If you've got more wires than that, you're running a 3-way. In other words, if you have another switch that you can control the same light with, that's a 3-way. So I appreciate you guys checking out this little shopping trip here, and I'll put links in the description.
All right, guys, thanks for checking out that little graphic about the different types of switches that we have and what they do. And now I'm going to show you guys how to actually wire up a standard single switch. This goes from the wall right there right up to one single light bulb, and then that's it. So remember I told you guys it has 2 wires here. So this isn't going to be a complete demonstration because I don't have the rest of the wiring from the box. But one of your black wires here, the non-neutral wire, is going to connect to one of your terminals on the side of the switch. Remember I told you guys in the last video, you got your workman pliers here. Got your workman pliers. You strip back the end of the wire with your wire strippers or your workman pliers. Strip back like 1/4 of an inch. Take your workman pliers, bend a nice little loop like that in the guy. That guy's ready. You got your switch right here. Doesn't matter which screw it goes on. Only thing that matters is whether you want your switch to be on when it's indented here or whether it's indented there. That would be the difference in where you flip the switch over and orient it. Remember what I told you guys, it always goes in the direction of the screw. So the screw is obviously, this one is going to be clockwise. So we take that guy there and we wrap it around that screw there. Get our standard Phillips head screwdriver. Tighten that dude up till it's tight. Once it's tight, make another turn. Just like that, ready to go. So now you're gonna say, well, what do we do with these other 2 wires? Okay, so the neutral wire here, the white wire, goes to the neutral bundle inside of your electrical box. It uses wiring nuts, which are right here. We got wiring nuts in here somewhere. We did have wiring nuts in here. So it's just a standard wiring nut that connects all there's some right there. There's some wiring nuts, drop something. So those neutral wires all connect together in your electrical box. The ground, super easy. So I took my workman's pliers here and I bent the loop there. Now the ground on the
switch has a little guard to keep it from coming out. Throw that guy in there, use your standard screwdriver, and you put pressure on that with your thumb and tighten that up, and then give it a good extra turn. So you've got this. Now the other hot wire, the other black wire here goes up to the switch. All right, so you're gonna have at the light in your ceiling or lamp or receptacle, you have a neutral wire up there, and then you have this coming out of the switch here. There is going to be a black hot wire running up to your ceiling box for your light. So that would go to this bottom screw right here. So take the wire that runs up to your light box and hook it to that bottom screw, and then tighten that down with your screwdriver here. Remember what I told you guys in the last video? Always take your electrical tape, which I have some right here. And now, of course, this is sticking out of your wall box now with all the wires connected. Take your electrical tape and run that guy. Take your electrical tape and run it around, probably easier starting on this side, the exterior where your screws are. This will save you some heartache when you turn the power on if you happen to have a short, and it will look a little something like that when you're done. You can match the wire down, and now this guy is ready to go back into your standard wall box. Bubba, are you trying to get in shape on the scale? How much do you weigh, Bubba? I can't see your weight if you block it with your big body, Bubba. Are you on keto? Let's get this thing installed. All right, we've got our power wire here. We need to go ahead and connect the strip, like so. It has a keyed edge. It's got a clip, and then the other end is raised, so you can't possibly put it in backwards. Still, they haven't perfected this little connector yet, huh? Still the 4 pins that can easily bend. This goes to the power supply, and then this goes to power. And there they are. And we should be able to register these on the Govee app. Pretty bright, I love it. Looks awesome. Let me grab the tablet and we'll try to register these. Okay, so the goal is to hit this right here. If I can't get it, I'm gonna have to call Rich to help me. But the TV is not that heavy. Actually, it is kind of heavy. I probably can't do this alone. Nah, not happening. I don't think. All right, I got the Fire TV. I've got the power for the TV as well. And that goes on the other side, that's right. Very cool mount, I love it. Works really well. Temporarily plug some power in here for it, and then we're going to cut in a wall box next. So the Fire TV input is actually on this side. Power is on this side. There is TV power. This guy was plugged in on the side, even though we'll probably use a different input next time. Okay, everything's plugged in. Let's give it a shot. It is on. Let me kill these lights. All right, there's Fire TV. Find our channel. Looks a little cockeyed, but it's completely level. I think it's just the way it's mounted. Probably can tilt back some too. And here is our channel. And let's check out a video by Supercar Street Racing. Maybe. I notice these do this sometimes. They'll start playing and you have to go back out and hit play again. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It is a beautiful but chilly. There we have it. The TV is installed. Now we got to cut an electrical box and run power straight up. Hopefully there's nothing in the way, like a stud or anything across, or that will suck. This is our new work template. This is the size we need to cut the hole for the new work box. We're actually cutting two. We're cutting one for power and one for audio, even though this can actually run off the home audio system, which I'll show you guys in a little bit. What we need to do now is get behind the TV and cut this. So we're going to measure how far. Oh, we forgot to test the LED strip. Let's do that first. So, it should be on this side. Guy needs power, which will all be behind the TV. And there is our beautiful Govee light strip. Ready to go. I love this mount. Oh, I pulled the power out of the LED strip. I got to remember to leave enough slack for that behind the TV. I didn't think about that for moving it. And that is how it looks with the LED light strip installed. Pretty cool, guys. Kind of digging it. So this is kind of the complicated part. We need to put a wall box in, and we need to drill through the cap up top to put power up into the attic where I have power. And that is going to entail figuring out where to drill. And basically, we're going to measure, I guess, to this box, which is on that line. It's going to be hard to get right. So somewhere in here, $58 inches over. Maybe 57.5 is where we need to drill from this wall box on the cap. Okay, so the next step here is cutting a wall box and then getting the wire pulled down from the top. Alright guys, so I went up in the attic, drilled through the cap, ran a coat hanger down through, used my hands in the insulation without gloves because it's easier to feel everything, and then I pulled our wires through. Now I've got to go back up in the attic and pull the coat hanger out. We'll do that now.
Little update here, I bought an integrated amplifier tuner and the guy is delivering it right now. It's an older one, it just needs to be stereo. It's going on top of there, and the volume control output of the TV will then control the receiver, and we'll use the headphone jack on the TV. So we got to run this headphone jack up, around, and into the side of the TV where the headphone jack is. And then we have to run speaker wires from the new receiver up to the in-ceiling speakers out here. And as long, oops, almost tripped. As long as we have these turned off inside the house, it will play out of the television. So that is the next step, pulling some wire, long enough wire to go from up here. We're gonna mount the receiver right on top of the shelf right there. So we're gonna pull wire all the way to each speaker, there and there next. And a sub is going on top of that as well. Got my JBL ARC sub out. It has issues though. It pops off and on when the input level changes to real low. It's always done that. But that's going up there until I get the Monoprice 8-inch subwoofer to go right on that shelf. So I'm gonna start looking for wiring and fabricating some wiring. All right, the Onkyo receiver just showed up here. Have not even powered it on yet. Go ahead and test it while the guy's still in the driveway. And it does come on. So there is our power for the speakers in the garage. Okay guys, welcome back. We did get our old work box in, so we were ready to finish this install. So I will be working on that now. As you can see, we had an Uber fail and the phone fell, but I did get it was super frustrating, this type of screw that falls back into the device. But I did get the outlet wired up. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the wall now.
see blue on the outside. Now, it means it's working, assuming the USB part works. So why don't we test that out? Let's plug the light in there. I see power on the light, and it works. Okay, so I now have to get this cable somehow through the faceplate. So I'm thinking of drilling out the side big enough for this guy to fit through, so it's just like, if I can, drill right through both of these plates on the corner. We've got our drill ready here, and all we have to do is make sure we pick a brand new bit from our brand new kit that is big enough for the mini jack to go through cleanly, because I don't feel like soldering it and unsoldering it and all that. So it's gonna have to be big enough for the entire jack to go through, and the biggest bit I have here is a 3/8. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Kitchen, where today we have been granted access to take a look at on unboxing and reviews. And so right here, right now, we're going to actually do that. Welcome back to the channel, and today you've got Brad here at Supercar Street Racing with another product unboxing and review. And right inside this box today, right here and right now, we have been provided by the company Dexy with this lovely dark gray bath mat rug. So what we're going to do today is unbox this and take a look at it on Supercar Street Racing, let you know our opinion about it, and go on from there. Let's do that now. Alright, taking a look at this Dexy floor mat, we see right here and right now there is the number of the item, and you see right there, this is a Dexy bath mat, 16 by 24 dark gray. They do come in a bunch of different colors. I chose the dark gray one. Thought it was solid colored, but it is a pattern. So let's open this up right now and see what's inside of it. All right, back in the Supercar Street Racing Kitchen again, and we have opened up this mat. Now this mat is designed to go in your bathroom, and it is a non-slip mat. Actually does stick, because it does have rubber on the bottom of it, so it's designed to stay in place. So notice the bottom of it has this type of rubber there that will keep it from sliding around on your floor. Now it did come out of the package round, of course, so it's going to need some time to get flat there. And next we will take a look at what this looks like going into your bathroom and how it performs. And now we are in the Supercar Street Racing Master bathroom here, and we have this mat placed right down in front of the shower, and this thing is designed to absorb water when you step out of the shower, and also you can see right here right now that it does not really move. It does need to flatten out, so I believe it will take like maybe a day or so to just flatten out, and you may want to put something heavy on it also to get these edges. Just like any other carpet you get, it takes some time for that guy to flatten out. And this thing is absorbable, so what that means is it should be super absorbable when you step out of the shower and when you put your feet on it. So I'm gonna go ahead and test that out now and let you guys know how that went. Alright, I took a shower and I accidentally, it wasn't even on purpose, I accidentally left the shower outside, shower curtain outside of the shower. And you can see here there's quite a bit of flood here, and a lot of that has been soaked up by the mat, but some of it has not. So, it is supposed to be super absorbent. Obviously it can't soak up a whole lot, it's not very thick. But it did soak up a little bit of the water. And now I need to get a towel and clean up this huge mess that I just made. And I didn't expect a flood test, but that is actually what has happened here. Now, this mat is also washable. So you can take this mat out and you can wash it in the washing machine. Now notice here, all kinds of water got underneath it. And so I'm drying all that off right now, right here. And try not to get my feet in the picture here, but yeah, the mat is heading back down to its final resting spot in the supercar street racing shower. And so far so good. Hopefully that will flatten out in a day or two. Let's hop online now and take a look at the different versions of this you can get and take a look at some of the reviews of this bath mat. We are out here in the beautiful supercar street racing 4K production studio, and yes, the air conditioner is making a lot of noise, but if we turn it off, we will die out here, because in Florida we've been having heat wave conditions for about 2 weeks. It's insane. Every day we have a heat warning. We got the crazy hair today, guys, so today we're taking a look at this Dexy bath mat rug. I called it Lexi a couple of times. It's Dexy bath mat rug, non-slip floor mat, super absorbent, ultra thin, low profiles, non-slip, quick dry, washable carpet for sink, shower, toilet, 16 by 24. And the color that we got was dark gray. Now, notice here that when you actually choose dark gray, it doesn't show a pattern. And so I thought I was actually getting a dark gray solid mat, and that's okay, but they do have patterns on them. So let's take a look at some of the pictures here at what we have. So this is a look at it sitting next to somebody's shower, and of course here is the way that the thing is put together. It shows you that it has Napa, sponge, foam, and a non-slip rubber back, and I can confirm 100% that when it is on the floor, it does not slip out from under your feet. Now right here it's saying again that it's comfortable, which I can vouch for that. It is pretty comfortable to walk on. I would say it's about an eighth of an inch thick, if I could get my words out correctly. It definitely is low profile. It will definitely fit under most every door and or shower. And then right here right now we see that they have it next to a bathtub, which I guess you can put it anywhere you want. You could put it next to a pool if you wanted to. Easy to clean and dry. It shows them actually like sponging it, I guess, and soaping it off, but I think you could put this in the washing machine with no issues whatsoever. And then right here right now, 16 by 24 and 0.015, so 1/4 of an inch. No, that'd be 0.25, so it's less than 1/4 of an inch thick. I got my math skills on point just then.
And right here is another picture, but also you can see in my video pictures of this thing as it sits next to my shower. Now let's take a look at some of the reviews. So this thing has a solid 4.2. Some of the 5-star reviews, including bought one for my home, beach house, loved it so much, thin but supportive. I ordered the mat in teal, goes perfectly with my shower curtains. Color pattern look exactly shown in the picture, and it boasts a soft and cushioned surface, which that is perfect for you if you need something soft on the ground when you step out of your shower. And thin mat but pretty design. I will get a size up next time, so I encourage you, if you have a doubt about the size, go ahead and get a size or two above what you want, because the difference in price isn't big enough to even worry about it. Low profile, so this is also stating again that it is low enough where you can actually open a shower door or a regular door right over the top of the floor mat. This thing says absorbs the water fast. Bought 3 all together, a black one and these. So impressed with how fast the water dries up, and they are cute, safer for my kids as well. So another really good review. A perfect review here. Love it. Just gets, as in the picture, it gets the job done. Awesome. Beautiful and comfy. Bought this mat for my bathroom. Let me blow this up a little bit. That already had a teal shower rug as it had multiple shades of teal aqua. Matched perfectly with the other rug. Mat is not plush, however comfortable stand on and easy to clean. So you see we got some good reviews here. And if we take a look at some of these 3-star reviews, easy to get dirty but pretty. So it is cleanable though, so you got to remember that. You can easily wipe it off. This person's unsatisfied with the size, but dude, when you order it, you know what size you're getting. Very small compared to other. Okay, it literally says the size right on the order. What is happening with people on Amazon reviews? Item itself is useful. Colors were not described. I disagree on mine. There may be some that the colors do not. Defect in the design. There was a white patch on this one. Maybe they had a bad batch there. And let's go down to the worst reviews and see what those say, because I want to see if my experience is the same. It says it's not remotely absorbent. I had the opposite with mine. I was able to absorb some water, not a lot. Color don't match the photo online. I could see that as being the case. Takes hours to dry. Not on mine, not particularly. Size of a placemat, well, it has the size on it when you order it, so I am not quite getting the size quotes. So when you order this mat, let's go back to it. Right here, right now, you can see they have a 16 by 24, a 17 by 32, or a 17 by 43. So make sure you take that into consideration when you order the Dexy floor mat, which I may have called Lexi a bunch of times, but it is Dexy. Now here's the colors. You can see right here, this was a teal, dark gray, which is what I ordered, and I should have seen the pattern on there, but I didn't because I wasn't paying attention. Here's the navy, looking like a shoreline with a beach, so hot and fresh. And the light gray right here, right now, with some gold trim in it. The pink with gold inside of the trim. And they are calling this one here turquoise, and that has some turquoise, gold, and grays all up in it. And then right here, right now, we can see the video. Napa leather surface right here. And we see them stepping out of their shower. And a little bit less absorbent than that, honestly, in real life. And then someone's cleaning it with a brush. And that is from the company Dexy, and we will link this product in the description. And I highly encourage you guys to buy products through my links, whether it is something you need now or not. If you would please just click through any links in my video descriptions. Even if you don't buy the product we're talking about today, I get a small amount of money, and I already lose money on the channel, so it is so helpful if you guys would join us and support Supercar Street Racing. And please like and subscribe to this video and to the channel.
And we will see you guys on the next one. I am super hyped about getting you a review for the Model S Plaid coming out very soon. So please stay tuned, and we'll see you guys again for the next one. There he is. He's tiny though. I think he's a baby. Little guy. Harmless. Trish went fishing and caught a monster. Oh my God, that is crazy. Yeah. That is insane. That's a snapping turtle too, by the way. Come here, dude.
How the hell are we gonna do this?
I'm just gonna freaking bring him over here and grab it.
You wanna grab him?
I'll grab him by the back.
Here, baby, you got this.
Yeah, it's caught in his jaw.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have to cut it. I don't want to lose your hook though.
I don't care about. I don't want. I hate to see him. Yeah, I'm trying to help him out.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy. Shoot him! Shoot him!
Wait, where's our knives?
Hey, you got stuff in here, baby? I do.
He pretty much like is giving up.
Yep. I'd like to get that hook out of him, but. You want scissors? You want?
I mean, if he gets a hold of us, he's gonna do some damage.
I'm not getting my hand near him. He'll tear you up. Here, let me cut it. Right.
Well, can you cut it under the hook? I'll do it.
You want to get it close to his mouth?
Yeah, hell yeah. As long as you video it.
All right. You video.
Okay, it's already on.
Okay. Is that another snapper?
It's turtle season. No, that's a soft shell.
Oh, yeah.
We can grab him and take it off.
All right.
He's a snout nose. Come here, dude. Come here, buddy. We can't.
You want to film this? I'm trying to get it up there where you can get it.
This is crazy.
He's barely.
Whoa!
Right?
Look, he's got paddle arms.
Oh wow!
I know, that's a soft shell.
That's pretty cool looking. See if we can get it off of him. Hang on, let me go around this way. Hold on. I'll grab him. Come here, buddy. He's slippery.
Want me to grab him. He's not about that life.
He's not about being grabbaged.
Dude, stop it. I'm trying to help you, bro.
This guy I'm not scared of.
I say that and he bites my hand off.
I'm trying to get him in here and a little more leverage for you.
Yeah. All right, come here, brother.
We're trying to help you.
Come here, buddy. Come here, dude.
We're going to help you, buddy. You want the pliers?
Oh, he's fish hooked for sure. Come on, man. Don't go in.
You want the pliers?
I feel bad. He's trying to... I think we're going to have to cut it. He just keeps...
Oh.
He won't let me. Panic attack.
Yep.
Come here, dude.
Keep the pliers out of here.
It's alright.
I don't want to cut it though.
I'd rather be able to get it off of him.
Yeah.
I think I can.
Come on, buddy. Let him get it off of you.
Come here, Slippery. Come here, buddy. All right, man. Wow, he's such a cool dude.
You got him up here in a little place, that way he won't jump back in there.
Yeah. All right, buddy. He's so cool, though. Look at him. He's not happy.
Yeah, it's a two-person.
Oh, he needs.
Hang on, buddy.
He needs leaf removal.
Try those.
Here, you do it. I'll hold him.
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, he ain't gonna bite you because he got no teeth.
Come here, buddy. Just get this out of you, bro.
He ain't got no teeth.
Just get it out of you, bro.
There you go, man. You got him.
Just my glasses. I can't see it, dude.
It's definitely underneath, so if you can go under.
Hang on, buddy.
It's under and to, yep.
Oh, it's way back there.
Yeah, it's like, see how it's like, check it out.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, you got it. It's coming out right here.
Okay.
There you go. Now you got it. Yep, that's it. Come on, man, we got you.
Dude, I know it hurts.
There you go.
Oh.
All right, you ready to go home? Come on, buddy. Feel free. He's like, thank you. 7 billion views.
That's it.
Hey everybody, welcome to the channel Supercar Street Racing. We got a whole new look, and today we're taking a look at the Sunjoe SPX 3001 pressure washer. Stay with us. Welcome back to the channel, and today we have the Sunjoe SPX 3001 electric pressure washer. Now this is a follow-up to the Sunjoe SPX 3000 and did replace that unit. This went on sale for Cyber Monday, and I decided to go ahead and pull the trigger and get this awesome pressure washer after reading all the reviews. Now, some of the things we can look at on this pressure washer, some of the features here in the listing, it says that it has a powerful 14.5 amp, 1800 watt motor that can generate up to 2030 PSI or 1.76 gallons per minute for maximum cleaning power. It does have a built-in onboard hose reel, which I thought was awesome. It has a total stop system, which means it automatically shuts off the pump when the trigger is not engaged. It saves energy and prolongs the pump life, and the hose diameter is 1/4 inch. It does have a detergent tank, which you can't readily see on this picture, but it is built in there. And it has a max rating per the CSA test standards and a maximum internal pressure of 2030 PSI. Under typical load though, the working pressure is going to be about 1450 PSI. And it has a Sunjoe warranty that is clearly marked on the box as 2 years. And I've heard good things about the warranty from Sunjoe from people doing reviews on Amazon. So the Sunjoe SPX 3001 is right here, and we're going to take a look at it now as we unbox it. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and right here today we have the Sunjoe SPX 3001 pressure washer, still fresh in the box, has not been opened up at all. We're going to take a look at this, and we've got our tablet here so we can get some close-up video for you guys. But if we see here on the front, right at the top here, you can see it's a 4.5 amp electric pressure washer. It has an onboard reel, and you can see the actual reel right there. And then there's a good look at the box where it actually shows the pressure washer. And it says at the bottom here, 1.76 gallons per minute. And then we can see here on the side, it says that it has a 2-year warranty. It says if your name is on it, grime is gone. And then it's got some little technology details down here, like an onboard hose reel, total stop system, aluminum hose adapter, and a 40-ounce detergent tank, and 5 quick connect nozzles are included with it. And then there's some other little details down there in other languages. So there you have it. That is the outside of the box of the SPX 3001 from Sunjoe. And now we are going to actually open up the box. Let's get our trusty scissors out here. Get this box all opened up. Very well packaged, very well sealed. And on the top of the box here, it says if you register today, you can get a 2-year warranty, 90-day bonus coverage, and it has the URL here to register, and I will throw that up on the screen.
Now we got to look at the very top of the box. So I'm going to get our video out again here. Here we are on the top of the box of the Sunjoe. I'll tilt it a little bit that way for the other camera, but you can see right on top here, we do have some hose adapter nozzles. These are the actual spray nozzles that determine the pattern and the pressure. Those are right at the top here. We also have the adapter for the hose, it looks like, right here. I think that's what that is, and some various little pieces that go on the side of the device here, probably for just accessories and things like that. Put that to the side here. And then we have the actual unit is in the box after that. You guys can see it on the big camera, and I have it on the tablet right here. Let's get that opened up now. So here we are opening the top, and there's a little cardboard separator in the top. And directly after that, we have the Sunjoe actual pressure washer. So I'm going to put this down on the ground here to get out the device. Now this is pretty heavy, so yeah, you're probably gonna struggle a little bit, just like I did. And it has a pretty beefy long hose here with a GFCI on the end. And also in the box, we have the wand. We have the metal part of the wand where the tips go on here. And just making sure that there's nothing else in the box. I don't think there might be one more thing in here. Let's see. Okay. Yep, so that's it. There's nothing else in the box. Covered in plastic here. And you can see right there that you have a well-placed pressure washer condom right over your new Sunjoe SPX 3001 pressure washer. Inside the bag, also your instruction manual. Pretty cool. The detergent bottle is on the back. Let me get out the actual tablet so we can take a look at this. All right, here we have the Sunjoe pressure washer. Good look up at close up of it, and the hose reel here, and the other side, which has your switches, and I believe a flow rate. I'm not sure, we'll have to look at the instructions. And then on the back, there is a look at the back and your detergent tank. There is a little label on the front that says read before use. The hose must be connected and water turned on before you operate your unit. That is true, you can burn the pump up. So you need to put the hose on and turn the water on before you start this guy up. Now inside of the Sunjoe manual package, there is a thing to register your Sunjoe to get your warranty. And you can upgrade your warranty coverage here. And then here is the phone number on the front, as well as the manual. And so there is a good look at the Sunjoe right out of the box. Now let's take a look at the wand. Let's unbox this wand.
And here's a good look at the wand that comes with the Sunjo SPX 3001 pressure washer. Feels kind of plasticky, but it does have good reviews. And then the hose actually screws on to the end of the wand right here. So that would be this hose. You literally just screw it on right there. And then you take your tip here. Your tip actually, you pull this little condom off the end. And then that actually screws on to the end of this wand, like so. And then your different pressure nozzles actually go here. They're the quick connects there. But I actually have a surface cleaner for this as well. So what you do is get any of your different tips, and there will be a mark on the end of the tip to show you exactly what the degree is. Like one of these says soap, this says 40 degrees. There is a 0 degree, a 15 degree, a 25 degree, a 40 degree, and a soap. And this is what your nozzles look like that go on the end of this wand. And to get them on the wand, you simply push them on like that. You just literally push them on. And then to get them off, you pull back, and it looks like they fly off and go out of camera. So when you take them off, go ahead and put your hand on there so they don't fly off like they did with me. But yeah, to get this on the end of the wand itself, you remove this white thing, and it literally screws right onto the end there. So that is a look at the Sunjo electric pressure washer right out of the box with this nifty hose reel, and also have these little accessories that came with it. Not sure what these are yet. I haven't gotten into the manual, but these look like they go onto the actual device somewhere to store the hose and things like that. So we will break into that next. And it looks like this might be where you actually put the hose. So I don't see that yet, but here it is. So that goes right here at the bottom. Let's grab our tablet so we can get some video of that. Here at the bottom of the Sunjo, they give you this little adapter here. And basically what you do is you screw that onto here, and then your hose will go onto the other end of the adapter. And there's a little filter inside there to keep goop out of the device. But yeah, you just screw this on here like so. And then you tighten it up and put your hose on the other end. Next, we'll be taking a look at assembling the rest of this unit. Now that we've unboxed the Sunjo SPX 3001, let's take a look at how you assemble this device. Okay, welcome back to the channel, and now we're looking at the assembly of this device. Now this comes with a hose reel holder right here. So this is the hose reel holder. Let's get some video on our tablet. Here is the included hose reel adapter, and it looks like you just put it just like this. So basically it slides. If you're facing the unit, it's the left side. It slides right onto that, and then in the back side here, you actually put a screw. It comes with 2 included screws. So let's go ahead and get a screw into the back side of this hose reel holder now. So right on the back side here, you just put a screw into it like this. Pretty simple. Screw goes in pretty easy. Might take a second to get it lined up. Just go ahead and drive that screw all the way in.
That's the first step of the assembly. Now the second step is the spray wand protector, and it looks like it goes down here on the side. There are two little marks, little like square holes. Well, they're not holes, they're squares, but they are on, if you're facing the unit, it is the left side down at the bottom. And let's go ahead and get some video of that now. Here is the spray wand protector, and it just goes into the side of the device like so. And then you are supposed to put a screw into that. So if you look at the manual here, it says that you put your screwdriver through the hole at the bottom here, and then you put your screw in right there. I know it's kind of difficult to see with this tablet, but there it is. Let's do that now. So right here, we put our screwdriver through. Well, it looks like you can't actually put the screw through the hole in the front, so you actually put your screwdriver through there, then put the screw on the end of the screwdriver, and then you can, well, okay, so it's not that easy, and it's hard to actually line up, but I think I got it. Yeah, they don't make that part easy, but it does go eventually. You can see here, you got to put your screwdriver kind of through the hole there, and then put the screw inside first, and then you can go ahead and tighten this up. You don't have to go crazy. It's just going to be just like that, and you are actually done with that part. Now, it says for the next part of the assembly, you want to fit the stainless steel lance into the trigger gun and rotate the collar until the two parts are completely locked. So the stainless steel lance is actually right here. And you have to take off this end cap. You can just screw it off right here. Okay. Now it says rotate the collar until the two parts are completely locked. So here's your gun here, and you literally just screw this in like so. There is an O-ring inside there. And tighten it up like this. It might need more tightening once you get outside, but that's pretty tight. If you have to, you can get your wrench right on the end there to tighten it up. That part is done. Now the next part of the assembly instructions are saying that they want you to go ahead and hook the hose up, I think. So let's see, 5. Connect the high pressure hose to the trigger gun. That is, of course, if you want to store it with this connected, you don't have to. But if you see right here, our little wand goes directly in like that. And then the protector is at the bottom. I'm not gonna put the hose on yet, but you just screw this hose reel the same way you did it before. You screw the hose reel to the bottom of the gun, the wand. And that's how it stores the wand, which is pretty nifty, or you can store it backwards like that. Either way, does the same thing. And then it's got some information about how to use the wand. We'll go over that when we go outside. Now it has also a place for you to store your nozzles. Let's take a look at that with the tablet.
So some of that might not have gotten recorded with the tablet, it looks like, but first you take your nozzles here, and I'm trying to figure out how they actually, yeah, they just actually just clip right on like that. And it's a good storage spot for your nozzles. Notice how they all get on there pretty neatly. Yeah, and basically you are ready now to move outside and start pressure washing once you put the wand on. All right, guys, we are finally back out here after I had lip surgery. Sorry about that. If you see my lip is kind of jacked up, it's because I had lip surgery. But now what we're going to do is prep this driveway to get pressure washed here. And as you can also see the rust stains there and there from my well. We're going to be dealing with that a little bit later as well. But for right now, we are going to get these leaves off of the driveway and get that garbage can out of the way. All right, now that we got the driveway all blown off, we're just finishing the setup of the pressure washer. There's a little zip tie on the hose. And looks like the pool guy is here as well. But the next step is to put the wand onto the hose. Looks like there's a little O-ring connector right here, and then it just really just screws on just like that. And that is that. Got a little tag here. Still not sure what this knob is for on the side. I'm gonna have to look that up. All right, that part's done. I'm gonna break out the manual.
first thing is this pressure washer will not work well with a surface cleaner, and that means everything will take 10 times as long. So I'm going to grab the gas pressure washer from the neighbor's house and give that a shot. All right, over here at Rich's, gonna get his done.